Chapter 1054. No good. He's controlling the spirit-body threads. As a senior bonder and demigod existence who had interacted with Faceless, Nimblewright Master, and Bizarro Sorcerer to the point of directly fighting them, Konas Kilgore wasn't unfamiliar with the present situation. He was even rather familiar with it and had a certain level of understanding. Therefore, he knew very well that he had fallen into a fatal trap. The amount of time he had to save himself didn't exceed 15 seconds. And in these 15 seconds, his thoughts would become more and more sluggish. Eventually, just thinking of a solution would take him a few seconds, and his stiff body would take quite a bit of time to put his thoughts into action. This also meant that Konas Kilgore only had slightly more than 10 seconds to save himself. Of course, he had previously considered how to deal with the final few seconds. It was to give up control of his body and reveal his mythical creature form. Using this to delay the time, he was turned into a marionette. He could also use his existence to interfere with the enemy, causing him to suffer a certain impact. However, this way, even if he successfully escaped his marionette state and even defeated the enemy, Konas Kilgore wasn't confident that he could continue living. He wasn't a demigod who could freely switch between human and mythical creature forms. He wasn't confident that he could maintain his rationality in his mythical creature form. In other words, by releasing his mythical creature form to escape his marionette state, there was a high chance that the person Konas Kilgore would die on the spot, and a monster with the same name would occupy his body. And it was precisely because of this that Konas Kilgore wouldn't make such an attempt unless he had no other choice. Taking advantage of the fact that his thoughts weren't too sluggish and the fact that Revel's roar of despair rang in his ears, the military demigod quickly came up with the first plan to save himself. At a speed that wasn't too slow, he moved his right thumb. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. Konas Kilgore didn't want to magnify a particular state of his or the attack of a particular sealed artifact, but the negative effects of Revel's roar of despair. This strange revolver would occasionally make the wielder hear a roar of despair. To creatures without godhood, this was very serious. It was easy for them to lose control, go crazy, suffer mental breakdown, or have their minds go blank. And at Sequence 4, due to them possessing the side of a mythical creature, the effects of the roar were greatly reduced. To Konas Kilgore, the shout only left him in a daze and made him a little irascible. It didn't affect him too much, and he was even beginning to get used to it. And at that moment, he wanted to magnify the roar of despair to the point where even a demigod couldn't withstand it. This would cause his psyche to experience a piercing pain, allowing him to escape the control of the spirit-body threads. As magnify didn't require any obvious actions, it took effect extremely quickly. Opposite him, the German sparrow, who was holding Death Knell and wearing a half-top hat, wasn't able to stop in time. This allowed the Earl of the Fallen to successfully use this beyonder power. But in the next second, what Konas Kilgore waited for wasn't a terrifying roar, but silence. The normal roar that was still present also disappeared. This was a random anomaly brought about by the concerto of light and shadow. How unlucky! These thoughts slowly flashed through Konas Kilgore's mind. Without the time to be depressed, he immediately began his second attempt to save himself. He raised his right hand and aimed Revel's roar of despair at the German sparrow who was 150 meters away. He was about to pull the trigger. At the same time, the strong winds that were blowing at his right hand suddenly disintegrated from within, quickly dissipating into air currents. Earl of the Fallen, chaos. Konas used this to resist German Sparrow's interference. Right on the heels of that, there was a series of banging sounds. Revel's roar of despair was like a machine gun, spewing out dangerous bullets without stopping for a long time. The black-cloaked German Sparrow's body trembled continuously, but he wasn't hit. The bullets brushed past his silhouette and flew into the distance, shattering the windows and walls of Mager Manor, causing one of the houses to silently collapse. Bang, 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 bang. The subsequent storm of bullets continued attacking. Finally, German Sparrow was hit multiple times in a row. Amidst the splattering of blood, German Sparrow was like a paper figurine in a gale. He constantly swayed and struggled, as though he could be torn apart at any moment. Bang! 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 The strange pistol finally stopped its roar. As for German Sparrow, apart from his head, every other part of his body had hideous bloody holes. Typically speaking, this was definitely a state that only a dead person would have, but German Sparrow continued controlling his spirit body threads, as though he wasn't affected at all. The exaggerated wounds on his body were slowly but resolutely healing. This was the effect of the Flower of Blood ring. This German Sparrow was essentially winner in Nunny. The reason why he didn't die from the whirlwind of attacks was because he had released the luck he had accumulated. It was because Kona's Kilgore was sufficiently unlucky, and the roar of despair brought about by the bullets was equivalent to nothing to a marionette. Seeing that the violent attacks hadn't achieved the desired effect, and that the time he had to save himself was dwindling, Kona's Kilgore followed the plan he had just thought of. Without any thought, he slowly released his left fingers. The iron-skinned pocket watch left his palm and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, Kona's Kilgore decisively abandoned the concerto of light and shadow and made it leave the battlefield so as to avoid the effects of the random anomalies. Following this, he might only have 1 or 2 chances to save himself. If any negative anomalies happened, there was no way to salvage the situation, as the sealed artifact, which was half order and half chaos, rapidly plummeted. Kona's Kilgore moved his finger with great difficulty at the rapidly healing German Sparrow's wounds. He should have had 2 choices. One was to follow the third method of saving himself that he had originally thought of, acting without thinking. The second was to magnify his enemy's injuries, making him die on the spot. However, while Kona's Kilgore was still able to think quickly, he didn't expect that German Sparrow wouldn't die after being shot so many times. Even his control over his spirit body threads wasn't affected. The plan didn't have a corresponding follow-up, and at this moment, his mind felt like it was stuffed with paste. He couldn't think too much, and he didn't wish to waste time. All he could do was act according to the plan. Whoosh! Wearing a transparent glove and holding a black revolver, German Sparrow was surrounded by strong winds that carried him as he spiraled high into the sky. Whoosh! German Sparrow was carried by the strong winds, and under the witness of the gigantic crimson moon, he ran towards the pitch-black night sky. Earl of the Fallen, magnify! The strong winds that helped German Sparrow fly were magnified into a tornado. This way, the distance between him and Kona's Kilgore would quickly be pulled to more than 150 meters. As a result, his marionette transformation would fail. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the expression on Kona's Kilgore's face, who had yet to escape control, suddenly turned complicated. The tornado rapidly expanded and swept over. It affected him and threw him high into the sky, preventing him from pulling away from German Sparrow. How unfortunate! Under the night sky and the crimson moonlight, the 2 figures became smaller and smaller. Soon, the tornado returned to normal, and their upward flight was alleviated. Seizing this opportunity, Kona's Kilgore's thoughts that were about to freeze gave him another thought. Stop! He stopped maintaining his flight, and with the help of the Earth's gravity, he rapidly plummeted down like a meteor, rapidly opening up a distance between him and German Sparrow. Then, he ignored the German Sparrow who was riding the strong winds and turned around to chase after him. He slowly pulled his left arm in front of him as though his joints had rusted. This was the action of closing the door. He wanted to use the distortion of an Earl of the Fallen to create a wall-like seal in the air, preventing German Sparrow from chasing up to him. At this moment, the marionettes, the German Sparrow, who were still alive, raised their left arms and gestured for a gun to be fired. Bang! 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 Bullets shot out, blanketing Kona's Kilgore in midair. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Kona's Kilgore's body had a few bloody holes. After being hit by the first few bullets and cannonballs, he had used the intense pain and the trembling of his body to finally escape the control of the spirit body threads, allowing him to regain the speed of his thoughts. Following that, he disrupted the subsequent shots at the critical moment and distorted the injuries he suffered. Ultimately, he didn't die, but was severely injured. As for the German sparrow, who was falling from a high altitude with many mystical items in hand, he was blocked by the invisible wall he created, preventing him from chasing up to him. With another distortion, Kona's Kilgore's falling speed instantly slowed down as he gently landed on the ground. Before he could do anything else, his body stiffened again as he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He felt that his hands and feet were resisting him, no longer listening to his commands. He felt that there was an unfamiliar object hidden in his body. Then, under the illumination of the gigantic crimson moon, a figure walked out of the master's room in mager manner and stood on the balcony. He had black hair and brown eyes. He wore a silk-top hat and a black trench coat. His facial features were chiseled and cold. He was another German sparrow. This German sparrow's right hand was also in a shooting stance. Then, he retracted it and brought it to his mouth to blow at it. This was Klein himself. What he had just shot wasn't an air bullet, but a parasitic bullet that had been pushed out with the strength of an air bullet. A parasitic bullet made from a worm of time left behind by Amon's avatar. It could create a worm of time that couldn't live for long, allowing it to parasitize the target's body, allowing the user to control it. Klein had deliberately taken out the bullet and held it in his hand because he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for Kona's Kilgore to throw away the concerto of light and shadow while in a state where he couldn't dodge or distortion. The former was already foreseeable after the Earl of the Fallen had his spirit body threads under initial control. This was because he wouldn't allow random anomalies to affect his ability to save himself. As for the latter, patience was needed. Just now, his patience had paid off. An opportunity had appeared. Klein was the first to raise his hand and shoot. Without the interference of the random anomalies, he accurately shot the parasitic bullet into Kona's Kilgore's body. If it wasn't a deceit bullet, but a deprivation bullet that had taken effect previously, it would have been a different method of attack. Temporarily unable to control his body, Kona's Kilgore looked at the German sparrow on the balcony. Under the gigantic crimson moon, he took off his top hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed slightly. As his black trench coat fluttered, even his thoughts turned sluggish. Chapter 1055. No. Kona's Kilgore stood rooted to the ground as a strong sense of despair surged in his heart. As a military demigod who had experienced plenty of danger, he had a clear understanding of his present situation. He could already hear the footsteps of death approaching. He wanted to risk his life and reveal his mythical creature form, but it was useless after he issued the order by slowing down his thoughts. His body had been parasitized and was no longer under his control. At that moment, Kona's Kilgore couldn't even shed a tear. Under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination, time ticked by. Suddenly, Kona's Kilgore raised his left hand and touched his inch-long hair. He had already become Klein's marionette. In fact, he still had a chance at the very end. This was because the duration of parasitism wasn't as long as the time needed to completely turn into a marionette. In those 2 to 3 seconds, he could attempt to reveal his mythical creature form. But the problem was that he still had the effects of misdirection and deception. His thoughts became more and more sluggish with the passage of time. He couldn't grasp that short opportunity. Klein looked at his new marionette and silently exhaled. He raised his head and looked at the clear red moon. All right. In the gigantic crimson moon, a black dot instantly appeared and descended from the sky. It was none other than the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Ariana, who was wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. In this concealed world, this ascetic didn't use any beyonder powers. She floated in midair and cast her gaze at the Earl of the Fallen. She gently raised her right hand, and a blurry Kona's Kilgore soul appeared above the military demigod's head. As a result, Klein lost control of his marionette. He wasn't too surprised by this. After all, he hadn't separated a worm of spirit to send it over through his spirit body threads. His control over the marionette was essentially at the Sequence 5 stage, not at the demigod level. Where did you go? Ariana asked calmly as she looked at Kona's Kilgore's soul. Kona's Kilgore's expression warped slightly before he replied, Ruin number 1. Is this a contractual promise, or is it a psychological cue? Klein, who was watching the mediumship, noticed something from the Earl of the Fallen's reaction. However, this did not affect anything, because this was the hidden world, the world that no one knew about, the world that no one could sense. Where's the relic located? Who did it belong to? What is it being used for now? As the Archbishop of the Evernight Goddess and an angel of the corresponding pathway, Ariana could share a certain amount of the authority of concealment. Therefore, she didn't start with simple questions and went straight to the point. She wasn't worried that any accidents would happen. Kona's Kilgore's soul trembled slightly, giving off the feeling that it would explode on its own, but nothing happened in the end. He replied hesitantly, The ruin is located in the Sturlevin section of the Tussock River. It's deep underground and has been set up to interfere with divination and prophecy. Sturlevin section. That's quite a distance from the mountain where Mr. A was previously and the spot where you just disappeared. From the looks of it, you are still very cautious. And the effects of that point-to-point teleportation are much better than I expected. A map of the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland quickly formed in Klein's mind. Kona's Kilgore continued answering. That ruin once belonged to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. I'm not sure what it's being used for. I'm unable to enter the depths of the ruin, and I'm only in charge of sending in the people and materials gathered through various means. Blood Emperor Alista Tudor's name made Ariana fall silent. After 2 to 3 seconds, she said, What materials did you gather? This time, Kona's Kilgore didn't put up much of a resistance as he mentioned everything, including large amounts of mercury, iron, ore, and ritualistic materials from different domains. As for Klein, he was unable to extract any useful information from it. This was because it was just too comprehensive. Anything was possible. He's indeed very cautious. He's using large amounts of junk to conceal what he's truly searching for. Even the demigod in charge of such matters doesn't know why. This is very much in line with the style of a spectator pathway beyonder. A design by psychological alchemy? Klein nodded his head indiscernibly with a guess in mind. Ariana didn't seem to notice anything. Do you have any guesses as to what they're doing? What is it? Yes, I suspect that they're digging up something and attempting to perform a ritual. Kona's Kilgore voiced his judgment. Ariana quietly looked down at him for a while. Who allowed you to participate in the underground ruins? Who can enter the depths of the ruins? Kona's Kilgore struggled again, but nothing happened. He said hesitantly, I accepted His Majesty's orders. The reason why I was able to become a demigod was because he provided me with formulas, ingredients, and opportunities. Furthermore, he gave me Concerto of Light and Shadow, allowing me to act as a Sequence 5 Beyonder without holding back. Apart from His Majesty, only 2 demigods of the royal family can enter the depths of the ruins. One is Prince Grove, and the other is Duchess Georgina. They all have the surname Augustus. But the royal family definitely doesn't only have these 2 demigods. Miss Justice doesn't know much about the 2 of them either. She only mentioned that they seldom participate in social activities. Even their seats as a member of parliament have been given to their children. Yes, at the level of a demigod, even if they don't have the beyonder characteristics of undying or ageless, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live to more than 100 years old. It's indeed not suitable for them to hold public office and frequently appear in public. Klein tried hard to recall, but he failed to come up with anything. Ariana was silent for a few seconds. Have you seen Collins in the underground ruins? Who is he? Kona's Kilgore asked in confusion. Ariana didn't answer. She continued asking, Apart from them, who else did you see in the underground ruins? Kona's Kilgore maintained his slightly dazed state for being channeled. There's also the demonist sect and the psychological alchemy. The former's representative was originally Despair Nightingale Panatia, but after the Great Smog, it was changed to Saintess of White Katarina. The latter is Vin Rambus. Did they enter the depths of the underground ruins? Ariana asked in detail. I don't know. I wasn't following them at all times. Kona's Kilgore shook his head. At least when I met them there, they were in the periphery. Ariana asked about other matters, attempting to outline the overall outline of the matter from another angle. However, she could tell that King George III arrangements were flawless. Even a demigod like Kona's Kilgore only knew what his mission was. He could only move about in a certain area and was unable to learn more. After some thought, Ariana flipped her right hand and gently pressed down, pressing Kona's Kilgore's soul back into his body. Klein's control over his marionette was restored. Klein could not help but sigh in his heart. The authority of concealment is truly amazing. Even if my Ariana were to secretly interrogate my marionette one day, I wouldn't know. At this moment, Ariana turned her body and said to him on the balcony, "We can basically confirm that there's something wrong with George III, as well as the location of the underground ruin. I'll meet the archbishops of the Church of the Storm and the Church of Steam in Bakeland immediately and persuade them to take action tonight to open the relic. Before I inform you, control Kona's Kilgore and pretend that he's fine. Then, make him vanish. He's worried that when he negotiates with the Church of the Storm and the Church of Steam, they will discover that something has happened to Kona's Kilgore and seal the underground ruins ahead of time or activate other emergency plans." Klein roughly understood and nodded. "No problem." Ariana, whose hair was simply draped over her shoulders, didn't say anything else. With a casual wave of her hand, she pulled the iron pocket watch over. This sealed artifact was bestowed by George III. Perhaps we can find some clues from its earlier origins. "Does it mean that you want to take it away?" Klein replied without any resistance. "I'll leave it to you." With regard to this, he had no complaints. He even believed that it was only right. After all, half of the credit for this battle was due to Ariana's world of concealment and the blessing of misfortune. In that case, even if she didn't take the concerto of light and shadow, Klein would have taken the initiative to suggest it. In this aspect, he had always been fair, and the concerto of light and shadow was the item he didn't want the most out of all the spoils of war. This was because it was incompatible with a Bizarro sorcerer's combat style. The random anomalies would definitely affect his performance, weakening him far more than his enemies. Klein had just considered that if the spoils of war he received were this pocket watch, he would have to bluff. No, sell it to the Snake of Fate, Walaw Septon. Only a life school of thought demigod who relied on luck to survive could control the concerto of light and shadow. And when the time came, such a huge secret organization and a sequence one would definitely have other powerful sealed artifacts to exchange for it. Upon receiving his response, Ariana nodded gently. She first threw the iron pocket watch back into Kona's Kilgore's arms, making the Earl of the Fallen look no different from before. Her figure then vanished as though it had been erased by an eraser. Even the gigantic crimson moon hanging high in the sky and the pitch-black world of steeples and chimneys were quickly wiped away. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Klein was in the master bedroom, while Kona's Kilgore was in the guest bedroom dozens of meters away. He held Rever's scream of despair tightly in his hand. Then, the MI9 Major General used the chaos to place the pistol back into his armpit holster. He picked up the glass of Mager Manor's specialty wine and took a sip. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1056. Bakeland, North Borough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Bakeland Diocese, Deep Blue, officiant Randall Valentine, descended from the wind and landed in the steeple with a huge bell on the left. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. He had a thick beard, and his hair was short and straight. Its color was dark blue that was nearly black. This muscular demigod cast his gaze to the side and said to the figure who was already waiting there, "Horimic, do you know what's going on? Why did Anthony suddenly invite us over?" The person he spoke to was wearing a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a benevolent look and a gentle expression. He was none other than a member of the Church of Steam's Divine Synod, the Archbishop of the Bakeland Diocese, the demigod Horimic Haydn. Upon hearing Randall's question, Horimic calmly replied, "I didn't arrive much earlier than you. I didn't arrive much earlier than you. In fact, I only left the lab a few minutes ago. Not only was he a clergyman, but he was also a famous scientist. He was an honorary professor at the University of Bakeland's physics department. Randall Valentine was just about to say something when he suddenly saw a figure walk up the winding, narrow staircase. In the darkness that the crimson moon couldn't illuminate, he ascended the steeple. This figure wore a black clergyman robe with a tinge of red. There were 5 dark sacred emblems on his chest. His face was clean without a beard, and his eyes were deep and serene. He was none other than one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, the person in charge of the Bakeland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson. Is there something that can't wait until daybreak? Or does your Church of Evernight like to discuss matters at night? Deep blue officiant Randall Valentine was the first to speak. Anthony walked up the stairs and stopped there. With a serious expression, he said, "There's something very urgent." "What is it?" Randall pressed. At this moment, Hormick Hayden also cast his gaze at Anthony Stevenson, waiting for him to give him an answer. In such a situation, Hormick especially liked the presence of people from the Church of the Storm. This meant that they would take the initiative to ask questions without being tactful. There was no need for him to say anything else. Anthony glanced at them and said, "It's related to the royal family. Let Madame Ariana explain it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the silhouette of a barefooted woman wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt quickly appeared in the shadows beside him. As soon as they saw this existence, Randall and Hormick immediately bowed. "Good evening, Madame Ariana." Their expressions became solemn at the same time. They had a deep understanding of the importance of what happened that night. It was definitely not a small matter for an angel who walked on earth to appear. At the same time, they could not help but be shaken, realizing that they did not know when the mistress of the night cloister, the stealthy servant, Lady Ariana, had come to Bakeland. Under normal circumstances, the 3 churches, the royal family, and the military had a certain tacit understanding in this aspect. It was that the grounded angel and grade 0 sealed artifact wouldn't appear in Bakeland. "Good evening, archbishops." Ariana returned the greeting without the slightest arrogance. She raised her right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A faint glow bloomed, producing scenes in the darkness. It was the entire conversation between Ariana and Conas Kilgore. It was as if this secret that had been kept for so long had finally been revealed to others. As he watched, deep blue officiant Randall Valentine couldn't help but say, "Don't worry." He actually advanced to sequence 4 and became a demigod. This archbishop knew Conas Kilgore. He originally believed that the deputy director of MI9 was only a sequence 5 and had relied on a sealed artifact with severe negative effects to have combat strength at the demigod level. He never expected that it was just a disguise. The Church of the Storm had a greater influence on the military than the other 2 churches. No one responded to Randall. After the secret was revealed, Hormick said, "That's right. A secret relic that involves the Blood Emperor and a large number of people being sent in. No matter how you look at it, it's not a good thing." "Indeed," Randall agreed. "Let's go to the ruins now." Ariana looked around and calmly said, "This concerns the royal family and the king. You'd better seek permission from your respective Holy See first." In this angel's context, the Holy See referred to the Holy See, the core of the church's power. All right, the 2 archbishops agreed without any hesitation. After a while, deep blue bishops Randall Valentine and Hormick Hayden, who had received feedback, each carried a sealed artifact. Together with Anthony Stevenson and Ariana, they arrived at the spot where Conas Kilgore had previously entered the Blood Emperor ruins. Ariana then took out an iron-black coat of arms engraved with complicated symbols and held it in her hand in an attempt to activate it. She didn't disguise herself at all. She just stood there calmly, as though she wasn't worried that the guards in the ruins would recognize her. Seeing the actions of this secret servant, Hormick seemed to be thinking about something. Randall wore a calm expression, as though he didn't think there was anything wrong. In the underground ruins, on a strange metal pedestal, a ghostly blue light suddenly soared up, forming a door. Four black-armored guards immediately looked through the ghostly blue light to observe the situation outside. They were prepared to use a certain method to confirm if the person who had awakened the teleportation door was someone else in disguise, so as to decide if they should open the door. However, they didn't see anything. There was no one in the corresponding area. Just as they were feeling a strong sense of unease and puzzlement, a figure quickly outlined itself behind them. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernight Ascetics, Ariana, whose robes had traces of being mended. In the blink of an eye, the four guards fell asleep. Anthony, Randall, and Hormick entered the underground ruins one after another. They didn't directly head down the path. Instead, they passed through the hall and floated in midair, overlooking everything. This was the world that was ruled by darkness. Some of the light came from the strange moss that grew in different places, as well as the flames that were reflected from the human buildings. With their illumination, even beyonders who didn't have night vision could grasp the overall appearance of the massive ruins. On one side was a gray rock wall. It extended upwards with no end in sight, as though it was connected to the ground. On the other side was a bottomless, dark valley, like the abyssal residence of a devil. A stone-paved path ran through the two, connecting the halls and buildings together. From time to time, humans would come and go in silence. The archbishops of the three churches were just about to capture a few people who could enter the underground ruins and interrogate them about the situation inside when they suddenly saw a figure fly out of the dark valley, heading straight for them and the other demigods. The figure had a rectangular face, and he wore a white wig. By his mouth, there were two slightly curled whiskers. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were rather large. He looked somewhat similar to the characters on poker cards. He wore a formal attire and a cloak. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire was out of sync with the current era. It was as though he had lived 100 years ago. Anthony, Hormick, and the other archbishops weren't unfamiliar with him. They knew that he was Prince Grove Augustus of Sonia, one of the demigods of the royal family. "How did you enter this place?" Grove asked first, his expression somewhat alarmed. After exchanging looks, Anthony took the initiative to say, "We've been investigating a few cases of mysterious disappearances. We locked onto MI9's Kona's Kilgore, and through him, we found this place." Grove's expression changed a few times. He looked at the woman who made one feel calm and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter?" He deliberated and asked, "Mom, Ariana?" "Yes, I'm in charge of those disappearances," Ariana replied succinctly. Prince Grove revealed a bitter smile. "We were too greedy. After discovering this ruin, we only wanted to excavate it ourselves and harvest the items inside. In order to keep it a secret, we even established a certain connection with the Demonist sect. We used them to gather people to build a passageway and hold a certain ritual." "No, it's not what you think. It's just a normal ritual. They're still alive, deep in the ruins. If you don't believe me, I can lead you down to investigate now. Apart from the seal and buildings that have yet to be completely opened, there's nothing there." Upon hearing his answer, Anthony, Hormick, and Randall exchanged looks and saw the puzzlement in each other's eyes. This was completely different from the reaction they had expected and imagined. This made them suspect that they had made a mistake. The matter was far from as serious as they had imagined. At this moment, Ariana spoke up. "You even created the Great Smog." "No." Prince Grove shook his head again. "That's a lesson from working with the demonesses. They actually wanted to control Edisac and use him to wield power over the kingdom. After we saw through it, we created the Great Smog. Ever since then, we've severed all ties with them." Having said that, he pointed down and said frankly, "That's the lesson of working with the demonesses. How can we do something like excavating the ruins of the Blood Emperor just to keep a secret? As long as you go down deep and carefully inspect it, you'll understand what I mean. Don't worry. With Ma and Ariana around, no trap can trap you. Besides, ignoring the question of whether we have the ability to do so, even if we can secretly bury you deep in the ruins, the church will discover the problem. I don't believe that you didn't report this matter to your respective holy sees before you set off. Wait a little longer. If you don't return, they will definitely have the right response." Randall, Anthony, and the other demigods thought for a moment before casting their gazes at the simply dressed Ariana. Ariana nodded calmly. "All right." Under Prince Grove's lead, an angel and 3 saints entered the depths of the underground ruins. They discovered that there was a ruin hidden in the darkness that no one had set foot in. There were men and women who had been taught to form different rituals. Everything was peaceful and orderly. Ariana, Horimic, and the other demigods checked different areas according to their own thoughts. They even left the area and went further away to investigate, but they didn't discover anything. After receiving Ariana's notice, Klein made Kona's Kilgore a servant in the manor, making the deputy director of MI9 vanish. Then, he wasn't in a hurry to hold a sacrificial ritual. He sent the items he had obtained above the gray fog for research and patiently waited until dawn. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1057. A smear of orange lit up the horizon as one manor after another on the north bank of the Tussock River awoke amidst the morning mist. The tall and fat from his cage came to the guest bedroom, where Kona's Kilgore had slept last night, and knocked on the door, planning on having breakfast with the deputy director of MI9. However, there was no response from inside. The Major General has already gone to the dining hall. From his cage, turned around in puzzlement, and left the floor. After breakfast was over, everyone realized that Kona's Kilgore had vanished. Under Don Dantes' lead, they came to the guest bedroom and watched the manor steward, Richardson, open the door with key. There was no one inside. Does Major General Kilgore have the hobby of taking a morning stroll? Mocked pinched his cheekbones and asked in puzzlement. From his cage, shook his head without any hesitation. "No. Did you hear anything last night?" The Chancellor of Bakelin University of Technology, Portland Moment, surveyed the area and asked. Mock thought for a moment. "No, it's very quiet here. It's very suitable for a vacation." Beside him, Hazel looked into the room curiously, but she couldn't think of a possible situation. At this moment, from his cage raised his guess. Major General Kilgore is an important figure in military. There are often unexpected matters that require his attention. Perhaps he left the manor a long time ago and returned to Bakelin. This steam-powered car tycoon was clearly trying his best to make the matter seem less serious. He seems to know something. At the very least, he can guess that Kona's Kilgore has his own motives for coming to Mager Manor. As Klein listened to their conversation, he wore a heavy expression as he said to Walter and Richardson, "Ask the servants in the manor if they saw Major General Kilgore last night or this morning. Ask the servants in the manor if they saw Major General Kilgore last night or this morning. If not, send someone back to Bakelin and visit Major General Kilgore's family. Inform them of this matter and let them decide if they need to immediately report it to the police." After giving the instructions, Klein stroked his white sideburns and said to Mocked and the other guests, "It's impossible to figure out the matter immediately. Perhaps Major General Kilgore really left due to an urgent matter. We can't delay everyone's vacation because of this. Let's do it this way. We'll continue with the hunting arrangements and return when the police arrive." As Major General Kilgore's companion, from his cage, had given the reason of an urgent matter, and it was very convincing, Mocked and company agreed with Don Dantes' suggestion and left. Hazel was the last to walk as she looked at the guest bedroom and the room beside it. She had a nagging feeling that something was amiss and subconsciously wanted to use her powers as a cryptologist to reconstruct the situation there. However, an intense fear arose deep in her. She didn't know what she was of the thought. She vaguely felt that she had some experience in similar matters, and those experiences told her not to look at things that she shouldn't see and not to listen to voices that she shouldn't hear. After all the guests and servants left the floor, in the room beside Kona's guest room, a thick carpet that carried a coffee table suddenly moved. After the guests and servants left the floor, in the room beside Kona's guest bedroom, a thick carpet with a coffee table suddenly moved. Bit by bit, It pulled its body out from under the sofa and coffee table without causing too much of a stir. It was flesh and blood that had congealed. As the flesh and blood squirmed and reassembled, the carpet quickly transformed back into a person, a young man with a mixed blood appearance. He was Don Dante's valet in Nuni, and now the one following Don Dante's was Kona's Kilgore. They had the same face and the same figure. To Klein, there was actually no need for Inuni to disguise himself in such a manner. He could hide among the servants and use illusions to interfere with their senses, preventing them from noticing that there was an additional person. It was a much simpler and more reliable method, but acting was still very important to a demigod. It was to speed up the digestion of the potion and resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Therefore, Klein would deliberately seek to be strange when handling the details. Of course, he didn't wish to harm the innocent. Even if he had to create a strange and terrifying atmosphere, he tried his best not to let others notice it. He didn't want them to be overly horrified and traumatized. That strange and terrifying atmosphere was mainly used to make himself and the potion in his body acknowledge him. This would undoubtedly speed up his digestion, but without the feedback of the audience, it meant that the acting wasn't complete. The speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion was digested definitely wouldn't be as fast as expected. Even though he had done so many things and performed so many acting, Klein didn't feel that it was possible for him to reach Sequence 3 this year. East Bakeland, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Zio sat on a chair that wasn't stable enough, looking out the window in a daze. She wore a rare, gloomy expression. Furs drank a mouthful of water and walked to sit opposite Zio, blocking her line of sight. You seem to have lost your motivation. Is it because of that answer that you don't know what to do next? Is it because the king is out of your reach? Zio's eyes flickered as she slowly came to life. Be it restoring my father's reputation or seeking revenge, the hope is so slim when facing a king. I can't think of any way to complete such matters. That's because you're still too weak. When you reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod, you'll realize that there are plenty of solutions, just that it's more dangerous. In addition, you can still make use of others. Just like that monitor of Shermane's. She also wants to know who Viscount Stratford is loyal to. She's definitely very interested in the king's secret. Shermane. Zio repeated the name as her mental state suddenly recovered. On the table beside them, there was a bronze-green cross and a ghostly blue gem that resembled a vertical eye. The surface of the gem had thread-like patterns. It was the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out after Shermane's death. It softened the surroundings and added a sense of beauty. However, due to the existence of the bronze-green cross, its light could only be shrunk to a very small area. That monitor is one of the murderers who caused Shermane's death, Zio said rather seriously. They had already found a place to bury Shermane, and Furs had flipped through Lamino's travels to bury her soul. Furs immediately nodded. Yes, that's why she was driven to investigate the king's secret and touch upon the potential risks. Didn't you say that she might be monitoring our previous residence? Then, we'll find a chance to disguise ourselves and return there. We'll throw a piece of paper in a mailbox and write that Viscount Stratford is loyal to King George III and that George III is hiding a huge secret. This way, I believe that person will be able to see it. Zio thought carefully and nodded solemnly. All right. After discussing what to do next, Fur stood up and pointed at the bronze-green cross. We've received Mr. Fool's help many times. It's time to show our sincerity. I plan on sacrificing it to Mr. Fool now. Do you have any objections? No, Zio answered without hesitation. Mager Manor. It was another evening, as Kona's Kilgore's family had informed them to wait a little longer, saying that the deputy director of MI9 often did such things and that it involved secrets related to national security. Mocked and company didn't panic. On the lawn behind the manor, they used the animals they hunted to hold a barbecue dinner that was different from the usual. He watched as the gentlemen rolled up their sleeves and personally busied themselves by the grill. He watched as the ladies went over to help from time to time. He watched as the children ran around, eager to give it a try. Klein held a cup of sweet white wine produced by Mager Manor and sat on a white wooden chair with an obvious smile on his lips. Beside him, his mixed-blood valet, Inuni, stood straight and awaited instructions. And in a particular room in the manor's main building, a pair of eyes was silently watching the area below. It belonged to a person who looked identical to Inuni. As the evening breeze blew, Klein was just about to get up and head to the grill to perform what it meant to roast Desi-style meat when he suddenly saw a figure quickly outline in front of him. It was Ariana, who was wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. This secret servant looked at Don Dantes and said, "There's nothing special in that underground ruin. There's nothing special in that underground relic." He then described the situation that he and the three archbishops had seen there, as well as Prince Grovagus's speech, and highlighted the key points. This was because Saintess of White Katerina had provided help to Viscount Stratford. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. This was because Viscount Stratford had the help of Saintess of White Katerina. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. This was because Saintess of White Katerina had provided help to Viscount Stratford. This clearly meant that the king's faction and the Demonist sect hadn't severed ties. With such a deep collaboration, wouldn't the Demonist sect and psychological alchemy request for a split of the spoils? In that case, why didn't they directly seek out the three churches? Klein's intuition told him that the problem with the ruin hadn't really been discovered. He suspected that the news had been leaked midway, allowing the king to make preparations. With Ariana around, the possibility of them using divination or prophecy to discover something amiss can be eliminated from the moment I remove Kona's Kilgore to the joint operation of the three churches. There aren't more than 10 people who know of this matter. Furthermore, all of them are members of the upper echelons of their respective churches. How could there be a leak? Something happened to Viscount Stratford, causing the people in the underground ruin to activate the emergency plan? No, his status isn't at that level. Even Kona's Kilgore doesn't know the exact situation, much less him. He's only in charge of liaising with the Demonist sect and dealing with peripheral matters. He might not even know of the underground ruin. Klein's thoughts raced as he searched for a reason. He first eliminated the possibility that the matter with Viscount Stratford had caused them to make preparations. After all, the death of the captain of the Royal Guards wasn't that important. As such, there were very few possibilities that could explain the entire matter. Firstly, someone who knew of the secret had deliberately or unintentionally leaked the situation for a particular reason. Secondly, someone had discovered something amiss with Kona's Kilgore's seemingly normal state, but Klein didn't notice anything at all. They're also cooperating with psychological alchemy. Could it be that one of my thoughts was read and the secret was exposed? But I have the gray fog's augmentation. No matter what, there should be some abnormality, just like when I faced the spectator demigod with Anderson. Psychological alchemy originates from Hermes' legacy. Hermes is, as he thought about it, Klein's pupils suddenly dilated. He instinctively stopped himself from delving deeper into the matter, but after looking at Ariana, he relaxed. He asked, "Is this place very secretive?" "Very secretive," Ariana replied calmly. There were people coming and going behind her, but no one discovered her. Klein exhaled, and the thoughts in his mind finally took shape. Roselle the Great mentioned in his diary that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures. Then, could it be that some of the upper echelons of the three churches are members of the Twilight Hermit Order? And could the ruin that Ariana and the other archbishops saw not be the real ruin, but a ruin that Adam imagined? P.S. The Citic Bank's custom-made credit card from some event was released. As for the exact event, I've already forgotten. Students who are interested can take a look. The following is the advertisement. Instant VIP card, complimentary 8,888 coins, complimentary 180-day unlimited card membership, complimentary 300 yuan unlimited gift bag, complimentary exclusive badge. The first 500 copies of each work card can be applied for free. Application method: Chidian reading app, personal account page, starting star exclusive card. pull down to find the corresponding work card, and click to apply. Chapter 1058. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the concealment angel opposite him and deliberated. Is there a possibility that the ruins you saw were actually imaginary? He didn't directly mention Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order, worried that directly discussing such matters in Ariana's concealment domain would be heard by Adam, who had grasped the spectator pathway's uniqueness and had obtained 0-08. In Ariana's world of concealment, Klein believed that it wasn't a problem to think about Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order, but it wasn't necessarily the case once he said it out loud. After all, Mr. Dorr had been able to discuss Adam with Roselle the Great without any scruples. Apart from the secret sorcerers beyond her powers of secret guarding, he was also a king of angels. His level wasn't lower than Adam and Amon's, and he might even be higher. Fantasy. Ariana repeated the keyword in Klein's words in a low voice, as if she had already guessed it. At his level and rank. Wasn't too unfamiliar with ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. Moreover, he was also an angel who acted on behalf of the authority of concealment and had the highest reading authority on all the information held by the church. A few seconds later, Ariana stared at the seated Don Dantes. Psychological alchemy? From Kona's Kilgore's confession, it was obvious that the king's faction was cooperating with the psychological alchemy, and this was an organization that controlled the spectator pathway. Klein first nodded before adding, "That's right. Their higher-ups probably don't have the ability to dream. In this world, there are only one or two people who hold such authority." Ariana nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Now that the underground relic is open to us, I'll find a way to verify it. If it's true, it means that one or several archbishops of the Church of Storm or Steam are his people." He didn't mention the possibility that there was a problem with the upper echelons of the Church of Evernight. This was because the goddess wielded the authority of concealment. In this aspect, it was very difficult for anyone to hide from her. Klein was a little surprised when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, "The underground relic is open to the three churches?" Yes, if it really imagined it. Then it means that their cooperation is close to success. They just need to delay it for a while. Ariana gave a simple explanation of her speculation. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. The tides of the times are about to surge in an attempt to drown everything. Thankfully, I'm more prepared than before. I have an additional marionette at the demigod level. In a sense, he's stronger than me. After all, he can use my beyonder powers while I can't use his. Since it's difficult to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion in a short period of time and seek an advancement, having a powerful marionette is also one of the effective measures to protect myself. The Sanguine and Miss Sharon's plans for Rose School can be paid attention to." Klein's thoughts ran wild. He composed himself and asked casually, "The three churches don't believe Prince Grove's words?" "I don't believe it." Ariana shook her head frankly. "Kona's Kilgore mentioned Katerina, but you don't have any evidence. After all, the other party can explain that after they severed ties with the Demonist sect, Katerina was sent to reason with them in an attempt to mend their relationship, but she was cruelly rejected. During this process, as they knew each other's secrets, they didn't take action the moment they met. Kona's Kilgore, a demigod who doesn't know the inside story, mistakenly believed that they were still cooperating, and against an angel family that controlled at least half of the military, the three churches couldn't just fall out with them without any evidence. Firstly, they weren't united. Secondly, they had to consider the possibility of countries like Fasak, Intis, and Phaenopotter, as well as the churches of the eternal blazing sun, the god of combat, Earth Mother, and the god of knowledge and wisdom taking advantage of the situation. Klein quickly made a judgment of the situation. He simply mentioned, "That's right. There are traces of Saintess of White Katerina on Viscount Stratford's side. I'll try to find her." Apart from that, Klein also wanted to find a dangerous Trissy and eliminate her. He wanted to make up for the mistake of letting her go in order to make use of the Demonists. Her value was obviously not as great as her danger. "I'll try as well." Ariana indicated that she would also investigate Katerina. I I have to say that Madame Ariana's attitude when discussing matters with me is very comfortable. She doesn't give off the feeling of being condescending like an angel or an archbishop priestess. She completely treats me as an equal. Hearing Ariana's words, Klein felt inexplicably emotional. He asked, "Did you catch Vin Rambis of the psychological alchemy?" This was one of the key points in Kona's Kilgore's testimony. It was one of the clues that exposed the plot of the King's faction. "He's missing," Ariana answered succinctly. Indeed, the possibility of the news being leaked midway has increased. Vin Rambis has gone underground, but it doesn't mean that he won't contact Miss Justice and his direct subordinates. When the time comes, Miss Justice has hated him for a long time. The only problem is that Adam is currently in Bakeland and has imagined a fake ruin. If that's the case, attacking Vin Rambis means that there's a high chance of being watched by this King of Angels. It's even possible that he is sitting beside Vin Rambis without anyone knowing. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt his teeth ache. It had to be said that in this era where it was rare for a true deity to descend into the real world, the two brothers, Adam and Amon, were the upper limits of their status, level, and strength. They were synonymous with terror, power, and irresistibility. A king of angels was the existence closest to the divine throne. Compared to Amon, I'm more afraid of Adam. Who knows when he will be sitting next to you, listening to you speak, looking at you with a smile, reading your truest thoughts, and letting you die a natural and reasonable death. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but look around, afraid that the simple-looking priest with innocent eyes and a beard was standing near the grill with a plate in his hand, waiting for food while smiling at him. Without a doubt, Klein did not discover anything. Noticing his reaction, Ariana calmly added, "He's not here." "Phew. Fortunately, I have the protection of the secret angel." Klein controlled his thoughts and nodded slightly. "I'll keep an eye out for Vin Rambis." Ariana nodded. "When this is over, you could try to pray to the goddess." In other words, the goddess is very satisfied with my performance this time. When the time comes, she will bestow me the scholar of your potion formula. Klein roughly understood what Ariana was getting at. He stood up and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the lady." Ariana also drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady." Her figure vanished inch by inch, as though she had been wiped away into thin air. And the guests at the bonfire banquet did not notice the ascetic's arrival and departure. Klein sat down again and continued analyzing his situation from another angle. Kona's Kilgore disappeared without any warning, and the evidence and words Ariana presented indicate that the deputy director of MI9 has fallen into his hands. In other words, the attack on Kona's Kilgore is definitely related to the Church of Evernight. Kona's Kilgore disappeared in Mager Manor. Mager Manor belongs to Don Dantes, and Don Dantes is a believer of the Evernight goddess from the King's faction, and for what I know from psychological alchemy, there's a high chance that Don Dantes is a secret informant of the Church of Evernight. This way, my safety can be guaranteed, but I can't avoid being watched and monitored. I have to be careful. I have to think of a reason to add a new servant in the future. I can't keep Kona's Kilgore or Inuni hiding. This will make it easier for problems to be discovered. Or I can make one of the marionettes change into human skin clothes and fuse with the other marionette. As he thought about it, Klein stood up and placed the sweet white wine in his hand on the small table beside him. He turned around and walked back to the manor's main house and entered one of the washrooms. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He beckoned for the sea god scepter and used the prayer light he had marked for Inuni to observe every corner of Mager Manor. During this process, Klein's mind was a little tense. He was rather worried that he would see a simple-dressed, bearded, golden-eyed priest. Of course, compared to seeing such a priest, he was more afraid that the priest would raise his head and smile in response to his gaze before raising the wine glass in his hand. Fortunately, after a series of inspections, he confirmed that there was nothing abnormal about Mager Manor. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spirituality. He cast his gaze at the bronze cross placed on the long mottled table. This was an item that the 2 tarot members, the magicians and judgment, had just sacrificed. They said that they were thanking Mr. Fool for his various blessings, hoping to please this existence. It looks like it's of quite a high level. Klein picked up the spiked cross and used divination to quickly grasp the beyonder powers and negative effects of this mystical item. The two were actually one. This bronze cross could purify the powers of degeneration, filth, corrosion, darkness, evil, disease, and other domains, making them quickly dissipate until nothing remained. Based on this principle, this mystical item could also remove the mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic. It was also because of this powerful and pure purification that the bronze cross repelled other mystical items and beyonder characteristics from coming into contact with them. It couldn't coexist on the same person. Furthermore, it also repelled the wielder's beyonder characteristic, but it was relatively less obvious. Over time, it would cause the beyonder characteristic to seep out bit by bit. In other words, if one wore or held the bronze cross for more than an hour, the beyonder sequence would drop by at least one level. If it exceeded 3 hours, a non-demigod would definitely regress to an ordinary person. If it exceeded 6 hours, Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints would also lose their beyonder powers. It was almost useless against angels, because angels could shatter beyonder characteristics and had extremely powerful control over their source of power. It could be used to retrieve characteristics from beyonders who failed to advance but didn't die or lose control. The powers of this cross are very similar to the unshadowed of the sun pathway. Klein nodded in thought. Chapter 10:59. As he scrutinized the bronze cross in his hand, Klein was certain that it corresponded to at least a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Apart from purifying effects, this mystical item also possessed demigod-level spells like sun flaring. And if its negative effects were used well, it could resolve many problems. For example, it could help people who had strayed into the beyonder world in hopes of escaping their madness to return to normal. It could also help people who had consumed an extra potion to purge the corresponding beyonder characteristic. This required precise timing. Otherwise, it was easy to cause one's sequence level to drop. Of course, the body and soul that had been transformed by the potion would definitely clash with the essence of an ordinary person. Beyonders who relied on the bronze cross to exit this circle would undoubtedly suffer from repercussions. The exact situation would be different depending on the different pathways, sequences, and individual details. This made Klein sigh. This was the most useful and valuable negative effect he had ever seen. To him, the only problem was that he couldn't carry the bronze cross around for long periods of time, even if it was given to a marionette. It would cause the marionette's beyonder characteristic to purge, causing its level to drop. And after becoming a marionette, there was no way to consume potions to advance because his spirit body was essentially dead. As for marionettes that were ordinary creatures, wearing the cross for long periods of time would cause them to praise the sun and lose control. I can only place it above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. To a Bizarro sorcerer, this doesn't affect me too much. After all, I won't perform unprepared. I'll then confirm if it corresponds to an unshadowed. If it does, I'll wait for Little Sun to digest the Priest of Light potion before selling it to him. I believe that the Chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council wouldn't be stingy with a sealed artifact of equivalent value in exchange. The Sun Pathway is clearly more suitable for the Forsaken Land of the Gods than the other pathways. Klein thought in a good mood as he placed the bronze cross back on the long modeled table. He didn't immediately confirm it. He planned on doing it after returning to 160 Buckland Street. When the time came, he could also use dream divination to figure out the origins of the sealed artifact. Mager Manor was too close to the underground ruins. Perhaps it was within the range of the royal family's angel, or even Adam. During the attempt, if he triggered any changes that caused the gray fog's fluctuations, it was possible that his greatest secret would be discovered. Even if this sealed artifact doesn't correspond to an unshadowed, it must belong to the Sun Pathway. At most, it would be mixed with other beyonder characteristics. No, it would be rejected. And the symbol of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun is a golden, sacred emblem. It resembles an abstract sun and has nothing to do with the cross. Yes, after eliminating this possibility, the only ones related to the sun domain are the city, silver creator, the ancient sun god, Adam, and Adam. For it to appear in Viscount Stratford's hands, does this mean that the one cooperating with the royal family is the Twilight Hermit Order, and that psychological alchemy is just a cover? Of course, there are too many other possibilities. Perhaps it was gathered by the Augustus family themselves. As a rather famous angel family with a long history in the Fourth Epoch, it's very normal for them to gather certain items of the ancient sun god. If this sealed artifact was really provided by Adam, could it be his arrangements? Against Demonatrice and her companions who are clearly involved with an evil god, it's very reasonable for Viscount Stratford to choose this cross that's good at purification and give up the other items. When he decided to eliminate Charmaine, he didn't know if she had been corrupted by an evil god. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he didn't use any direct means of attack. Instead, he wasted time to activate the sealed artifact. It's also very reasonable. Yes, it's indeed very reasonable. I just wonder if there are any signs of it being arranged by someone. With this in mind, my 0-08 phobia is acting up again. Right, Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment had discussed Adam in private. It involved the forsaken land of the gods, the giant king's court, and the king of angels, this. Even if it was really arranged by Adam, what's the point of him giving this item to Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment? Klein's scalp tingled as he calmed his emotions. He decided to attempt the verification after returning to Buckland Street. Without any delay, he immediately returned to the real world. As for the items on Kona's Kilgore, he didn't rely on the gray fog's enhancement. Just his divination abilities had allowed him to gain a basic grasp of the exact situation. Apart from the concerto of light and shadow and the emblem that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, had taken away, Kona's Kilgore still had two mystical items. One was Rever's Roar of Despair, which Rhodes had mentioned. It stemmed from a failed sacrifice, and it had two uses. One was normal shooting, which was slightly weaker than an air cannon. The other was a machine gun that could fire a large number of bullets in a second or two. These two methods came with a Roar of Despair. It had a certain impact on a demigod at the saint level, but it wasn't too much. Of course, not all demigods could withstand such an attack. For example, Klein himself didn't have a freakish body or defense to withstand a head-on. The other item was called Lucky Grass. It looked very simple, but it was a four-leaf clover that had been made into a protective charm. Its ability allowed the wearer to accumulate a certain chance of success after every failure. The negative effect was to magnify the flaws in the wearer's character. Klein's evaluation of it was that he might as well change it to Mother of Success. These two mystical items didn't have much practical value to Klein, so he continued placing them on his marionette, Kona's Kilgore. And this demigod-level marionette was his greatest gain. A lawyer's keen grasp and use of loopholes in the rules, as well as his guidance and persuasion of his targets. A barbarian's strength and physique to break the rules. A briber's bribe. A baron of corruption's distortion. A mentor of chaos's chaos. And an Earl of the Fallen's bestowal, magnification, and utilization were all very good powers. If not for the detailed information he had obtained from Rhodes, making sufficient preparations and formulating a plan, as well as the help of the Angel of Concealment, Klein wouldn't have absolute confidence in keeping Kona's Kilgore behind him, even if he had Fate's Siphon and other items. In fact, compared to turning him into a marionette, using Creeping Hunger to graze Kona's Kilgore would be more inconspicuous, making it harder for him to be discovered. But that way, I'll only be able to use 3 Earl of the Fallen Beyonder powers. As Klein thought, he walked out of the washroom and returned to the lawn where the bonfire banquet was held. On the lawn, Mock stood in front of the roasting rack, his forehead covered in sweat as he performed East Balaam-style roasted meat. Hazel stood a little further away as she watched with sparkling eyes. She no longer had the arrogance she had in the past. Her face even had some black marks from the soot. As for Portland Moment, he held a glass of wine and watched with a smile as the young man to him busied himself. From time to time, he would pick up a skewer and take a bite out of it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt calm. On Sunday afternoon, the group of people who had gone to the outskirts of Bakeland returned to Buckland Street. Before dinner, Klein had once again entered the world above the gray fog and picked up the bronze cross. He first confirmed that the cross corresponded to the Sun Pathways sequence for Unshadowed. Furthermore, he had uncreatively named it Unshadowed Crucifix. Following that, he picked up a fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement, the origins of this cross. Klein didn't directly divine if the Unshadowed Crucifix's acquisition had any traces of an arrangement, afraid that it would point to Adam and alert him. He planned on starting with the origins of the sealed artifact to investigate the exact situation. If the previous owner of the Unshadowed Crucifix was Adam, the truth of the matter would undoubtedly lean towards deliberate arrangements. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein looked down at the bronze cross in his hand and exhaled with a heavy expression. I'm courting death again. He suspected that the Unshadowed Crucifix originated from the city of Silver's creator, the ancient god of the sun. This was a deity more powerful than the ancient gods like the dragon of imagination. The damage suffered from spying on him was definitely worse than when Klein had divined Roselle's travels. However, things are different now. Klein was now a sequence for Bizarro sorcerer, a demigod. The damage he could withstand and the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog far exceeded that of Sequence 5. After spending a few seconds to calm his emotions, he leaned back in his chair. With the Unshadowed Crucifix in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, he softly repeated the divination statement. Over and over again, Klein used cogitation as a springboard to enter a deep dream. In the blurry world, a grayish-white building appeared. Its original shape couldn't be seen clearly. It was located in a pitch-black environment, as though there were monsters lurking around it. A crack appeared on the grayish-white building's surface, and a pale-skinned palm extended out. A figure walked out. It was a man wearing a black clergyman's robe, with a silver cross hanging in front of his chest. The man's hair wasn't long, and it was mainly black. However, the roots had a pale yellow to gold luster. His eyes were pure gold, and his skin was rather fair. His facial features were deep, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked rather similar to the people of the northern continent. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab the ordinary-looking cross. His eyes gradually recovered from their dazed state as the corners of his mouth curled up. He then said in a deep voice, "Let there be light." In an instant, the pitch black surrounding the grayish-white building was pierced through by the bright light, revealing its true appearance. This was a deep valley where one couldn't see the top. An endless light filled every corner. Hence, there was light in the world. The scene flashed and jumped to the next scene. A drop of golden blood that emitted light and heat dripped down and landed on the silver cross. Following the blood upwards, there seemed to be a figure formed from pure light. His face, which couldn't be seen clearly, was facing upwards. There was a corporeal pain and warped expression. His gaze was cast above the gray fog, at Klein, who was sitting on the fool's high-backed chair. The deep voice sounded again. Mysteries. Suddenly, Klein's thoughts exploded without any warning. P.S. Klein's various expressions are very obvious, and it's easy to read his thoughts. Wasn't the reason stated clearly earlier? Put down the thick mask and don't disguise yourself unless necessary. Chapter 1060. The boundless gray fog began to boil as the ancient and majestic palace burned everywhere. The blazing flames condensed into a ball, as though a bright white sun had risen in this mysterious space. The howling hurricane overturned the long mottled table and snapped the thick stone pillars, causing half of the palace to collapse. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein's head was first boiling before many holes appeared. Charred maggots crawled out from the fractured surface. He didn't die. He even calmly extended his right palm and tapped the armrest of the high-backed chair. The mysterious space above the gray fog began to tremble. Layers of power surged out, calming the hurricane and extinguishing the flames, causing the blazing white sun to rapidly dissipate inch by inch. The thick stone pillars stood erect once again, and the long mottled table returned to its original state. The magnificent and holy palace seemed to have never collapsed or been damaged. Klein's head instantly recovered, and the maggots that had drilled out lost their charred black color and returned to being transparent before crawling back. It's indeed stronger than the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. As Klein muttered to himself, his expression couldn't help but warp. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead. It hurts. The pain is clearly stronger. As he muttered, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table, causing the mysterious space above the gray fog to tremble again. Amidst the tremors, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground of the palace. The shadow twisted and struggled, but it was eventually swept clean by the gray fog's power, leaving nothing behind. After nearly a minute, Klein finally calmed down and recalled the scene he had just seen. That should be the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, Amon and Adam's father. From the cross accessory he wore and the words, "Let there be light," he is most likely the first transmigrator. Perhaps he's a European or American, and he might even have a church background. He uses a language that can stir the powers of nature. It's similar to Jotun, but also different. Furthermore, it's not Elvish, Dragonese, or ancient Hermes. Yes, it's similar to the ancient Faesac of the northern continent and the Dudanese of the southern continent. Even though I haven't grasped this language, I can barely understand what he is saying. This is the language he grasped in that strange grayish-white building. He transmigrated there and inherited a rich inheritance. The second scene is the scene of him being betrayed and being eaten by the three archangel kings of white, wisdom, and wind. For a god who claims to be the creator, the physical pain and distortion would probably only appear in such a state. Yes, the divine blood that she dripped before her death fused with the silver cross, changing the latter's form, making it a sealed artifact of a rather high level. From the looks of it, this unshadowed crucifix has either been obtained by one of the three archangel kings of white, wisdom, and wind, or it has fallen into the hands of Amon or Adam. To them, this is an important relic of their father. The former possibility isn't too high. The positive and negative effects of his crucifix are very useful. Furthermore, its origins are a secret that has to be concealed. No one would give it to the Augustus family. From the looks of it, it was really arranged by Adam. Why did he naturally and reasonably give the unshadowed crucifix to mismagicians or misjudgment? Through certain observations, he has discovered that the two ladies believe in the fool. This crucifix is for the fool who doesn't belong to this era. He wants to know where his father, who similarly doesn't belong to that era, came from. But the problem is, how does he plan on raising the question, and how does he obtain the answer? That City of Silver Creator's level is really very high. He actually sensed my prying across a long period of history. He cast his gaze above the gray fog onto this mysterious space. Furthermore, apart from the destruction on the surface, there's also the corrosion in the dark, producing a strange shadow. Nearly lurked here. Does this mean that after grasping the authority of multiple domains, a deity's level will also undergo a qualitative change? What does this whisper mean by mysterious? Is it referring to me, or the original owner of this mysterious space? Questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him have many guesses, but he was unable to obtain a final answer. Due to his fear of Adam, he felt that it was better for the unshadowed crucifix to be shattered by the City of Silver's god-level sealed artifact and reassembled into a pure beyonder characteristic. Reigning in his thoughts and suppressing the questions in his mind, Klein conjured a new pen and paper and wrote down the knowledge he had gained from looking straight at the City of Silver Creator. Sequence 4. Unshadowed. Main ingredients: 1 drop of sun's divine blood, or 3 tail feathers of an adult sun divine bird, and 1 piece of holy radiant stone. Supplementary ingredients: 60 milliliters of sun divine bird's blood, 30 milliliters of holy radiant stone accompanying liquid, 7 drops of mutated fingered citron juice, 10 grams of heart of magma powder. Ritual: extract the strongest and most unwilling to give up emotions, then consume the potion and inject these emotions in the process. Sequence 3, Justice Mentor. Sequence 4, Black Knight. Sequence 3, Three Chiefs Templar. After doing this, Klein picked up the bronze-green crucifix again and examined it with a solemn expression. Then, he threw the unshadowed crucifix into the junk pile and used the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress it. He didn't want the paper figurines he cut to begin praising the sun the next time he came. In front of an ordinary house in Sherwood Borough, the mailman on a bicycle braked and stopped at the door. He then parked the bicycle, took out a letter from the bag in the back seat, and glanced at the address to see if it was correct. "It's here, for Zio." The mailman quickly walked to the mailbox and threw the letter in his hand. Then, without any delay, he got back on a bicycle and pedaled away. After a while, a layer of pitch-black flames suddenly rose from the mailbox. The flame burned quietly and quickly disappeared. Empress Borough, in the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey, who had just returned to the hall after leading Susie for a stroll in the garden, saw her father, Earl of Hall, enter. As he took off his hat and scarf and handed them to his valet, he frowned slightly, seemingly in deep thought. "Dad, did something happen?" Audrey asked in concern. This was the most basic observation. There was no need for her to hide anything. Earl of Hall restrained his troubled expression and smiled. "It's nothing too important. I just didn't expect Vin Rambus to be a member of a cult." "He's a member of a cult?" Audrey appropriately expressed her surprise. She knew that Vin Rambus was indeed a high-ranking member of the secret organization Psychological Alchemy, but she didn't understand how this matter had suddenly been exposed. Earl of Hall nodded solemnly. "Yes, he's wanted by the 3 churches. I'm not sure which cult he's involved in." "Has he been caught?" Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she asked curiously. "No, he disappeared before he was wanted." Earl of Hall sighed. "It's really hard to imagine that he's a cult member. He has an excellent demeanor and is very knowledgeable. His views on all aspects are rational and pertinent, and he's filled with wisdom. That's just a side he wants you to see." Audrey mumbled inwardly. Then, as usual, she entered the small prayer room at home before dinner. She faced the sacred emblem of the Evernight goddess and assumed a praying posture. But what she murmured was this: "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting the honorific name, Audrey reported concisely, "Vin Rambus has gone missing. He's been labeled as a cult member and is wanted by the 3 churches." After saying this, Audrey was just about to seriously pray to the goddess when a large swath of grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of her. In the middle of the grayish-white fog, a blurry figure sat on a chair, looking down from above and nodding gently. "I got it." Just as this hidden existence said that, the scene in front of Audrey suddenly changed, revealing a figure who was focused on praying. "Honorable Mr. Fool, the Church of Evernight has obtained information from Conas Kilgore. It has confirmed that King George III is hiding a huge secret for the Blood Emperor's ruins in the Straven segment of the Tussock River. He colluded with the Demonist sect and the Psychological Alchemy to traffic humans and create missing persons cases, leading to the tragedy of the Great Smog of Bakeland. The representative of the Demonist sect was Despair Nightingale Panatia in the early stages. Later, it was Saintess of White Katarina. The Psychological Alchemy is Vin Rambus. Please remind Miss Justice to be careful when she encounters Vin Rambus again. She has to be prepared to seek help at any moment. His Majesty." Audrey's eyes widened slightly as her heart stirred. She couldn't control herself. On the one hand, this news was too shocking for a noble like her. On the other hand, it was because the lie accessory she wore had an amplifying effect on her emotions. Almost at the same time, a report flashed in Audrey's mind. It was a report that left a deep impression on her. According to preliminary statistics, more than 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent spread of the plague killed nearly 40,000 people, including young children and strong young men and women. So that's how it is? What exactly is the king plotting? The three churches likely haven't obtained any actual evidence. Otherwise, Father wouldn't only be vexed to that extent. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of anger and sadness. It was as though a certain principle she had adhered to in the past had been mercilessly trampled. It was as though a certain set of values that had been established for a long time had silently collapsed. She subconsciously lowered her head and closed her eyes. Right on the heels of that, she took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. World." After the prayer, Audrey sat in the silent darkness without moving for a long while. Chapter 1061. In a two-bedroom apartment in Bakeland's East Borough, Furs was holding a fountain pen and writing on an open piece of paper. This was a letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She told him that due to a certain danger, she had no choice but to move out of her original residence. She also told him not to send her previous letter there again. If she did, she had to change her address as soon as possible. It was best if she even changed her identity. After writing a bunch of words, Furs put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, stuffed it into an envelope, and stuck a stamp on it. Then, she changed into her clothes for going out, took the letter, and left the room. She didn't really want to go out, but this was her new residence. Ignoring all kinds of alcoholic beverages, there wasn't even coffee beans, instant coffee, black tea leaves, the newspapers of the day, the latest magazines, or books. For these, she had no choice but to personally send the letter and go out of Eastborough to do some shopping. As for Zio, she had long gone out. She wanted to send the matter of Viscount Stratford's true loyalty is to the king back to her rented apartment. She wanted to see if she could force Charmaine's overseer to take action. Seriously, the fear after the matter was so intense that I nearly forgot to write to teacher. If I had done it earlier, I could have gotten Zio to send it together. Furs wore a bonnet with a veil draped over it, walked down the slightly dark stairs, and walked all the way to the bottom before walking out of the apartment. This was one of the borderlands of Eastborough. The residents were mainly skilled workers and low-level managers. The public security here was relatively good, and there were even paperboys around. Furs listened to the occasional jingle of the bell as she slowly walked down the street. At this moment, a postman stopped his bicycle, took out a stack of newspapers from his bag, and entered the apartment beside it. Furs casually glanced at it and discovered that the top of the stack of newspapers was news at sea. People here actually subscribe to such newspapers? Their jobs are related to maritime trade? Furs retracted her gaze and muttered in surprise. However, this wasn't something worth paying attention to. After seeing the mailbox on the street, she quickly walked over. The postman entered the apartment, found a few targets from the rows of mailboxes, and stuffed the corresponding newspapers into them. Not long after he left, one of the boxes was opened and the newspaper inside was taken out. The person who took out the newspaper walked up to the third floor, opened one of the rooms, sat on a simple reclining chair, and began to read while swaying. Beside the reclining chair was a black wooden table, on which were stacked messily with newspaper after newspaper. Some of these newspapers were neatly folded with the front page facing up, while others were asymmetrically bent to reveal one of the pages. They all displayed the corresponding report. Breaking news. Crazy adventurer becomes a wanted criminal. Crazy adventurer reappears, an unbelievable hunt. The man closest to the king of the sea, an adventurer worth 90,000 pounds. The story of German Sparrow and the 3 female pirate admirals. Famous battle. German Sparrow assassinates Vice Admiral Ailment late at night. Not long after Furs finished her shopping and returned to her rental apartment, Zio also ended her trip and returned. They had such a tacit understanding because it was already Monday and 3 o'clock in the afternoon was approaching. Dang, dang, dang. As the nearby cathedral bell reverberated, a crimson light surged in front of Furs and Zio's eyes like a tidal wave. Within the grand and majestic palace, numerous figures appeared one after another and condensed into form beside an ancient mottled long table. As usual, Audrey stood up first and faced the end of the long bronze table. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice is still in a rather low mood. From the looks of it, She's still affected by the news from last night. The fool Klein nodded indiscernibly and responded to the greetings of the tarot members. At this moment, Audrey, who wasn't in a good mood, was the first to discover that there was a bronze cross on Mr. Fool's right hand. Where did this cross come from? For Mr. Fool to place it on the table, it's at least an item at the level of a card of blasphemy. Who did it come from? What's its use? Questions quickly surfaced in Audrey's mind, making her unable to contain her curiosity. This was the first time Mr. Fool had placed an item that wasn't a card of blasphemy in front of him. Following that, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and the other tarot members also noticed the bronze cross that was much more eye-catching than the cards. Just like Miss Justice, they couldn't help but guess the origins, level, and use of the item. Among them, son Derek vaguely felt an invisible summoning as he felt that the bronze cross was attracting him over. He then recalled a basic rule that was mentioned in many of the courses in the City of Silver: Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. This is a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun pathway. Derek suddenly came to a realization. Magicians Furs and Zio recognized the bronze cross as the sealed artifact they had sacrificed. Their pupils dilated slightly, as though they wanted to see it more clearly. Mr. Fool places so much importance on this item. It's more important than what Zio and I imagined. Furs was taken aback and couldn't hide her curiosity. When it came to matters involving deities, her thoughts would never develop in the direction of romance. Zio and Furs had similar thoughts, but they didn't say a word. They felt that Miss Justice would definitely take the initiative to ask about such matters. And just as Audrey was about to raise her hand slightly, the hermit Catlia closed her eyes and turned around to face the end of the long bronze table. Before she bowed and spoke, the fool Klein suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry. The pair of glasses I conjured can seal your eye of mystery prying." He knew very well that Mayim Hermit had already pushed open the door to becoming a demigod and obtained godhood, becoming a mysticologist. On the one hand, this was because Admiral of Stars Catlia had held the ritual. Before consuming the potion, she had prayed to the fool, hoping that she could advance under his watch. This way, even if she ultimately didn't succeed, she would be blessed and wouldn't lose control or go crazy. She could then think of a way to expel the excess characteristics and start all over again. Regarding this matter, Klein actually didn't have much confidence. This was because he had never attempted it before, and his divination didn't provide any effective answers. However, he still agreed to Mayim Hermit's request. He believed that if she failed and didn't die, it would definitely be thanks to Mr. Fool. If she lost control or went crazy, then she wouldn't have to care if Mr. Fool was a cheat. In short, Klein's main goal was to give her a certain level of confidence, allowing her state to be more conducive for her advancement. After all, Admiral of Stars couldn't find any other existence to provide her with such blessings. After witnessing Mayim Hermit successfully advance to a demigod, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lampooned inwardly. At times, it's easier to act as a god than a human. When believers encounter danger, there are usually two outcomes. One is to live, and the other is to die. If they live, they will naturally be blessed by a deity. If they die, no one will care about their thoughts. On the other hand, after becoming a demigod, he could use more of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This allowed the fool Klein to easily see the astral projection states of the tarot members, and from there, he could read their current beyonder pathways and sequence levels. Catlia, who had taken the initiative to seal the eye of mystery prying, heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. She respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there's a page of Roselle the Great's diary this time." "There's a page of Roselle the Great's diary? She's done with Queen Mystic? But there aren't any abnormal changes in Bakeland. No one noticed Amon's invasion of Buckland Street or the demigod battle at Mager Manor." The fool Klein nodded without batting an eyelid. "All right, you can think of a question or request." As he spoke, the hanging man, Alger, Audrey, and company acutely understood a piece of information from the conversation. Mayim Hermit had been worried that the glasses she conjured wouldn't be able to seal her eye of mystery prying, and she had never had such a worry in the many gatherings she had before. This means that Ma M. Hermit's eye of mystery prying has been greatly enhanced. Why would there suddenly be such a huge improvement? As she has advanced to a demigod, our tarot has a second demigod member. Audrey made the connection to Catlea's purchase of a mythical creature's blood and immediately had a guess. She swept her gaze across the male members opposite her and discovered that Mr. the Hanging Man's sitting posture had subconsciously changed. He was a little defensive, as though he knew that Ma M. Hermit had become a demigod. Little Son's gaze was still fixed on the bronze cross without any reaction. Mr. Emlyn was a few seconds late as he looked up at Ma M. Hermit. Mr. Starr was similar to Little Son, but his eyes were a little empty, as though he was waiting for the diary session to end. Honorable Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated for the next time? At this moment, Cattleya replied, accumulated for the next time? This is because Queen Mystic still doesn't wish to be affected? Then, why did she suddenly provide another diary page? What did she prophesize? In order to maintain his image as the fool, Klein didn't ask why as he nodded gently. Sure, Cattleya didn't say anything else as she conjured the diary page and watched it flash into Mr. Fool's hand. Klein casually scanned it and saw most of the contents. July 19th, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Doerr's answer has allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. Chapter 1062. According to Mr. Doerr, the main difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first blasphemy slate isn't that the latter has many unique sequence names, but that the former has many more things. It's a secret that the ancient sun god saw in his later years. All right, as a true god, he doesn't have any so-called later years. It's just that from his birth to his death, that period of time is indeed considered his later years. In other words, the creator of the second blasphemy slate was the ancient sun god? Regarding this question, Mr. Doerr gave an almost affirmative answer. He told me that after the ancient sun god perished, the blasphemy slate was born. Does this mean that this is considered a key relic of the ancient sun god? Then, who was the creator of the first blasphemy slate? The original creator who truly created everything? And what additional knowledge was there on the second slate? Mr. Doerr didn't answer. He only said that this involved too many secrets. It wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. If he could return to the real world, he would be able to explain it in detail. Now, would I fall for it? Because of the mention of the blasphemy slate, I recalled two questions that had been troubling me for a long time. What does it mean to conform to the trend of the times? Who sets the trend of the times? Mr. Doerr's reaction was very strange. He laughed for more than 10 seconds before telling me to be careful of the spectator. What's the connection between this and my question? With his reminder, I seriously recalled the contents of the second blasphemy slate and discovered an unusual problem. As a beyonder with a savant background, my memory is something I can be proud of. I won't forget anything I've seen. However, I only remember that the spectator pathway's sequence 0 is visionary. I have no impression of its apotheosis ritual at all. I remember the other 21 pathways' apotheosis rituals very clearly. Only this one, not only do I not have any impression of it, even subconsciously neglected it. I probed Mr. Doerr. What's the apotheosis ritual of the spectator pathway? Mr. Doerr laughed again and said in a teasing and leisurely tone, didn't you just say it? The apotheosis ritual of a spectator is to make the development of the times match one's expectations. Then, at the critical juncture, one consumes a potion to advance in the stipulated trend of the times. I think this is the truth. Compared to, the era is a part of the original creator, and only when the era develops according to expectations can he draw power from it and be resurrected. This explanation is more direct and intuitive. I knew that among the founders of that ancient secret organization, apart from fanatics, there must be existences who have their own plans. Thinking about it carefully, this is really a terrifying thing. It's fine when you're at the middle and low levels, but once you're at a high level, it's very likely that a certain thought, a certain philosophy, or something you want to push forward doesn't conform to a certain existence's secret plan, you'll be unknowingly guided or suddenly destroyed. Be careful of the audience. How does Mr. Door know about the second blasphemy slate and the various rituals to become a god? His answer is that he has seen the complete second blasphemy slate. Together with him are Solomon, Zeratul, Tudor, Trend-Sostal, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Casta, Zoroast, Stiano, Constantine, and others. These are all surnames that stand above all Beyonders in the fourth epoch. The secrets contained in this diary page made Klein feel as though he was facing a mythical creature. His mind was being assaulted by a storm of knowledge. The apotheosis ritual of a spectator is to make the development of the times match his fantasies. If that's the case, Adam has been consciously preparing for this matter since the beginning of the fourth epoch. Therefore, the secret that King George III is hiding and the possible developments are in line with his expectations, and it might even be driven by him. When the tides of the times roll in, with no way to change it in a short period of time, he will ascend to godhood. If that's the case, the in-depth investigation of the Great Smog will be abnormally dangerous. Even though I'm currently a blessed to the goddess and have an official background, allowing me to cooperate with angels at any time, I still can't guarantee my safety. After all, the goddess probably won't be able to descend for a very long period of time. Klein's thoughts raced as he momentarily had the intention of retreating. If this were in the past, he could feel at ease after reporting this matter to the Church of Evernight. He could even leave Bakelin for vacation. But now, as a blessed of the goddess, he had already promised to search for Vin Rambus and Saintess of White Katarina. It was very difficult for him to escape. It had to be said that there was always a loss for every gain. Furthermore, Klein didn't know how Adam wished for the times to develop. If something like the Great Smog of Bakelin were to happen again, he really wouldn't be able to extricate himself. There were people he cared about here, and there was peace he yearned for. At the very least, I have to know what the king's secret is before deciding what to do. Apart from the Beyonder pathways and sequence potions, what other secrets are there on the second blasphemy slate? Klein retracted his gaze and made the Roselle diary in his hand vanish. Then, he looked around with a calm expression and smiled. You may begin. At this moment, Justice Audrey didn't hide her curiosity as she raised her hand slightly. She raised her hand slightly and asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, does the cross beside you have any special meaning? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can directly make a request. Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix on the table, waiting for the members of the tarot to ask questions so that he could inform Little Son and the hanging man who might use the cross. After all, it was impossible for Mr. Fool to take the initiative to mention such matters. Therefore, he smiled at Miss Justice. This question is nothing. It's a relic of the ancient god of the sun, the ancient god of the sun. The ancient god of the sun? The creator that the city of Silver believes in? This cross actually has such a background. A captain of the Royal Guards whose only a sequence 6 or 5 actually has a relic of the ancient god of the sun. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Magician's Furs almost couldn't believe her ears when she heard Mr. Fool's answer. At this moment, the Fool Klein casually mentioned, its level isn't too high, and it only corresponds to an unshadowed. Its level isn't too high, and it only corresponds to an unshadowed. Its greatest use is to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic, helping people who consume too many potions expel the excess characteristics, allowing people who don't wish to stay in the mysterious world to return to normal. This power is amazing. It's no wonder Mr. World previously asked me if I was willing to completely escape the mysterious world if I were given a chance. Audrey immediately felt that her curiosity had been satisfied. No wonder. It really is an item that makes me feel uncomfortable. He made a judgment and turned his head to look at a particular Sunday. Derek, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. He felt like his dream had come true. His dream was to free all the residents of the city of Silver from the curse and return to the sun, no longer having to constantly suffer madness, pain, and torture. And if such a dream could be realized by inheriting the relic of the ancient god of the sun, the creator that the city of silver believed in, it would truly give him a sense of destiny and inevitability. He spoke before the hanging man could. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to exchange for this item? As long as you can pay the price." Klein nodded slightly. "Mr. Fool is really great, too great." Sun praised from the bottom of his heart. "As long as I pay the price, I can exchange for it." The hanging man, Alger, gained inspiration from the usage of Miss Magician's travels. He then asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I rent this cross for a day or a few hours at a certain price?" He had no intention of renting it at the moment. As the wind-blessed potion was digested relatively quickly, he planned on consuming the additional ocean songster potion before considering the problem of expelling the excess beyond her characteristics. "Sure," the fool Klein answered simply. "I can rent it." Leonard had previously obtained quite a bit of benefits from borrowing Lamino's travels. After hearing Mr. Fool's answer, his mind jolted as he seriously analyzed if he could use the relic of the ancient sun. A few seconds later, he realized that he didn't have such a need. Not only was the sun pathway good at dealing with wraiths and specters, but the Evernight pathway was also very good at it. Furthermore, when he returned to Bakelin from Tingen, Leonard had an additional 4 flaring sun charms. He planned on giving half to Klein, who had provided him with information, and the other half for his own use. As for expelling the excess beyond her characteristics and withdrawing from the mysterious world, he had no need for it. He was about to hold a ritual to become a spirit warlock. At this moment, Magician's Furs glanced at Zio, feeling a little regretful. She didn't regret sacrificing the cross to Mr. Fool, but she regretted that she didn't attempt to rely on herself or use Lamino's travels to record the corresponding powers before sacrificing it. Of course, this was mainly because she was rather timid. Without being able to use an astrologer's means to figure out the effects and effects of the cross, she didn't dare to rashly attempt it. After all, I can still rent it from Mr. Fool in the future. She tried her best to be optimistic. Seeing that no one made any requests, the fool Klein retracted his gaze and gestured for the members of Tarot to begin the transactions and exchanges. In fact, the unshadowed crucifix currently had a potential user, and that was the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson. After this fellow boarded the Golden Dream, he had undergone all sorts of experiments under Vice Admiral Iceberg arrangements in an attempt to digest the foreign substance in his body. He had already achieved some results, but he hadn't completely eliminated any latent problems. "I'll get Donis to ask later." With this in mind, Klein muttered silently. At this moment, Audrey made a request for a transaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have the heart of a dream catcher, the crystal of a mind phantom, or the complete brain of an adult mind dragon? Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens." Chapter 1063. After hearing Miss Justice's words, son Derek replied rather enthusiastically, "Our City of Silver's warehouse should have the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Our City of Silver's warehouse should have the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. I'll let you know after I confirm it." He originally wanted to say that even if there was an adult mind dragon's complete brain, it would most likely be filled with crazy and distorted mental corruption. However, after looking at the bronze cross, he felt that it wasn't a problem. It's that simple. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her depressed mood from last night had turned a lot better. Indeed, compared to the outside world where there are fewer and fewer dragons, the City of Silver, which has been passed down from the Second Epoch, is more likely to have the corresponding ingredients. It's mainly because they don't have the high sequence formulas of the spectator pathway. Even if they had the ingredients, they wouldn't be able to use them. Furthermore, they lack an artisan, so there's no way for them to turn beyonder ingredients into the mystical items they need. Sometimes, they'd rather just store them like that. Audrey instantly thought of many things as she asked with a faint smile, "If there is, what do you need to exchange it for?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Son Derek immediately felt a little embarrassed as he nearly raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. His biggest goal and main motivation was to exchange for the Creator's relic from Mr. Fool, but he didn't have anything of equal value. If it were in the past, he would definitely be worried, but now, amidst his vexation, he quickly had an idea. I'll try asking the chief. He's definitely very interested in the creator's relic. Due to this thought, he really didn't know what to get Miss Justice to pay. He planned on figuring out other matters first. Okay, then confirm it first. It's best if you see if there's any adult mind dragon blood. Audrey didn't press further as she nodded slightly. That was the most difficult supplementary ingredient to obtain in the Dreamwalker potion formula. Audrey then looked around, indicating that she had completed the transaction. You don't need to look at me. Although I do have quite a bit of savings, there's nothing I want to buy. It's mainly because teacher hasn't given me the Traveler Potion formula. Among the first 5 sequences of Apprentice, my favorite is Traveler. I've always yearned for the beautiful scenery and delicacies of different places, but I've always been stopped by the long journey, the crowded or simple means of transportation, being I don't know if they're clean or the bulky luggage. When I become a traveler, none of this will be a problem. Magician's Furz's thoughts gradually wandered as she fantasized about her future life. Zio pondered for a moment. Everyone, help me keep an eye out for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 6 Judge and Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin Potion formulas. She had a chance of obtaining the Judge formula from MI9's liaison, but she believed that Viscount Stratford's death would definitely cause a storm in Bakeland. When that happened, many things might change. Therefore, she planned on making additional preparations on the tarot. After all, she was only asking everyone to keep an eye out for it and not gather it. Furthermore, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 were definitely considered mid-level in MI9. If the intelligence personnel wanted to obtain the potion formula, there was a high chance that they would have to pass a new inspection. This wasn't something that the liaison, who was very friendly to her, could help her avoid. To Zio, who was eager to raise her sequence and figure out the king's secret, there was no doubt that she couldn't just place her hopes on military. Okay, the Hanging Man Alger was the first to respond. Due to its influence on the royal family and the military, it was very likely that the Church of the Storm had some potion formulas for the Arbiter Pathway. Of course, this wasn't something a Sequence 6 captain in charge of acting as a pirate would know. Only when the Hanging Man became a Sequence 5 and was summoned back to the church or assigned to more important matters would he have a chance to come into contact with it. Immediately following that, the Hermit Catlius said that's right. As the Arbiter Pathways potion formula is strictly controlled by the royal families and military of Rouen and Fena Potter, it rarely appears in the outside world. However, I can try to help you obtain it, but I can't guarantee success. Also, if you need it, I can provide a mystical item of the Judge Pathway. It will be the corresponding main ingredient after it is shattered and reassembled. When the words shattered and reassembled were mentioned, Catlia subconsciously wanted to turn her body, indicating to Miss Judgment that she could seek Mr. Fool's help, but she ultimately controlled herself. As for the method to obtain the potion formula, it was actually very simple. It was to take the initiative to listen to the hidden sage's ravings and accept the knowledge him imbued into her. After reaching Sequence 4 and becoming a demigod, her tolerance had undergone a qualitative change. However, the hidden sage wasn't in existence without intelligence. He might very well add some negative influences to his ravings and knowledge. Might even descend through space and corrupt the listener. Therefore, such matters were still dangerous. And the reason why Catlia had the courage to attempt it wasn't because she was rash or arrogant, but because she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order. As an ancient organization that believed in the hidden sage, while the upper echelons of the Moses Ascetic Order were influenced by this existence, they had also gradually figured out a relatively safe method of listening. Similarly, the hidden sage's malice towards the members of the Moses Ascetic Order wasn't exaggerated. He rarely took the initiative to harm them. Most of the time, he simply imbued them with knowledge and made them pursue believers. To Catlia, as long as she controlled the frequency and number of times, she could obtain knowledge from the hidden sage in a relatively safe manner. She suspected that the influence and corruption that came with it could be easily and naturally removed every time she participated in a tarot gathering and entered the world above the gray fog. The only problem was that she couldn't control what knowledge she obtained each time. It all depended on the hidden sage's mood and thoughts at the time. In a sense, this was a passive and irresistible secret deed ritual. And the mystical item of the judge pathway that Katlia was willing to provide came from the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson. It was a button. After becoming a demigod, some of the items she had were of little use. One of them was this button. After hearing her words, Zio didn't hesitate to agree. All right, I'll consider buying the judge potion formula when I obtain it. I hope that by then, I'll have advanced to another sequence. The power above the gray fog that I can wield will no longer be close to the level of an angel, but at the level of an angel. Only then will I be able to shatter items and reassemble the characteristics. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble Ariana or Will Septon. Yes, if Mr. Azek wakes up, things will be much simpler. I wonder if the unshadowed crucifix can make an item's beyond her characteristic seep out. It doesn't seem possible. It will repel those items and prevent them from approaching. Removing this limitation, in theory, it should be possible. I'll then try to use the gray fog's powers to force the unshadowed crucifix to be placed next to other mystical items. Klein, who was listening to the tarot members' conversation, thought and thought. After discussing misjudgment's matter, the other members didn't seem to have any need for a transaction. Leonard had already made up for his shortcomings in mystical items. The hanging man Alger was working hard to legalize his strength. Son Derek was only thinking about the Creator's relic. As for Emlyn and Katlia, they had just advanced not long ago, so they didn't have anything they wanted for the time being. Among them, Katlia had the intention of renting the crucifix to see if it could remove the remnant corruption in Artisan Char's body. However, the Roselle diary she had gathered came from Queen Mystic. She needed to exchange for answers, so she wasn't able to produce anything that Mr. Fool would be interested in, she believed. After that, I'll try to gather the diary of other emperors at sea. As Katlia secretly made a decision, Emlyn thought for a moment and looked at the magicians. I might need to rent that travel notebook in the next 2 weeks. No problem. Magician's Furs had originally planned on spending money to get Mr. Moon to add abyss shackles and other beyonder powers to the spellbook. Now, she was naturally very willing. This meant that not only did she not need to spend money, but she could also receive a sum of money. With this in mind, she couldn't help but add, try not to record a full moon. If Lamino's travels was mostly filled with the effects of a full moon, she would be very troubled. When Emlyn nodded in agreement, the hanging man Alger interjected as though he was in thought. The Sanguine's hunt of the important members of Rose School is about to begin? Yes. Emlyn didn't hide anything. Once the plan is finalized, I'll get everyone's help in providing suggestions. No problem. The first person to answer him wasn't the hanging man, but the silent German sparrow of the world, who was sitting at the bottom of the long bronze table. He has a certain level of interest in this. It wasn't only Emlyn. No matter how slow-witted the other members were, they had such a realization. With the hanging man, the hermit, and Justice agreeing to help Mr. Moon with the Sanguine's plans, the tarot transaction came to an end, and it was time for the exchange. The world German sparrow sat up slightly and looked at Leonard. Help me ask if that person has seen the second blasphemy slate. Blasphemy slate? Audrey and the other members instantly grasped this unusual term. Following that, shocked thoughts flashed through their minds. The second blasphemy slate? Mr. Starr isn't as simple as he seems. Someone he knows has actually seen one of the most important items in myths and legends. Apart from being a member of the church and an official beyonder, he has other secrets. It's no wonder he can join the tarot. Leonard was also shocked. He never expected Klein to make such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled. All right. Chapter 1064. After answering, Leonard came to a realization and grasped the hidden message in Klein's request. Does he mean that old man has once seen something like the blasphemy slate? Without giving Leonard a chance to think further, World German Sparrow surveyed the area and mentioned something else. The Church of Evernight obtained information from MI9's deputy director, Konas Kilgore, confirming that King George III of Rouen is hiding a particular secret. He secretly sent people to excavate the Blood Emperor's ruins and colluded with the demonist sect and the psychological alchemy. Klein controlled the dummy and described in more detail what he had previously told Miss Justice. At the end, he even specially added two sentences. The three churches don't seem to have found enough evidence. With Vin Rambise's disappearance, the matter seems to have calmed down on the surface. There's some reason to suspect that there might be traitors among the upper echelons of the three churches. Such a major incident actually happened in Bakelin this week. Klein seems to have obtained information from a church. Why don't I know anything about it? As he listened, Leonard looked at World German Sparrow with an odd expression. He was momentarily in a daze, unsure who was the red glove of the Church of Evernight, the person who was about to be groomed by the upper echelons. Looking back, he had vaguely grasped something, but he was unable to truly grasp the inspiration to form an idea. Zio, who had originally planned on sharing Viscount Stratford's encounter and confession on the tarot to seek help, was surprised to discover that Mr. World's investigations overlapped with her own goals. If I had known this would happen, I would have sought Mr. World's help when I followed Viscount Stratford to the warehouse in the dock area. That way, I might have been able to bypass the restrictions and obtain more clues. Zio looked around and deliberated over her words, preparing to speak. At this moment, the hanging man Alger was shocked. He recalled the few tarot incidents 3 to 4 months ago, before the Star and Judgment had joined. Back then, World German Sparrow had sought the help of the tarot members to pay attention to Kona's Kilgore's information and testify that Vin Rambis was the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide. Indeed, a simple case like Quarren's suicide wouldn't make the world put so much effort into it. The people he's investigating might very well involve secrets that affect the world situation. Also, there might be traitors in the upper echelons of the three churches. Which cardinal or high-ranking deacon would this point to? Alger sensed the turbulence of the undercurrents and smelled an opportunity. Normally speaking, as a member of the Church of the Storm who wasn't highly regarded, a beyonder who acted as a pirate for a long period of time, the best outcome for him was to become a Sequence 5 ocean songster and return to the church to be a deputy to the upper echelons of the mandated punishers. It was almost impossible for him to wield a holy artifact and become a demigod. Only when the situation changed and things happened frequently would he be able to rely on the tarot to show sufficient talent and make great contributions, allowing him to be treated as a target for nurturing. Similarly, Catlia seemed to be able to see the dark clouds gathering in Bakeland as the winds gathered momentum. She vaguely understood why the Queen had stayed there for the past half a year. Emlyn frowned, once again feeling that Bakeland was no longer a suitable place for the Sanguine. I can only hope that this doesn't spoil the hunt for the important members of Rose School. Also, it's best if Father and I aren't as busy as last year's Great Smog. Emlyn thought back to the past as his frown deepened. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Son beside him and discovered that the youth was sitting upright, but his eyes were rather blank. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. I'll take note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts. Audrey broke the brief silence and took the initiative to speak. Zio also looked at the World German Sparrow and said, I'm investigating something that also involves the King's secret. I'm investigating a matter that involves the King's secret. If you need my cooperation, please don't hesitate to do so. Having said that, she briefly mentioned the problem regarding Shermane's monitor. All right, Klein knew that it was demonist Trissy. He made the fake world nod and chuckle hoarsely. Be it taking note of Vin Rambise's whereabouts or investigating the King's secret, you have to take note of the many coincidences around you. If there are, please inform me immediately. He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order and Adam, worried that Miss Justice and the others wouldn't be able to help themselves from overthinking things in private. It was inevitable that they would be overly nervous, thus exposing a problem and attracting attention. Too many coincidences. Magicians Furs and the other tarot members repeated this phrase inwardly, each having their own guesses. After about 10 seconds of silence, Sun said, "After a period of adjustment and preparation, I'll follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. After a period of adjustment and preparation, I will follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. This time, we might try to enter the giant king's court." To Audrey and company, this wasn't something too unexpected. They had long known that after Sun advanced to Sequence 5, there was a high chance that the City of Silver would carry out such an operation. Therefore, at this moment, they weren't surprised or stunned. Instead, they had the feeling that they had been waiting for a long time. It was as though the curtains to an ancient myth were slowly being lifted in front of them, presenting the truth. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and vaguely reminded him, "When the time comes, listen to your chief's arrangements and try your best to pray to Mr. Fool. If you encounter any problems, you can request for a small-scale discussion like the moon." All right, Mr. the Hanging Man's son didn't find it difficult. This was something he usually did or wanted to do. After discussing this matter, the hanging man Alger turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. After discussing this matter, Alger turned to face the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. After discussing this matter, the hanging man Alger turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have an answer to the matter you previously asked me to investigate." Under the puzzled and curious gazes of the members, he continued, "There were a total of 5 colonels from the Fasak Empire who participated in the Konatop Sea battle in 1338. 2 of them died in that battle, and one of them was discharged due to old age. He died 2 years ago due to excessive drinking. One of them was promoted to brigadier general and transferred to the Royal Naval Academy, becoming the deputy dean. The other has already become a rear admiral, and he's currently the commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Fasak Conquest Fleet." Just as he said that, Alger applied for the authority and conjured a piece of paper filled with detailed information. The Fool Klein made it flash into his palm and quickly scanned through it. He got the hanging man to investigate the Fasak colonels who participated in the Konatop Sea battle in 1338, mainly to find the original owner of Creeping Hunger. That naval officer had captured the second mate of the Inmat, Andy Hayden, and grazed him. He was one of the absolute victors, so it was impossible for him to have died on the spot. And the subsequent discovery and encounter with the hanging man on the primitive island made Klein suspect that the person who gave Zillings the glove was the Twilight Hermit Order. Be an official member or a peripheral member, it's unlikely for them to die so easily. Furthermore, they died from excessive drinking. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of them being silenced. Klein's thoughts raced as he memorized the 3 names on the piece of paper. Boris died in 1347. Cause of death, excessive drinking Suzdal. 48 years old, Brigadier General, Deputy Dean of the Fasak Royal Naval Academy. Dmitriev, 45 years old, Rear Admiral, Commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Fasak Conquest Fleet. Retracting his gaze, the Fool Klein nodded gently and said to the hanging man, "Continue gathering detailed information on the latter 3. Continue to collect detailed information on the other 3 and figure out their life experiences." "Yes, Mr. Fool." The hanging man Alger agreed without any hesitation. This was also an opportunity for him. Once the mission was completed, he could attempt to apply for the cross. After a short exchange, this week's tarot gathering ended. Leonard returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before putting his legs on the coffee table. Then he lowered his voice and said, he suppressed his voice and said, "Old man, have you seen the 2nd blasphemy slate?" In his mind, Palazaros' slightly aged voice sounded. "No, the person who saw the 2nd blasphemy slate was my great-grandfather." Who mentioned this? Leonard didn't answer Palazaros' question as thoughts echoed in his mind. The blasphemy slate really exists. Old man's great-grandfather had seen the 2nd blasphemy slate with his own eyes. It's no wonder he can become an angel. After a few seconds, Leonard asked curiously and expectantly, "Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Old man, Do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Naive. According to my great-grandfather, the situation back then was urgent, and the opportunities were limited. The blasphemy slate could automatically teleport away at any moment. Every smart person knew that it was best to first grasp a complete beyonder pathway before browsing the others. In addition, the knowledge on the blasphemy slate is presented in essence and not in words. Every viewer needs time to decipher it. By the time the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone could truly memorize a complete beyonder pathway, much less take into account the others. I do have many potion formulas for other pathways, but they were gradually gathered by my family over the years. There aren't many high-sequence formulas. Is that so? Leonard laughed dryly and asked, "Who took the second blasphemy slate away?" Palaz Zoroast fell silent for a moment. If my great-grandfather's description isn't wrong, it should be the king of angels, Adam. The 7 deities, no, it should be the 6 deities back then. Didn't they participate in this matter? Leonard pressed in surprise. Palaz Zoroast chuckled with an inexplicable meaning. At least not on the surface. P.S. There will be a bonus for the first August monthly pass tomorrow, so it's still better to have two. Chapter 1065. A bolt of lightning streaked across the deep sky, illuminating the entire city of Silver. However, it didn't last long before it quickly faded away, returning the world to darkness. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately got out of bed and ran for the door. As he walked, he slowed down his pace, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. How am I supposed to mention the Creator's relic to the chief? Tell the chief directly that I've taken a fancy to an item? No, that won't do. Although according to Mr. the Hanging Man, the chief has a tacit understanding towards such matters, I have a nagging feeling that I shouldn't be so direct. Derek had always been a thin-skinned youth. Even when his parents were alive, he rarely reached out to ask for things. He stopped where he was and seriously recalled the performances of Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the other members of the tarot who were good at conversation, hoping to find a reasonable excuse by imitating them. After simulating for a long time, Derek gritted his teeth and decided to be more direct. He picked up Thunder God's roar, opened the door, entered the street, and walked all the way to the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Along the way, many City of Silver residents walked out of their homes with smiles on their faces as they gathered in the direction of the training grounds. This period of time was the season for the black-faced grass harvest. It was a festival for the City of Silver to offer sacrifices to the Creator. It was also one of the rare days of the year when people who were struggling to survive in the darkness felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the children who were still skipping and the adults who were wearing the black-faced grass amulet and rings, listening to their discussion and the occasional singing, Derek gradually calmed down, and his footsteps became more and more determined. After arriving at the spire in the middle of the Twin Towers, he was notified and met Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council, in a room at the top of the spire. This demon hunter was the same as usual. His white hair was rather messy and unkempt. The wrinkles on his face were rather heavy, and there were old scars that were either deep or twisted. His light blue eyes were deep and experienced, as though they could see through one's heart. When Derek was done bowing, he nodded. "How's your mastery of the Priest of Light potion?" This referred to the spiritual restraint and proficiency in the corresponding divine arts. Derek answered frankly, "That's right. Just a little more. Well, there's no need to rush. The other members of the exploration team are not ready yet. They still need some time, just like Lovia. She's still collecting and searching for materials to advance," Colin Iliad said casually. Indeed, Elder Lovia will also participate in the exploration of the Giant King's court. She's attempting to open the door to becoming a demigod? Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before he asked without hiding anything. Does Elder Lovia have the follow-up potion formula? This was a problem that had always troubled the Shepherd Elder, causing her to be unable to become a demigod for many years. Yes, Colin gave an affirmative answer, but did not give an explanation. He asked, "What's the matter this time?" Derek felt a little anxious when he heard that. He didn't make a request, but he still said rather directly, "Don't worry. Your Excellency, I discovered a relic of the Creator. It corresponds to the sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway." The tall and muscular Colin Iliad, who was dressed in a linen shirt, focused his gaze as the look in his eyes changed. It contained extremely complicated and indescribable emotions, causing Derek to stand rooted to the ground, forgetting what he was about to say. Amidst the indescribable silence, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, "Relic? Relic?" Derek's pupils constricted as he realized that he had accidentally said something serious. He had agonized over the fact that the Creator might have been devoured and completely perished, never to return for a long period of time. It was to the point that he had the illusion that it was common knowledge. Faced with the chief's questioning gaze, Derek fell silent, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. He hesitated for a few seconds before he finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. "Yes, relic. The kings have betrayed the Lord." He subconsciously used the term the ecclesiastic in Afternoon Town used to address the kings of angels. Colin looked at Derek. Just like that, his light blue eyes seemed to lose focus for a moment. The demon hunter didn't say a word for a long time. After nearly a minute, he calmly said, "That's right." After nearly a minute, he calmly said, "I got it." His voice unknowingly turned a little deep. He didn't ask where the Creator's relic Derek had discovered was, what it looked like, or what it was used for. His eyes regained their deepness. He didn't continue the topic just now, but changed the topic. Instead, he said, "You've already become a Sequence 5. You have the right to know what kind of saint-level sealed artifacts the City of Silver has. Once you can reign in your spirituality and completely grasp the theurgical spells, I'll give you the corresponding information and lead you to the place where they are sealed. If you can be compatible with a particular saint-level sealed artifact and reduce its negative effects, then you can wield it." The compatibility here referred to Derek's psyche being sufficiently similar to the remnant psyche mark of a high-sequence beyonder in the sealed artifact, allowing him to reduce the terrifying negative effects through a certain degree of deception. In the City of Silver, there was no lack of commonly used beyonder characteristics and ingredients. Furthermore, everyone had grasped the acting method. The main thing that prevented them from advancing was the difficulty of fulfilling the ritual's conditions. Sometimes, not having a potion formula didn't stop them from advancing from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7, or from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. As long as they advanced through the correct method of consuming a potion and had completely digested it, they could attempt to directly consume a beyonder characteristic to advance if they were willing to take the risk. The chances of success weren't too low. And from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, without the aid of a ritual, the chances of success were extremely low. Therefore, in the City of Silver, there were many Sequence success, and Sequence 5s became rare. They were a class that was highly valued. Why did the chief suddenly mention this? Does he mean that I can use a saint-level sealed artifact to exchange for the Creator's relic? I haven't expressed my intentions in this regard. Yes, I'll first sacrifice the information to Mr. Fool and see which one can please him. Derek was stunned for a few seconds before he came to a realization and nodded solemnly. "Yes, Your Excellency." He didn't say anything else as he bade farewell and prepared to participate in the Harvest Festival. Demon Hunter Colin watched his back disappear through the door before he slowly walked to the window and cast his gaze at the altar near the training ground. There were already many people gathered there. They were surrounding the Creator's altar, either using ancient dances to please the deities or opening their throats to sing praises of the great existence. They had obvious smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. It was as though the Creator would return in a few more years, and all their suffering would end. Such expectations have been shattered time and time again in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, but they would rise again and again, supporting people's hearts to resist the despair and repression. Colin Iliad stood by the window, watching intently and seriously. Bakeland, Buckland Street. After returning to the real world from above the gray fog, Klein felt a little heavy. The diary page from Roselle the Great had allowed him to pry into the secret of a spectator. He understood how dangerous it was to continue investigating the king. Even with the Church of Evernight backing him and the goddess's blessings, it wasn't that safe. It's mainly because the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a very long period of time. I hope that the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery can respond in time. No matter what, with my Ariana, will Ausepton and Palazarost. Even if I face a king of angels, it's not certain death. Even if I die, they still have a chance to snatch my corpse back. The longer I hold on, the higher the chances of me surviving. Klein used a self-deprecating method to relieve his stress. Previously, above the gray fog, he had already decided on the focus of his investigations. It was to pursue Saintess of White Katerina and Demoness Trissy, whose sequence was unknown. As for Vin Rambus, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact Miss Justice, he would try his best not to search for him to prevent any accidents he couldn't fend off. On the one hand, I'll wait for Miss Judgment's reply. On the other hand, I'll try to see if I can find Vice Admiral Ailment and use the bloodline connection to lock onto the Saintess of White. The possibility isn't too high. The three churches will definitely think of such a solution. The Demoness sect won't be unprepared. I'll get Donnas to attempt to gather items related to Vice Admiral Ailment later. I'll rely on the gray fog's divination that can block out interference. Yes, I can also get him to ask about Anderson's situation. There's no rush. The unshadowed crucifix is undergoing experiments. Klein reined in his thoughts and got out of bed. He had already used the gray fog suppression to bind the unshadowed crucifix and the mystical item, Broken Finger, together. He wanted to see if a Beyonder characteristic would appear the next time he went up. After resting at home for a while, Klein changed his clothes and went out with his valet, Inuni. He planned on heading to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before heading to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. This valet wasn't actually Winter, but Kona's Kilgore. The real Inuni had long used the flower of blood ring to transform into flesh and blood and hid in the Earl of the Fallen Stomach. At that moment, the weather in Bakeland was seasonally gloomy. The gas lamps on both sides of the road, which were surrounded by iron grills, hadn't been lit. There were a few sparsely lit lamps in the houses on the left and right. Klein watched all of this without any expression. He took a carriage for Buckland Street to Phelps Street and prayed at St. Samuel Cathedral. Then he put on his top hat, picked up his cane, and walked to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. As he approached the door, he heard the sound of bells. He saw Miss Audrey riding a modified bicycle that didn't have a crossbar. It was rather exquisite as she came out from a small alley. She was wearing a plain white dress and a pair of black leather shoes. Her blonde hair was tied up in a simple bun, and her blue eyes were focused on the road. On the seat behind her was a large golden retriever that could maintain its balance no matter how the bicycle swayed. Upon noticing the elegant gentleman with white sideburns in front of her, the corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly. Her smile was clear as she greeted him briskly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Dantes." "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. You seem to be in a good mood?" Klein watched as she braked the bicycle and propped herself up with her feet. Audrey pursed her lips as her smile brightened. "You're right. I'm indeed in a good mood. After riding a few laps like this, I feel like all my troubles have disappeared. P.S. I've received double. Seeking monthly tickets, there's another update tonight. P.S. 2. Recommending a new spy novel from the Republic of China, Spy Tracks. It's written with great sincerity. Forensic Dr. Lin Jiangbei accidentally transmigrated to the Republic of China and became a military agent. He used his identity to pursue Japanese spies and help the underground organizations. In this era of war, he wrote a hot-blooded legend of Chinese men. Chapter 1066. Not bad. A spectator's ability to adjust themselves is quite strong. Klein praised inwardly. He looked at the golden retriever on the back seat of the bicycle and sized up the bicycle that was different from the ones on the street. He then casually asked, "What's up?" He casually asked, "Is this a new bicycle specially designed for women?" What do you mean by specially designed for women? If you wish to ride it, you can ride it too. Audrey replied with a smile. I'm only telling the people at the bicycle company to consider different groups with different needs. This is their latest product. It hasn't entered the factory yet, so let me try riding it and give some suggestions. What a great idea. Klein praised with a smile before asking in thought. You know the owner of the Bakeland Bicycle Company? Audrey's eyes curved as she replied. Of course. I'm one of the main shareholders of the Bakeland Bicycle Company. Main shareholder? I forgot about that. She still succeeded in the end. Klein seemed to understand something as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. So that's how it is. My imagination is still lacking. How was it? How did it feel after the test ride? Audrey held the bicycle's head as her eyes darted around. As she recalled, she said, It's great. It's very suitable for women. Honorable lady, that's not what you said just now. Klein pricked up his brows, but he didn't interrupt the girl's words. Audrey smiled again as she continued. To me, it allows me to adjust my mood and release my stress. It's just like riding a horse. However, riding a horse requires special clothes. I have to go to a race course or the suburbs. It's impossible to let a horse gallop at home or on the streets. It lacks the necessary feeling. However, a bicycle doesn't have such a problem. I can even go to alleys that aren't accessible by horse carriages. It allows me to see different scenery. When I rode past a family's house, I saw a few flowers blooming in their garden. I felt especially happy. Well, when I meet other cyclists, I am also very happy. They are working hard to live with a little hope. Although they are busy and in a hurry, they're not them at all. Okay, don't laugh at me. I know you're going to say that those who can afford a bicycle are definitely not at the bottom of this society. I'm just happy for them. I hope that one day I can ride my bike through every street in Bakeland. Klein listened quietly, his mood improving bit by bit. With Miss Justice's description, the scene seemed to appear before his eyes, and this was a negligible change he had brought to this world. He laughed and said, No, I have no intention of refuting. This sounds interesting. This is what I hope to see in Bakeland. The more the merrier. I used to have some doubts about certain things, but now it seems to have lessened a lot. Having said that, he pointed at 22 Phelps Street, the door of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. Let's go in. It looks like it's going to rain soon. All right, I'll park the bike. Audrey got off the bicycle and pushed it and the golden retriever towards the back door. There was a specially designated parking spot for bicycles. It was located inside the house, and it wasn't afraid of the rain. In organizations like the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, more and more staff members who needed to head out often rode bicycles. Of course, no one dared to rely on such a means of transportation to enter East Borough. There, everything could be stolen. Just as they were approaching the back door, the golden retriever, Susie, jumped off the bicycle and looked back at the spot from before. She said in puzzlement, Audrey, that Mr. Dantes' tone is a little complicated when he heard that you are one of the major shareholders of the bicycle company, but I can't decipher what he really means. Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled. I previously heard that Mr. Dantes was one of the people who competed with Hibbert for the bicycle company's shares. I understand. Susie revealed a bright smile, happy that her observation was accurate. Inside the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, Klein waited for Miss Audrey to return with her Beyonder dog companion before heading to the second floor with them. At this moment, a staff member came forward and said to Audrey, Miss Director, Principal Portland Moment of Bakeland University is waiting for you in the reception room. Miss Director, Chancellor Portland Moment of Bakeland University of Technology is waiting for you in the reception room. The staff member first greeted Director Don Dantes before answering, Why is Principal Moment here? The staff member first greeted Director Don Dantes before answering, He didn't say. Before the staff member could finish his sentence, the tall, rosy-cheeked Portland Moment walked out of the reception room as he combed his white hair. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Honorable Miss Audrey, please forgive my abrupt visit. In Rouen, after getting to know each other, one would address a noble lady by her surname and address a lady by her first name. It's my honor, Audrey replied politely. Portland Moment was a principal who was more focused on academics. Without any flattery or small talk, he directly said with a smile, "It's like this. I wish to add a mechanical laboratory to the technical university. The goal is to invent and promote all kinds of machinery that are beneficial to industry and life. I wonder if you're interested in donating or investing." Don, how about it? Do you have any thoughts of cooperation? Don't worry, I'll definitely get a grant from the Higher Education Commission. It's a good idea, but Bakeland and the entire kingdom might fall into a maelstrom. After hearing Principal Moment's words, Klein was momentarily dazed. Audrey nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. This is my responsibility to myself and to all of you." "I have the same thoughts," Klein said. Portland Moment laughed heartily and said, "No problem. I'll organize some things for you when I get back." Fog C on the Golden Dream. German Sparrow is actually concerned about Anderson's situation. Also, what's the meaning of gathering items related to Vice Admiral ailment? Many pirates have been frantically pursuing such items, but they have never succeeded. After receiving German Sparrow's message, Donis was filled with puzzlement. But no matter how puzzled he was, he still carefully and seriously thanked Mr. Fool. Following that, he put down his fishing rod and turned to enter the cabin, heading all the way to the room where Anderson lived. After knocking on the door and opening the door in one fell swoop, Donis crossed his arms and stood at the door. "What do you think? How's the digestion of the thing in your stomach?" Anderson put down his paintbrush and shot a glance at Danitz before replying with a heavy tone. He replied with a heavy tone, "It already knows how to call me Daddy." Donis subconsciously took 2 steps back. Anderson immediately regained his composure and smiled. "I'm just joking. It's not bad. Your captain has ideas and actions. The only problem is that he has failed too many times. The thing in my stomach has been isolated. It won't affect me for a long time." He rubbed his stomach as he spoke. Donis raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "It was supposed to be affected?" Anderson sized up Donis. "You should have heard that certain beyonder characteristics or potions will seep into objects if they are in prolonged contact with them, transforming them into sealed artifacts that are difficult to use. And the human body is just a relatively special item. Sometimes, I suspect that you obtained your beyonder powers through contact with potions and not ingesting them. This resulted in your brain being corroded. In the past, Donis would have been furious, but now, he just snorted. In other words, if you don't isolate yourself, the thing in your stomach will gradually infiltrate and transform you, including your brain." Anderson clicked his tongue in wonder. "Very good. Continue. Don't stop. I think you can attempt to advance to sequence 6. Yes, you're usually quite skilled at setting fires." Donis replied disdainfully, I'm just lacking some ingredients. Recalling German Sparrow's instructions, he pressed unwillingly. "How do we deal with it after the quarantine?" Anderson rubbed the first button on his shirt and chuckled. "There are 2 ideas. One is to find a demigod like an unshadowed to help and let that thing slowly seep out. In this aspect, your captain knows someone. The only problem is that at the same time that thing seeps out, my beyonder characteristic might also seep out, causing my sequence to regress, or even become an ordinary person. The second idea is to think of a way to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula and prepare the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. I want to see if I can take the initiative to contain that thing and use it to become a demigod. That sounds very dangerous." Donis gave a pertinent evaluation of the latter idea. Anderson's smile became more obvious. "Indeed, it's very dangerous. I don't even know if it will work. But don't you think that such a difficult and challenging thing is very interesting? At least this is more in line with my taste than the first one." Donis shook his head seriously. "I don't think so." He then asked in a half-provoking and half-probing manner, "Have you not an estate, nay, property somewhere? I can help you send the ashes back." Anderson wasn't angry at all. He nodded solemnly. "When the time comes, you can consider eating my ashes directly." Why isn't this fellow provoked at all? The corners of Donna's mouth twitched as he decided to give up. He would find a captain and ask how he could obtain items related to Vice Admiral ailment. Late at night, at 160 Buckland Street. Klein was just about to sleep when he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of them was biting a thin letter that had been stuffed into an envelope. "Who sent it?" Klein asked out of habit and reached out to take it. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads opened their mouths one after another. "I don't like nicknames of Sharon. P.S. The first monthly ticket in August will be updated. Seeking monthly tickets during the double period." Chapter 1067. Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames. How did she know? She's communicated with Miss Sharon before. Upon hearing Rionette Tinker's answer, Klein was first taken aback before questions surfaced in his mind. From his point of view, under normal circumstances, the messenger and the sender wouldn't communicate. The entire process was to appear, take the letter, and leave. Besides, when did Miss Messenger need to seek the other party's permission for a nickname? Did Frank Lee and Patrick Bryan express their approval? A few seconds later, Klein instinctively guessed that Miss Messenger and Miss Sharon definitely had some sort of connection, and Rionette Tinker didn't wish to hide anything. Reining in his thoughts, Klein tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and quickly scanned the contents. "There's something I wish to receive your help with. I'll discuss the details with the brave. Compared to before, Miss Sharon isn't as stingy with her words. She's slightly better. Is this a change from advancing to a demigod?" Klein thought for a moment before walking to his desk. He picked up a fountain pen and wrote on the letter, "When do you wish to meet?" Just as he put down the fountain pen, he glanced at Rionette Tinker, who was standing by the side, seemingly waiting for him to write a letter. Klein felt a little more certain. He folded the letter, handed it over, and said in a seemingly casual manner, "For Miss Sharon." One of the heads that Rionette Tinker was holding bit on the letter as the other 3 said, "This time, you paid postage. No, paid postage." Klein cleared his throat, took out a gold coin, and handed it to Miss Messenger. Seeing Rionette Tinker vanish, he revealed a thoughtful expression. He walked to a reclining chair and sat down, patiently waiting. Less than a minute later, the messenger in the dark and complicated dress walked out of the void once again. She was biting on the letter from before. Klein didn't ask as he received the reply and unfolded it. "If you don't have any problems, it's best to do it tonight." "Tonight?" Klein nodded thoughtfully and flicked his wrist, causing the letter to burst into crimson flames and quickly turn black. The flames expanded and engulfed his body. By the time the flames subsided, Klein's figure had already disappeared from the reclining chair. The embers hovered in the air and fell into a trash can not far away under the influence of an invisible wind. In Bakeland's North Borough, Sherwood Borough, and the bridge area, the gas wall lamps in the buildings that weren't connected brightened a little before returning to normal. Before long, Klein appeared in a room he had privately rented at the edge of East Borough. He changed his clothes, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and left as Sherlock Moriarty. He arrived at the Brave. This time, he didn't look for Ian, who was playing board games with a group of people in the chess room. Instead, he listened for a few seconds before he pushed open the door of one of the billiard rooms and slowly walked in. Just as he locked the door, he saw the outline of a silhouette on his left and right. Sitting on the high stool on the left was Sharon, who was wearing a small bonnet and a regal dress. She had pale blonde hair and blue eyes. Compared to before, her face wasn't as pale as before. She only looked a little like she had lost some blood. This made her deviate from the image of a female ghost and closer to a doll. Standing beside the billiard table on the right was Merrick. The young man who liked to play cards with zombies was increasingly pale. The malice in his eyes that needed to be restrained wasn't obvious, but it gave off a repressive feeling. "Good evening, both of you." Klein smiled as he took off his hat and bowed. "Good evening, Mr. Detective." Sharon's body seemed weightless as she floated up slightly and returned the bow seriously. Merrick did the same. At that moment, the billiard room felt like it was haunted. Klein casually pulled a high stool and sat down. He chuckled and said, "What's the matter this time?" "I'm sorry. I might have to trouble you again." Sharon bowed again. Merrick hurriedly said, "We've reached an agreement with the Sanguine. We've come to an agreement with the Sanguine to cooperate against the important members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. We'll definitely leave the details to us, including how to lure them out, how to ambush them, and how to take action. I just hope that you can watch the entire process and lead us away when an accident happens. Feel free to mention whatever you want. We can discuss it. That also means that I'm a contingency plan to prevent any accidents. What if Emlyn gets the world's help in secret? When the time comes, their plan is to have 2 demigods as backup. That seems doable. I'll be Sherlock Moriarty and get Kona's Kilgore to be German Sparrow. Klein thought for a few seconds and didn't directly respond to Merrick. Instead, he said, "Let me ask a few questions." Merrick glanced at Sharon and nodded slightly. "All right." Klein looked at Sharon, who was sitting on the high stool like a doll. "The Tutensis 2 mummy you previously obtained was prepared for you to advance to sequence 4 puppet. And are you sure that you become a demigod?" This was something he had learned from their conversation and letters. His main goal was to confirm it and start the conversation. Sharon looked back at him quietly. Her voice was a little ethereal and inhuman as she said, "You're right." "Yes." Klein nodded slightly and asked directly, "What's your relationship with Rionette Tynker?" "What's your relationship with Rionette Tynker?" Sharon's blue eyes moved imperceptibly. "She is my teacher." "Teacher?" "She?" Although Klein had some guesses, he nearly drew a gasp as he felt his teeth sting. In the blink of an eye, although his expression didn't change, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Miss Messenger was originally an angel. I actually used an angel as a messenger. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? She is even Miss Sharon's teacher. Back when she applied to be my messenger, it probably wasn't that simple. From the looks of it, she is definitely at odds with the mother tree of desire. Did she sign a contract with me because she covets me? No, she's definitely my enemy. It's no wonder Miss Sharon was able to easily obtain the puppet potion formula and the corresponding ingredients. So it's because of my teacher's help. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to ask a question and use the process of Miss Sharon or Merrick's answer to calm himself down. He deliberated for a moment. What's the exact situation? This time, it was still Sharon who answered. She was even more inanimate than Hormick's robot. In the early 5th epoch, death perished. The southern continent Star Plateau, Paz Valley, and other places experienced a wave of resistance against the Balam Empire's rule. During this process, the Chain God appeared, and the Rose School was born. My teacher was originally the daughter of the ruler of the Highlands back then. Later, she became a blessed of the Chain God and helped her father establish the Highlands Kingdom. After that, she became a Sequence 2 angel, one of the leaders of the Rose School. She advocated temperance and used a life of poverty and low desires to resist madness. 922 years ago, the Son of God, Suah, was born. Everything began to change. Indulgence in desires and bloody sacrifices gradually became mainstream. Originally, Teacher was able to barely maintain it, preventing the temperance faction from being affected. But as time passed, the influence of the mother tree of desire grew. Suah also successfully advanced a few years ago, becoming a true abomination. An internal war erupted. Teacher protected us as we escaped from the highlands, the river valley, and the grasslands. As for me, I watched her perish under the siege of Suah and the other upper echelons. However, she didn't completely die. She had made certain preparations beforehand and resurrected in a special state in the spirit world. She yearned for the integrity of her body. Is that so? In other words, Miss Messenger only has the nature of an angel, but she doesn't have the corresponding powers. She's in a weak state. It's no wonder she wasn't able to easily deal with Rose School's demigod, Jack. Wait a minute. Although I've worked with many angels, they're all incomplete or very weak. Apart from Ariana, all of them are in such a state. Mr. Aztec, Palez Zoroast, Wala Septon, Miss Messenger. Is there something wrong with my title of the Fool? Could it be that they are waiting for me to give Scholar of you the corresponding charm? Klein was enlightened as he felt wistful. He didn't ask Rionette Tynker why she yearned for money. After thinking for a moment, he said, Miss Sharon, Rose School definitely doesn't lack the potion formula for puppet. After you obtain the Tutensis 2 mummy, they likely treat you as a demigod. In addition, my Marionette Tinker had once appeared in front of Rose School's demigods and fought them. This also means that Rose School definitely knows that she is still alive and will definitely be wary of her. And your teacher-student relationship with her isn't a secret on their side. Under such circumstances, isn't it too idealistic for you and Merrick to use yourselves as bait to fish out the important members of Rose School in Bakeland? Do you think they will only send 1 or 2 demigods to deal with you? What level of help can the Sanguine provide? Also, I previously mentioned that due to a certain identity of mine, the Mother Tree of Desire places great importance on me. She even got Abomination Sua to directly take action. As for your teacher's cooperation with me, they're also very aware of it. Putting all of this together, it's not hard to guess what kind of blow you will receive if you appear. Having said that, Klein's expression turned serious. The entire billiard room turned abnormally silent, but Sharon's expression didn't change at all. The entire billiard room instantly fell abnormally silent, but Sharon's expression didn't change at all. P.S. Update first, then change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1068. After a few seconds, Sharon calmly replied to Klein's question. It's not bait, but a lure. Just as Klein was about to ask what the difference was, Merrick explained in detail. In the past, when we were pursued by Rose School, we discovered quite a number of their members in Bakeland. However, due to our lack of strength and fear of traps, we didn't take action against them because we didn't want to attract the attention of the churches. This time, we plan on choosing one of the more important ones to take action. We will also deliberately miss out on some, allowing the hidden ones to escape secretly and pass the news to Rose School's person in charge in Bakeland. And in secret, the Sanguine demigods will keep an eye on them. Through the information chain, they will find the person in charge. This person will definitely be an important member of Rose School. Once they're killed or captured, we'll take the next step based on the key information obtained through interrogation. That's rather reasonable. It's mainly using my understanding of Rose School to formulate a plan and not using myself as bait. This will allow me to effectively control the situation and not destroy Bakeland. Klein nodded slightly. If that's the case, I can participate in it. He didn't mention that he needed to consider it first and return to determine the level of danger. This was because this matter wasn't something that Sharon and the Sanguine needed to do in the near future. When he divined that something went wrong, he could stop it as a participant. What kind of payment do you need? Merrick's standing posture relaxed a little as he asked. Klein smiled. If there aren't any accidents throughout the process, I wish to receive Ma and Marionette Tinker's help once. If I have to take action, I'll add the right to choose the spoils of war first. You can discuss it with Ma and Marionette Tinker first before writing to me. In fact, he was still a little puzzled. He believed that since this was the plan, there was no need to seek him out. With Miss Messenger hiding in the dark, it was enough to prevent any accidents that Sherlock Moriarty could deal with. There's no need. Sharon, who was as pale as a doll, shook her head. I can promise you right now. Has this been discussed with Miss Messenger? Klein thought for a few seconds and asked honestly, then why didn't you ask Ms. Marionette Tinker for help to prevent accident from happening? Sharon's pale blonde hair seemed to be tightly bound by the small bonnet. It did not move at all. Her voice was ethereal as she replied, he doesn't want the blood breeds to discover his existence. I see. Klein deliberated for a moment and raised another question. You people advocate abstinence. Why would you actively seek to deal with a key member of Rose School? Is revenge not within the scope of restraint? Sharon looked at him with her blue eyes and said, in the past few decades, Rose School has been working hard to make the Mother Tree of Desire descend into reality. This will bring about unimaginable disasters. In addition, Master also desires to have a complete body. If the Mother Tree of Desire really descends into the real world, it would be an unimaginable disaster for me. However, what does this have to do with Miss Messenger's complete body? Her body was once torn apart, and it was in the hands of different key members of Rose School? Or could it be that the bodies or characteristics of high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway can become a part of her body through some ritual. Klein mumbled inwardly and probed. What's the matter? Abstinence is a sequence one of the mutant pathway? Then what are sequence 2 and 3 called? He had once asked Miss Sharon the first question, but he had only received a rather vague answer. Sharon answered without any hesitation. She didn't speak too quickly, but she still had the ethereal and inhuman feeling. I wasn't too sure in the past, but now I can confirm that sequence 1 is abstinence. Sequence 2 is ancient bane. Sequence 3 is known as cursed object in ancient times, now known as disciple of silence. Does this mean that you weren't sure the last time I asked? That is to say, only after you summon Miss Messenger will you acknowledge her and learn more secrets? Klein nodded in enlightenment. Then I have no more questions. Write to me after you've decided on the time for the operation. Thank you. Sharon floated up once again as though she was weightless and bowed. Merrick pressed his hand to his chest and bent his back slightly. There's no need. Klein stood up from the high stool and wore his top hat with a smile. This time, there wasn't a smacking sound as the scarlet flames soared up and engulfed him. Under the night sky in Backlund, countless lights were silently lit, as though the starry sky had descended to the ground after being covered by layers of clouds. As the few stars twinkled, Klein returned to the rental apartment at the periphery of East Borough. Just as he changed his clothes and prepared to return to North Borough's Backlund Street, he heard stacked, illusory prayers. It came from a man. Nodding in thought, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He extended his spirituality towards the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. As he expected, this corresponded to Emlyn. This vampire, who was already a viscount, prayed piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to request for a small-scale gathering. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to request for a small-scale gathering. The participants will be me, Mr. Hangman, Ma, M. Hermit, Miss Justice, Mr. World. To Emlyn, these are the representatives of Tarot's intelligence, experience, knowledge, and observation skills. Poor Leonard. Klein chuckled inwardly as he leaned back in his chair and responded to Emlyn's request. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, 5 crimson beams of light simultaneously rose from both sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures. Mr. Moon, has the Sanguine's plan been finalized? Audrey first greeted everyone before asking with piqued interest. Emlyn surveyed the area and said frankly, yes, the exact plan is this. Yes, this is the exact plan. Through 2 Temperance faction members who defected from the Rose School of Thought. He recounted the plan that Sharon had described to Sherlock Moriarty from another angle to the world, German Sparrow, and company. Finally, he said, if we can obtain effective information, we Sanguine plan on seizing the opportunity to raid Rose School's headquarters, hoping to snatch away an important item. What important item? Catlia asked curiously. This is an item that can make an ancient faction attempt to attack the headquarters of a secret organization. It's definitely not simple. Her importance might even exceed that of an ordinary angel. It's even stronger than some Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Emlyn didn't hide the truth. It's a holy artifact left behind by our Sanguine ancestor. Due to an accident, it was obtained by Rose School. I'm not sure what it is exactly. A holy artifact left behind by Lilith. In the hands of Rose School, the Sanguine places great importance on it. This time, key points flashed through Klein's mind as he acted as the world, German Sparrow. Combined with the many secrets he had learned, he quickly came up with an uncertain guess. That might be the key to the mother tree of Desire's corruption and control of a portion of the Moon Domain's authority. This is something that Miss Sharon and company didn't mention. The Sanguine are also holding back, and they're quite ambitious. Yes, it can't be described as ambitious. That ancestor Lilith, whose identity is unknown, seems to have foreseen the chaos of the situation and the arrival of the apocalypse. Therefore, she made the Sanguine change their ways and be more radical in order to seek more support. This is snatching the lifeline of the apocalypse. Klein didn't say a word as he listened quietly. The others were also pondering over the important information revealed by the moon. Alger was no exception. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, "That's right." He pondered for a few seconds before saying, "In other words, in this operation, you Sanguine will hide in the shadows and won't be targeted by Rose School." "Yes," Emlyn replied in a relatively relaxed manner. The Sanguine's plan was jointly decided upon by Duke Ulmer, Marquis Nibs, and a few earls in Bakeland. Without a doubt, many of the problems have been considered repeatedly. No matter what, even a pig that had lived for more than 1,000 years would definitely have sufficient wisdom and experience. The hanging man Alger nodded gently. "I have another question. How can you be sure that the person in charge of Rose School in Bakeland is only a saint, and that there aren't more demigods or even angels hidden? You should know very well that the situation in Bakeland is very complicated. It's not impossible for Rose School to increase the number of powerhouses and conspire against certain matters. If that's the case, you'll be like thieves who wish to steal something but end up barging into Civilau's yard." Civilau's yard was another name for Bakeland's police department. Emlyn became increasingly relaxed. This time, Duke Ulmer will personally observe the entire process. Even if an angel descends upon Rose School, we'll still be able to easily escape. In addition, regardless of which side it is, none of them wish to create a huge conflict in Bakeland. Without an overwhelming advantage or the confidence of not causing a huge commotion, they will naturally stop fighting. Upon hearing his answer, the hermit Catlia curled up the corners of her mouth indiscernibly. She reminded him, to beyonders who aren't demigods, even a slight collision between angels will produce a shockwave that's enough to destroy them. Emlyn snapped out of his pride from witnessing the Sanguine's powerful strength and was momentarily at a loss for a response. At this moment, Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as though she was thinking about something. "Mr. Moon, what do you need to do in this plan?" "What I need to do?" "The one in charge of monitoring the secret members of Rose School and locking onto the true target through the transmission of information is Earl Mistral. The ones who take action are Marquis Nibs, Earl Mistral, and the demigod from Rose School's Temperance faction. The one watching everything in secret to prevent any accidents is Duke Ulmer. I seem to only need to contact that wraith named Merrick and maintain communication between the two sides." The more Emlyn thought about it, the odder his expression became. "It doesn't seem like there's anything I need to do. At least, there's nothing particularly important. P.S. This chapter's reviews seem to have closed. It'll take a few days. PS2. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of September. It will be a waste if you don't vote, by the way. Requesting for recommendation votes on Monday." Chapter 1069. Emlyn's eyes shimmered as he leaned back in his chair. He spoke in an unhurried manner as he answered Miss Justice's question with a smile. "What I need to do is very simple. What I need to do is very simple. I need to ensure that both sides can smoothly push things forward. Then, you probably don't need to directly participate in the battle, right?" Audrey originally wanted to press him further, but after sizing up the moon and rethinking what she had just said, she smiled faintly. "In that case, there's only one thing you need to do. Ensure your own safety." "Makes sense. I can't let this matter affect me. After all, there's nothing I need to do. I'm not in charge of the parts that require me to take risks." After renting Lamino's Travels and spending money to get the world to record a few pages of teleportation, there won't be any problems with my safety. Emlyn thought for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Very good suggestion. As the other parts of the Sanguine hunting operation didn't involve the Tarot members, it wasn't controlled at all. This private exchange quickly came to an end as the participants returned to the real world. Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. After his figure vanished, he appeared on the fool's seat again. He beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix and the marauder pathway mystical item, broken finger, which were tied together. At this moment, the surface of the grayish-white forceps that seemed to be polished from two finger bones had already surfaced. Grains of sand that appeared pitch black and deep because they had absorbed all the surrounding light. They slowly flowed and gathered, as though they were about to reassemble into a new form. As for broken finger itself, the grayish-white color turned translucent as it reflected some light. Tiny cracks appeared on it. The unshadowed crucifix can actually make the beyonder characteristics of mystical items and sealed artifacts slowly precipitate and reform. Of course, the premise is that there's a power similar to the mysterious space above the gray fog that suppresses it, making it willing to come into contact with other items that contain beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the grayish-white broken finger suddenly buzzed and let out a passionate voice. "Oh, my son, praise you. Praise the sun." As the tweezer-like items sang, creaking sounds came from inside, as if it would break into pieces at any moment. But this did not affect its praise of the sun. Klein looked at this scene with his mouth slightly agape. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of expression to show. After a few seconds, he sighed and separated the unshadowed crucifix and broken finger. He threw them to the edge of the junk pile in different spots and used the gray fog's power to suppress them. Then, he prepared to leave this place and return to the real world. At this moment, the point of light that represented the fool's only believer and had been marked emitted rings of light as it emitted overlapping prayers. Klein restrained his various thoughts and spread his spirituality over. Immediately, the scene of Donna's praying in his room appeared before his eyes, and the corresponding voice echoed in his ears. "Honorable Mr. Fool, your humble believer requests that you pass the following words to German Sparrow. According to my captain, there are many things at sea that are rumored to be Vice Admiral Ailment's personal items, but all of them are fake without exception. And ever since she was injured in that attack, this pirate admiral has placed great importance on keeping her itinerary a secret. She rarely plunders. The last time her fleet appeared was 2 months ago, on Thero's island west of the Berserk Sea. After that, she sailed into the vast sea, and no one knows where she went. The foreign object in Anderson's stomach has already been under initial control. It has been isolated from his body to a certain extent, and it won't seep into his flesh for a very long period of time. There are 2 ways to completely resolve this latent danger. One is to seek the help of a sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway, but there's the possibility of his beyonder characteristic being greatly purified. The second is to find the Hunter Pathways sequence 4 iron-blooded night potion formula. Through the help of rituals and ingredients, he can directly absorb the foreign object. Anderson is more inclined to the latter plan. He's willing to take the risk. It's obvious that Donna's is imitating Vice Admiral Iceberg's answer. This doesn't seem like his normal speaking style. However, some of the words aren't accurate enough. Could it be that Donna's secretly changed it and used synonyms that he can understand better? He's worried that German Sparrow won't understand. Klein pricked up his brows and focused his attention back on the content itself. Vice Admiral Ailment has followed the instructions of the Demonist sect and is hiding during this rather critical period. If that's the case, it's basically impossible to capture her in a short period of time. And in another month or 2, the matter might blow up completely, and there's no need to find her. I'll first send Donna's to try and find her to preserve some hope. I'll shift my focus to finding Demonist Trissy. I have her contact details, and I can consider using the excuse of working together to deal with Saintess of White Katarina to get her to meet German Sparrow. I'll see if I can control her and use her to bait out Katarina. I can help Anderson with the 2 methods to eliminate the latent danger. Since he's inclined to take the risk and use his advancement to absorb the foreign object, then I don't need to use Donna's to promote the short-term usage rights to the unshadowed crucifix. That's pretty good. At the very least, I don't need to worry about the crucifix atom gave me meeting with the foreign object atom left behind. As for the iron-blooded night potion formula, with Anderson's important role in luring Zangwill out, it's not like I can't give it to him. The foreign object in his stomach is a reward from Adam. Yes, I can't directly give it to him. He's not a believer of the fool. German Sparrow also has no reason to give him such a high-level item. As his thoughts raced, Klein quickly made a decision. He conjured World German Sparrow and made him take a praying pose. Fog Sea, inside the Golden Dream. Bang! The The wooden door was pushed open and slammed heavily into the wall. Amid this commotion, Anderson paused his fingers that were flipping through the pages of his book. He looked at Donis, who was standing by the door with a normal expression. "I have a very good mission for you." Donis, who was draped in a cloak and without gloves, raised his chin and chuckled. Anderson sized up the pirate in front of him and clicked his tongue. "You seem very pleased with yourself. What mission?" Donis glanced at him. "Accompany me to Thero's Island and help me search for Vice Admiral Ailment. In addition, help me gather the beyonder ingredients that Conspire needs." "Heh, you'll have to pay for yourself." Anderson nodded thoughtfully. "So what's the reward?" The corners of Donna's mouth curled up bit by bit as he said in a condescending manner, "Iron-blooded knights, supplementary material list, and advancement ritual." Anderson did not respond or speak. He stared intently at Donna's for nearly 10 seconds. Then, as if he couldn't wait any longer, he threw away the book in his hand and stood up. With a bright smile, he said, "When are we leaving?" "Bakeland, East Side, in a 2-bedroom rental with the curtains drawn." Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress, packed her luggage and prepared to head to the next hiding spot. Her slightly round face was a little thinner than before. Apart from her sweetness, there was an indescribable elegance to her. Even though she was in the dirty and chaotic East Side, she didn't seem to be tainted by any dust. Trissy didn't immediately carry the black suitcase. After looking around, she walked to the desk, spread out the letter, and picked up a fountain pen. "Mr. German Sparrow, I've already obtained the information I need from the captain of the Royal Guards. He's truly loyal to King George III. You should understand what this means. Next, my goal is to figure out what this king is up to. For this, I plan on making the Demonis Sex Saintess of White, Katerina, my enemy. She definitely knows the corresponding secrets. She's a Sequence 3, a Demonis of Agelessness. She's extremely difficult to kill or capture. I have to admit that my strength alone isn't enough to deal with her. If you're interested and confident, we could try cooperating. You know how to contact me." Trissy. Putting down the fountain pen, Trissy folded the letter and began to set up the ritual to summon German Sparrow's messenger. She had only written to this crazy adventurer at this point because she was worried that he would use the messenger to lock onto her hiding spot. Then he would directly teleport over with helpers to deal her a blow. Therefore, she only made this attempt when she was about to move. Although Trissy wasn't sure what German Sparrow's intentions were, nor was she able to determine if he would suddenly attack her, she was habitually cautious and chose the process that could guarantee her safety. After handing the letter to the messenger, "I'll leave and wait for German Sparrow to contact me. I'll try my best not to meet him until the very last moment. I don't know what faction is hiding behind him either. I have to focus on mobilizing and making use of him. I can't trust him too much. This is indeed troublesome, but it's safe enough." As Trissy thought about it, she ended what she was doing. She took 2 steps back and looked at the candle flame. She chanted an ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow." Just as she said that, the candle flame swelled up and turned abnormally pale. Right on the heels of that, a figure stepped out of the candle flame. She wore a dark and complicated black dress and held 4 blonde, red-eyed, and bright heads in her hands. The 8 scarlet eyes on the 4 heads turned at the same time as they cast their gazes at Trissy. Trissy's pupils dilated as if she had seen something extremely terrifying and impressive. P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. It will be updated in the wee hours of the morning. PS2. Recommended book, Monsters Will Die If They Are Killed. This was an era of madness. Anomalies and evil creatures walked the land, and the souls of the past returned to the human world. The shadow of the end was constantly approaching, but there seems to be something different. If you want to kill me, kill me. If you want to cut me up. Don't come over. Brother Zhou, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, this evil demon will die. Brother Zhou, forget it. Let them go. It's too tragic, Su Zhou. It doesn't count. After all, Monsters would die if they were killed. Chapter 1070. Bakeland, St. George Borough, in a room filled with junk in a factory. The mirror with obvious cracks flashed as its surface turned dark and deep, as though it was connected to another world. Suddenly, a white hand reached out from beneath the mirror, as though it had penetrated through layers of water. A figure walked out of the mirror. It was none other than the sweet and beautiful demoness Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress. Her face was unusually pale, as though she had lost all color. Her forehead was covered in sweat. With a thud, the suitcase in Trissy's hand fell to the ground. She could no longer suppress the horror in her eyes. Following that, she muttered to herself with a blank expression, "His messenger is actually an angel. His messenger is actually an angel." At that moment, Trissy felt a chill run down her back as though a cold wind had blown past her. She had never expected that summoning a messenger would be so dangerous. Thankfully, the woman with the four heads didn't do anything after watching silently for a while. She just received the letter and left. North Borough, 160 Buckland Street, inside Don Dantes' manor. "Who sent it?" Klein asked with anticipation as he received the letter from Miss Messenger. Rionette Tinker's four blonde, red-eyed heads said one after another, "Vessel of filthy darkness." Darkness, this nickname. Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He was momentarily unable to immediately figure out who Miss Messenger was referring to. His mind quickly flashed to the people who had the method to summon messengers as he filtered them one by one. In just a few seconds, he had a conjecture. Trissy. According to what Klein knew, this demoness who had been renamed Trissy Cheek was very likely one of the mediums for the primordial one's awakening or descent. In such a situation, it wasn't impossible to call her a vessel, and anyone who knew enough about the mysterious world knew that the primordial demoness was an evil goddess. She was known as the Terminator who ended everything. Her goal was to create the apocalypse and destroy everything. Furthermore, she wielded the authority of emotions and emotions related to desires. She was described as filthy and dark. It wasn't too appropriate, but it was understandable. Similarly, filth and darkness could also describe Trissy, who had been corrupted to a certain extent by an evil god. As expected of an angel, to dare speak of the primordial demoness in such a manner. Klein marveled inwardly and was about to open the letter to read it quickly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at Miss Messenger. "How did the sender react to you?" "She's very scared." Rionette Tinker's three heads spoke one after another. The one that didn't get a turn could only open its mouth. Klein's expression turned slightly solemn as he deliberated and asked, "What's the matter? Did you mark her?" Rionette Tinker's head, which hadn't been able to speak, spoke first. "No," the remaining three golden-haired, red-eyed heads added. "Because she has the aura of the primordial." Klein was silent for a few seconds before he nodded. "I understand." After watching Miss Messenger step into the void and leave, he unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned through Trissy's letter. "She's actually looking for me to deal with Saintess of White Katarina. Isn't that exactly what I wanted to do?" Klein's eyes flickered a few times as he immediately found a black blob that resembled paste. Right on the heels of that, he transformed into German Sparrow and evenly smeared the blob onto a small mirror in the room. After patiently waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Klein failed to contact demoness Trissy even after the black blob completely evaporated without leaving anything behind. Indeed, Trissy, who has been corrupted by the primordial demoness to a certain extent, recognized Miss Messenger's level. She was frightened by the angel who delivered the letter. For the time being, she probably won't be contacting German Sparrow. Sigh. If I had known that Miss Messenger was an angel in a special state, I definitely wouldn't have let her appear in front of Trissy, or I would have exhorted her to send her letter along with the demoness summons. Klein sighed silently. All he could say was that he was really unlucky. At this moment, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. In a dark alley in the Bakeland Bridge area, Zio hid Wintry Blade and entered as she warily looked around. "Not bad. You're getting more and more experienced." As a deep male voice sounded, a figure walked out from the darkness around the corner. He was tall and wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. He was none other than the MI9 member who had previously contacted Zio. "Why did you contact me so urgently?" Zio took the initiative to ask. The golden-masked man did not exchange pleasantries either. "You seem to be monitoring Viscount Stratford's surroundings. Have you noticed anything unusual recently?" Zio thought for a moment. Yes, he had intimate contact with a woman of unknown origin. He had asked her to come to his mansion late at night several times. "I tried to follow the woman, but failed twice. Also, Viscount Stratford suddenly went out 2 nights ago. I don't know where he went. I couldn't follow him." The golden-masked man tersely acknowledged and asked for all sorts of details. As for Zio, she answered according to what she had seen back then. She only hid the fact that she had met Charmaine in the carriage and had followed Viscount Stratford to the warehouse. "Not bad. Your persistence has paid off." The golden-masked man nodded slightly, as though he didn't doubt Zio's words at all. He exhaled and changed the topic. "With this matter, your contribution points will increase by quite a bit. To be frank, if this continues, it won't take long for you to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a Sequence 6 potion. However, before that, there will definitely be a strict qualification review. As for your background, there's no need to doubt it. I know very well that your background definitely won't pass the review. Actually, there's no need for you to seek the truth. I know that this is the motivation for you to persist in the mission related to Viscount Stratford, but my personal advice is to let go of this matter. With your current sequence and abilities, it's enough for your mother and brother to lead a good life. Don't worry, no one will come looking for trouble with you. And if you insist on persisting, I can't guarantee what will happen." Although Zio had already expected such a speech, she still couldn't help the palpitations and surging emotions in her heart when she heard it. She blurted out, "That's right." She blurted out, "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary mid-sequence beyonder." The golden-masked man smiled and said, "You might not know this, but the position of captain of the Royal Guards has the corresponding authority of a MI9. It's equivalent to the deputy director in charge of matters related to the royal family. When your father was still alive, I was his subordinate, and I receive his help in various aspects. After he passed away, I, who didn't commit any mistakes or know of any secrets, was excluded from the core authority of MI9. You see, I can only be in charge of peripheral intelligence agents like you." Having said that, the golden-masked man sighed. "Your father has helped me a lot, so after I recognized you, I deliberately made you an intelligence agent under me. I'll provide you with some help within the limits of my authority. However, I have my own family and my own life. It's impossible for me to do anything too dangerous or take on too much risk for you. How about this? I'll help you get the Judge Potion formula. After that, you don't need to accumulate contribution points or seek advancement. Instead, you should exchange for something that will make your life better. As for what you plan on doing in private, I don't know, nor do I want to know." Zio fell into a daze as her lips quivered. "My father, what kind of person is he?" The golden-masked man replied with a sigh. "He's a truly heroic, noble, and just noble, but he's not perfect. He's impulsive, impatient, irritable." Zio listened quietly. She wanted to ask something else, but all she said was a phrase. "Thank you. Go back. I'll leave a message for you to meet me after I get the formula for Judge." The golden-masked man waved his hand. After Zio's figure completely disappeared from the alley's exit, the golden-masked man was about to turn around when he suddenly heard an ethereal voice. "She's lying. It is certain that she followed Viscount Stratford near the scene of the crime." The golden-masked man was silent for a moment. She was probably just worried that it would arouse suspicion. With her sequence, how could she defeat Viscount Stratford? Furthermore, wasn't it said that Viscount Stratford had a Grade 1 sealed artifact? I believe it's very likely that she didn't even dare to get close. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived. The ethereal voice replied, "That's right. Regardless, since there are suspicions, we have to conduct further investigations. Don't ask about the subsequent matters. Outside the alley, Zio was calmly walking along the street lamps. She had deliberately not mentioned that she had followed Viscount Stratford. This wasn't to hide it or to clear herself of suspicion or to avoid trouble. Her true goal was the opposite. Before the tarot incident, her original plan was to say that she had followed Viscount Stratford to a warehouse in the dock area and had been frightened away by a terrifying tornado. This would be more convincing, more believable, and less likely to arouse suspicion. However, after knowing that the world, German Sparrow, was interested in this matter, she had secretly changed her mind. She decided to leave her story open to suspicion. She felt that, at her level, it was very likely that she would need another 3 to 5 years, or even longer, to investigate the king's secrets. Perhaps there was no hope forever, and with the help of the world's strength, she might succeed this time. For this, she was willing to take the risk and place herself in the middle of a torrent. And today, before meeting the golden-masked man from MI9, Zio had prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to pass on her thoughts to the world, German Sparrow. P.S. Early update on the first day of October. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1071. Without this chapter, I didn't even feel like writing a summary. I facepalmed. I went on 2 trips in September. One was to Chengdu for a meeting, and the other was to Canada to participate in an exchange forum and sightsee. I probably spent half of my time outside, but I didn't stop updating or ask for leave. This was all thanks to my chapters. However, it's been more than a week since I came back, and I'm still jet-lagged. I wake up frequently at night, and when I wake up, it takes a long time before I can fall asleep. It's like taking an afternoon nap. When I lie down in the afternoon, I want to wake up at the scheduled time, but I can't even open my eyes. I just want to sleep again. This has caused my work and rest schedule to be a little abnormal. I feel very tired. Yep, I should be able to adjust soon. The chapters in September were mainly unfolding. I cut in from different angles and characters. My goal was achieved, but there were still some problems. These were actually 2 problems with the overall structure. After the 4th novel ended and the 5th novel began, Klein was actually in a state of missing a goal. This would cause the overall tension of the plot to decrease, but I couldn't just throw him a goal all of a sudden. He needed to experience it himself, to witness it, and to build it up bit by bit. In addition, because he became the blessed of the night, his short-term safety was guaranteed, and the sense of danger was also reduced. The sense of ups and downs required for the story also decreased a little. This wasn't the first novel, so he could easily write about his daily life. Back then, my goal in designing the 5th novel was that the rhythm of the later parts would be tense and urgent, like a surging flood. Hence, it was better to relax and be safe in the beginning. It wasn't good to always be tense. In October, I won't be going out. Focus on writing. As for holidays, they basically don't exist for web novelists. I'll update as usual on the 11th, but I'll rest for half a day on weekends. Yep, if my work and rest schedule can return to normal, I'll try to add more chapters to the September monthly votes on the first weekend. Here, I thank everyone once again. Curly Hair Baboon seems to have a birthday already. It's next April 1st. Also, I only said that the length of the next 3 novels would be shortened. The 5th novel's length is about the same as the first 4, at least 200 chapters. So don't worry, take your time to read. The chapters have been updated in advance. Please guarantee the monthly votes. It's currently the double period, so don't wait, you can vote now. Chapter 1072. I'm going to watch the military parade today and celebrate the motherland's birthday. I really don't have time to write. The second chapter will be posted at 7 p.m. today. Hee hee. Also, my QQ group and public account are all free. Anyone who joins will have to pay. Those who use all sorts of methods to ask for money and advertise must be fake. Everyone, please be vigilant. Finally, I wish the motherland a happy 70th birthday. I wish everyone a happy National Day. I'm begging for monthly votes. Lord of the Mysteries is obsessed with the military parade. The noon chapter is at night, begging for monthly votes. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1073. above the boundless gray fog, inside the magnificent and ancient palace. Klein held the unshadowed crucifix in one hand and the sea god's scepter in the other. He was looking at the real world through the crimson star that represented judgment. In his spiritual vision, there was another person hiding in the sinister alley other than the short Miss Zio and the golden Mastami 9 personnel. It was a man in his 30s. He didn't have any special features, and he was a typical person from north-central Rouen. Not only did he blend into the shadows, but he also had a trait that made it hard for others to ignore him. If not for him being above the gray fog and having a true vision, Klein suspected that he wouldn't have been able to discover this person immediately, even if he was present. It was only when the other party did something abnormal that he could rely on his spiritual intuition to form the corresponding image in his mind. Hiding in the shadows and psychological invisibility, half relying on items, and the other half relying on a sequence. Combined with everything else, this isn't a demigod. That's right. In the eyes of the king's faction, Miss Zio is only a sequence 7. She doesn't have any mystical items. If Viscount Stratford Matter is really related to her, then there must be a supporter behind her, or even a faction. With such turbulent undercurrents, directly getting a demigod who knows too much to investigate might very well lead to them falling into a trap. And if a demigod who doesn't know the whole story were to appear, the news would most likely be leaked to the 3 churches, causing the investigation to be dominated by them. This way, a sequence 5 or 6 with strength and trustworthiness, but one that doesn't know too many secrets due to the restrictions of one's level, would be a good candidate. Klein silently muttered to himself as he gave up on the idea of using his identity as German Sparrow to teleport over to capture the person. He temporarily couldn't obtain any useful information. He decided to wait patiently for the situation to change. Of course, it was impossible for Klein to constantly stay above the gray fog to monitor the situation. If that happened, his body in the real world would be in an unprotected state for an extended period of time. He wouldn't be able to withstand any accidents. For this, he created a batch of charms and handed them to Judgment, magicians, and the other tarot members. If they discovered that something was amiss, they could immediately activate the charms and receive aid from the world. This would be faster and simpler than directly reciting the fool's honorific name and having him convey it. This was the inspiration that Klein had obtained from the Evernight coat of arms provided by the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. It was equivalent to a solidified ritual that pointed to oneself. From a mysticism point of view, the principle wasn't complicated. The difficulty in realizing it was that the one being pointed had to be able to receive information remotely and respond. That was to say, if it was limited to a certain area, a sequence 3 saint could do it. Without any restrictions, it had to be at the level of an angel. As a newly advanced demigod, German Sparrow was able to make the charm effective because he had used the corresponding honorific name and symbol of Sea God Cavituous when he created it. And Sea God had used the gray fog to allow himself to respond to the entire world. This sounded complicated, but to put it simply, Klein was taking advantage of his other identities. As for the materials for the talismans, they were mainly made of tin, which was very easy to obtain and cheap. In the Bakelin Bridge area, Zio had her hands in the pockets of her brown jacket as she strolled leisurely on the streets. Under the illumination of the street lamps that were separated by a distance, her expression was relatively calm, but her mind was abnormally tense. One of the palms in her pockets was touching the hilt of wintry blade through a tear, while the other was holding a charm made of tin with slight force. It was the summoning talisman provided by German Sparrow, the world. As she walked forward and circled around several streets, Zio didn't receive any attacks. The night was quiet. She was initially worried that the king's faction would directly capture her through MI9 and other official organizations and bring her back for investigation. If that were the case, summoning Mr. World would only put him in an extremely awkward and dangerous situation. It was equivalent to becoming enemies with all the official factions in Bakeland. But later, she realized that this wouldn't happen. This was because it would expose her existence to the 3 churches. When the time came, the one leading the investigation definitely wouldn't be the king's faction in MI9. The investigation will definitely be done in secret. The people involved might not even be from the military. They're still observing. Are they afraid that I'm bait? Mr. World said that I shouldn't trouble him if I can resolve it myself. Zio looked around and didn't dare to relax. She didn't continue loitering outside as she returned to the periphery of East Borough and entered the apartment she rented. To be frank, she wasn't willing to involve Furs in this risky attempt, but the two of them were the ones tailing Viscount Stratford. This also meant that Furs had also been included in the investigation. Although MI9 might not be able to find Furs as long as she hid in East Borough and didn't go out often, that would result in the corresponding investigation being expanded. Her past experiences, family, friends, and correspondence partners would definitely be investigated. It would easily affect others. Furthermore, if the two of them hid separately and didn't live together, the scent of bait would be too obvious. It would be difficult for the target to take the bait. After obtaining Furs's approval, Zio finally chose to face the subsequent developments with her friend. When she opened the door and entered, Zio had just taken off her cap when she saw Furs put down the magazine and stand up. She tucked her hair and asked with a smile, "You weren't followed, right?" This was a secret signal they had agreed on ahead of time. On the surface, it was a show of concern if she was being tailed, but in fact, she was asking if she had encountered any investigations. No. Zio shook her head seriously. Furs didn't continue the topic as she began nagging about how there weren't any good tea leaves or alcoholic beverages in the nearby area. They could only be discovered after walking far away. This warm and peaceful atmosphere lasted until late into the night. The two entered the bedroom and lay on the bunk bed. After the candlelight was extinguished, Zio was just about to say something when a holy and pure light suddenly appeared in front of her. The light instantly condensed into a human figure, with 12 pairs of scarlet flame wings growing out of its back. The figure suddenly descended as layers of wings closed and enveloped Zio. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing. Zio instantly came to a realization. This was also something she had solemnly prayed to Mr. Fool when she contacted the world's German Sparrow. This was because she already knew that the king's faction was cooperating with not only the demonist sect, but also the psychological alchemy. And Beyonders of the spectator pathway were not only capable of hypnosis, but they could also walk through dreams. She had to be wary of investigations that used these two abilities. If she didn't make preparations, Zio suspected that even if she was being investigated, she might not be able to sense it, much less inform Mr. World. Everything quickly calmed down. Zio opened her mouth and said to Furs, "Good night." "Good night." Furs didn't react in time, as though she was about to fall asleep. This made Zio understand that she had also obtained the angel's blessing. As time passed, the two of them fell asleep one after another. After an unknown period of time, the dazed Zio suddenly became clear-headed. She knew that she was dreaming. Right on the heels of that, she felt a shadow-like object wandering in the gray sky. Deep in her heart, all sorts of thoughts surged out, forming a dream. Among these thoughts, the things that had left the deepest impression on her recently were mainly matters, including the night when she broke into the warehouse and the details of Viscount Stratford's attack. Zio was a little frightened at first and wanted to wake up from her dream, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape from this state. It was as though she was still seeing a dream when she opened her eyes. She quickly calmed down and attempted to control her thoughts, only to discover that it wasn't difficult. Hence, the memories of directly attacking Viscount Stratford were concealed. However, after some consideration, Zio deliberately didn't do it cleanly and left behind some clues. In the dream, she and Furs discovered something abnormal in the warehouse, but it wasn't the tornado that tore open the roof as mentioned to MI9. Furthermore, they didn't immediately flee. Zio believed that this would make the intruder sense the problem, but there was no way to resolve it. Later on, the investigators were able to confirm that a demigod or faction was hiding behind the two of them. They believed that it wasn't that difficult to deal with because the level of concealment wasn't too high. This way, it was very likely that they would send a demigod to deal with the aftermath. And this was the development that Zio was looking forward to. After all, every demigod held an important position, and there was a high chance that they knew the king's secret. At this moment, Zio's dream began to scatter, as though it had lost some sort of guidance. She knew that this was a sign that the intruder had left. For the rest of the night, she and Furs didn't encounter any abnormalities. The sky lit up as the first rays of dawn spread along with the thin fog. After breakfast, Audrey boarded her carriage as usual with her golden retriever, Susie, her maidservant, Annie, and her bodyguard. She headed for the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street in Northborough. Jingles sounded from time to time outside the window, bringing with them a strange liveliness. It made Audrey turn her head to look at the streets and admire the people passing by. This made her feel tranquil and more energetic. She felt that the entire world was filled with vitality. At this moment, Audrey saw an additional figure in the carriage from the corner of her eye. The figure was wearing a black three-piece suit and a dark red bow tie. He held a top hat in his hand, and his hair was completely white but still lush. His light blue eyes seemed to hide infinite wisdom. This was Vin Rambus, a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council, a demigod of the Spectator Pathway. All of a sudden, Audrey fell into a trance, as though she had lost all her vigilance and defenses. Inside the carriage, Susie, Annie, and the rest had blank looks in their eyes, as though they had entered a semi-sluggish state that lacked focus on their surroundings. Vin Rambis's gentle voice sounded. 2 things. First, don't you know Furs and Zio? Arrange a meeting with them and hypnotize them. P.S. Update first, then change later. The second chapter will be delivered today. Seeking monthly vote. Chapter 1074. That gentle voice seemed to resonate with the thoughts deep in Audrey's heart. She only had a slight resistance, but she felt that it was her true thoughts. Vin Rambus looked at her emerald green eyes and continued unhurriedly. Second, in the following banquets and balls, stop resisting the prince's advances. Second, in the banquets and balls that follow, you will no longer be so resistant to the prince's advances. Also, praise them in front of Earl Hall and his wife. This is the reflection of your subconscious. Then, forget that I've ever been here and said these words to you. Forget that such actions are abnormal with your original behavior. Don't attempt to seek blessings and deviate from the key points of the Church of Evernight's Mass. After saying that, Vin Rambus retracted his gaze from Audrey's eyes and turned to hint at Annie and the others, so that they wouldn't be surprised by their mistress's subsequent abnormal behavior. After taking care of these matters, his figure disappeared from the carriage just like that, not causing a single sound. Ding-ling-ling. Another bicycle passed by outside the carriage window. Audrey's slightly unfocused eyes regained their luster. She glanced at the people and carriages on the street, and suddenly let out a small cry of, "Aya!" Then, she turned her head and said to Annie and the others in embarrassment, I forgot something. I have to go to Glaine's place first." At that moment, the carriage had yet to leave Empress Borough, so it wasn't too far from Viscount Glaine's residence. Annie and the other servants didn't find it strange or awkward. They hurriedly instructed the carriage driver to turn into another street. Audrey only arrived at Phelps Street at 9:40. She stepped onto the second floor of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and walked into her director's office. She watched as her personal maidservant, Annie, and the others tidy up the file racks or use the spring water they brought with them to prepare black tea. Audrey opened the door to the small lounge with her golden retriever, Susie. She seemed to want to check her face again to determine if she needed the maidservants to touch up her makeup. During this process, Audrey glanced at the keyhole and asked Susie in a relaxed manner, "Was there anything abnormal about my behavior today?" This was a habit she had developed in the past few days, ever since Vin Rambus disappeared. She knew that Mr. Fool's Angel's blessing wasn't permanent and could only be maintained for a short period of time. Furthermore, she couldn't predict if Vin Rambus would come looking for her or when he would come. She couldn't pray to Mr. Fool in advance and make the corresponding preparations. Therefore, based on her understanding of psychology and mysticism, as well as her cautious attitude, not only did she examine her actions 3 times a day to see if there were any abnormalities and if there were too many coincidences in what had happened to her, she also specially exhorted Susie to pay attention to her condition and be her mirror. This was to prevent him from being hypnotized or cued by Vin Rambus without realizing it. The golden retriever, Susie, sat at the side and thought seriously. Yes. Audrey's smile froze. She looked at Susie and waited for her explanation. Susie's nose twitched, and she looked around before continuing. That's right. You didn't have any plans to visit Viscount Glaint when you left, but you changed your route midway. You would inform me of your general itinerary in advance over the past few days. You also said that you would discuss with me if there were any last-minute additions or changes to your plans. After hearing Susie's answer, Audrey's expression turned solemn. She still didn't find anything abnormal about this matter, but this state was the most abnormal. This made her come to a conclusion that was almost certain. Vin Rambus had been here before, right after she left and before she went to Glaint's mansion. He had already used cues and hypnosis to eliminate all traces. However, he didn't exhort a dog to make it feel that everything he saw was normal. Audrey subconsciously wanted to get Susie to leave so that she could pray to Mr. Fool, but she became hesitant. Could my current actions be monitored by Vin Rambus? Could he be sitting somewhere in this room, quietly watching me? No, if that's the case, he would have already noticed that something was wrong when I asked Susie. Praying wouldn't result in anything worse. Even if he's really here, Mr. Fool would have discovered it. I can promise future sacrifices and pray for him to directly send down divine punishment. But why don't I want to pray or ask for help? Audrey stood there, all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. She instinctively wanted to escape. This made her feel conflicted, and she discovered a little resistance in her heart. From a psychological and mysticism point of view, she had a vague guess. She hurriedly dismissed the thought of asking for help and allowed herself to be in the state of praying to the goddess without any desire for a response. This reduced the conflict in her heart by more than half. Audrey immediately became certain. She gestured for Susie to leave before looking into the mirror and hypnotized herself softly. You're not asking for help. You're just praying daily. You're not asking for help. You're just praying daily. After repeating this several times, the light green vortex in Audrey's eyes that could attract souls slowly dissipated, and her eyes returned to normal. She then raised her hands, clasped them between her mouth and nose, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. She softly chanted in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I might have already met Vin Rambus. In her words, she didn't mention that she wished to receive help. All she did was describe what she had just discovered. After waiting for a while, a crimson light surged in front of Audrey's eyes, drowning her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, her thoughts became clear, and a series of scenes flashed through her mind. It was Vin Rambus, who was sitting in the carriage, sitting opposite her in a black 3-piece suit. It was the elder who had exhorted her with a gentle voice. It was the demigod of the spectator pathway, whose light blue eyes seemed to hide endless wisdom and vortexes. At the same time, those words rang in Audrey's ears once again, making her recall everything that had happened. When the crimson light vanished, what appeared in front of her was a long, mottled bronze table. Sitting on the high-back chair at the very top was a mysterious figure shrouded in grayish-white fog. Amidst the lingering fear, horror, and panic, Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed at the mighty existence. "Thank you for your blessings, Honorable Mr. Fool." Klein nodded slightly and smiled approvingly. "You handled it well." Upon hearing this, Audrey suddenly felt at ease. She was no longer as terrified as before. She sat down and calmly described what had happened to her. As the Fool, Klein couldn't directly discuss it with Miss Justice, analyze it for her, or give her any suggestions. All he could do was smile and say, "This is a test that fate has for you." Test? Only by passing this test will I have the qualifications to become a demigod. Only then will I be able to protect the people I want to protect in the complicated situation of Bakeland." Audrey interpreted Mr. Fool's hint and nodded seriously. "I understand." Klein didn't say anything else as he sighed and smiled. "Go back and welcome it." Audrey was just about to express her gratitude again when a crimson light appeared in front of her. Everything she saw became a blur. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the real world, but she no longer forgot or ignored anything. Test? Does it mean that I have to resolve the danger from Vin Rambis while ensuring that my secret isn't exposed? Even if I cause Vin Rambis' death, I won't be suspected by the psychological alchemy? What should I do? Audrey looked at the abnormally beautiful blonde girl in the mirror, turned her head slightly, and glanced diagonally across her. There was a large lounge in that direction, which belonged to the directors who didn't hold a position in the Foundation. Nearly 10 minutes ago, when she was going up the stairs, Audrey saw Mr. Don Dantes inside. Above the gray fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he analyzed what had happened to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment last night and this morning. "That's not right. Adam has already given me the unshadowed crucifix through Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians. How can he not know who's backing them? Why is there a need to probe? Last night, I thought that the investigation of Miss Zio was purely an operation of the King's faction, with only a mid-sequence beyonder from the psychological alchemy being seconded. And due to certain reasons, Adam didn't share the matter regarding the Fool with the King's faction and the Demonist sect. After all, he still wishes for me to provide some feedback, but from the looks of it, this probe also has a portion of Adam's will. Otherwise, Vin Rambis wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Even for the Twilight Hermit Order, a saint is rather precious and important. It's impossible for them to be abandoned or sacrificed so easily. What is Adam trying to probe? To probe if Miss Judgment's actions are purely due to her own reasons, or is it because of the Fool's will? If the Fool were to obtain the unshadowed crucifix and realize that the King's secret is related to Adam's scheme, he would still insist on getting his subordinates to investigate. That would be making an enemy of the Twilight Hermit Order. And Adam knows the true identity of the German Sparrow, but with Adam's powers, there's no need for him to probe anything. All he needs to do is sit beside Miss Judgment and listen to her thoughts to grasp the true situation. There's no need to go through so much trouble, unless he has already left Bakeland, or rather, he doesn't dare to enter this city due to certain taboos and can only investigate through his subordinates. Did my warning to Mom, Ariana, and the Church of Evernight take effect? Adam sensed the danger of a deity's descent. There's a high chance that's the case. Although he knows that German Sparrow is related to the Death Consul, he probably hasn't sensed that something is wrong with artificial death. Even the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction hasn't discovered this point. Therefore, with the augmentation of the authority of concealment, he doesn't know that the goddess won't be able to descend for a long period of time. Next, I have to deal with Vin Rambis. I have to make Miss Justice clear of any involvement and not be suspected. Just as Klein thought of this, through the corresponding prayer light, he saw Miss Audrey enter the director's lounge in search of Don Dantes. He hurriedly reined in his thoughts and returned to the real world. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly votes during the double period PS2. Recommended a book, Losing Money to Become the Richest Man Begins with the Game. It's a very interesting book. Just from the title, one can roughly guess the content. It's a little similar to The Richest Man in Tomato, who works hard to lose money by investing in crappy projects. It's quite fun. Chapter 1075. Good morning. Where's Mr. Dantes? Audrey smiled politely as she asked the young servant of Rouen and East Balham. Inuni bowed. He went to the washroom and will be back soon. Honorable lady, do you want to wait here? Okay. Audrey found an armchair and sat down. Her mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. To be frank, if it was just a deal with Vin Rambis, she already had a concrete idea. It was to hypnotize herself ahead of time. And when Vin Rambis came to obtain feedback, she would activate the charm given to the world by German Sparrow without any malice. Then, she would cooperate with the crazy adventurer to hunt the demigod. In order to ensure that there aren't any problems, I can also seek Ma, Hermit's help. She's already a demigod, so she can hide in the shadows and join forces with Mr. World at the critical moment. In that case, Vin Rambus probably won't be able to escape, right? Audrey pursed her lips and resisted the urge to bare her teeth. As for how the hermit could come to Bakeland, she didn't find it problematic. She could rent Lamino's travels and get Mr. World to record the teleportation before praying to Mr. Fool to pass it to her. But this way, even if Vin Rambus failed to escape and revealed the murderer, psychological alchemy would have sufficient reason to suspect that the last person this demigod came into contact with was Audrey herself. And this meant that there would be countless troubles in the future. Audrey's eyes shifted slightly as she tried to calm herself down. At this moment, Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and a scholarly air, returned from the washroom. He smiled and greeted the noble lady who was waiting for him. After getting his valet, Inuni, to guard the door, the tycoon looked around before finally landing his gaze on Audrey. You seem to have encountered some difficulties? Audrey didn't try to decipher Mr. World's words and actions. Yes, she described the key points of her previous encounter and said, "That's right. What should I do to solve this problem?" The true meaning of solving the problem was to not leave behind any future troubles. Klein smiled. "Why don't you discuss it with those two ladies?" "That's right. Just like Mr. Moon, I can request for a small private exchange." Zio and Magician's Furs, who are already embroiled in this matter, definitely have to participate. Apart from them, I have to invite Mr. World, Mr. the Hanging Man, Mayim Hermit, and Mr. Moon. Forget about Mr. Moon. Audrey felt a baffling sense of excitement. At this moment, she felt that she was not fighting alone. "I understand." Audrey nodded with a smile on her face. She immediately thought of another question and took the opportunity to ask, "Why did Vin Rambus get me to stop ostracizing the princes and praise them in front of my parents?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "It might be a show of friendliness on the surface. It might be a show of friendliness on the surface to rope in your father and hint to the Church of Evernight backing him. Regardless of the secret the king has, whether it succeeds or not, he will ultimately need the support of at least one Orthodox church to divide the opposing forces." Is that so? Audrey didn't reject Mr. World's explanation too much. This was because peeling away the outer shell of Beyond Her Powers was essentially the politics she was familiar with. She didn't stay any longer and returned to her office. After dealing with her daily matters, she seized the afternoon break to pray to Mr. Fool and request for a small gathering. Above the endless grayish-white fog, dark red beams of light rose around the mottled, ancient bronze table. Audrey surveyed the area and stood up to bow at the other members. "Everyone, I have something I wish to hear from you." "It sounds urgent," the Hanging Man Alger replied with a nod. Audrey sat down and said, "Yes, yes." She then looked at Zio and the Magician's Furs. "I met Vin Rambus this morning. He hypnotized me to do 2 things for him and forget he came. Fortunately, I was rather cautious and careful. I quickly discovered something amiss, and with Mr. Fool's blessings, I recalled everything. One of the things Vin Rambus wants me to do is to arrange a meeting between Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians and take the opportunity to hypnotize them. I'll learn from them about the mastermind behind their recent actions and get them to leave Bakeland as soon as possible." "What?" Magician's Furs was initially only worried about Miss Justice's safety, but she never expected things to go one full circle and end up involving her and Zio. He actually used Miss Audrey to make a move it was really hard to guard against, being targeted by a semi-god. Furs felt even more astonished and afraid after her initial astonishment. She couldn't help but glance at her friend, only to see Zio sitting there calmly, but her hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Catlea was somewhat puzzled as she frowned. Psychological alchemy, or should I say Vin Rambus, discovered that Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians are members of our tarot. This was a very serious and crucial matter. Audrey shook her head. "No, it's just because I know them the real world." At this point, she no longer attempted to hide her identity from Furs and Zio. In fact, From the moment Zio joined the tarot team and obtained the judgment card, Audrey knew that she would be exposed sooner or later. Through repeated observations, she confirmed that her two friends had already guessed it, but they tacitly didn't expose her. "You know them?" Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and asked in surprise. Audrey nodded. "Yes, they were actually recommended to the club by me. Mr. the Hanging Man can testify. Didn't we chant Mr. Fool's honorific name in order to save ourselves and get pulled here? How did we end up being recommended?" Magician's Furs looked at Miss Justice before looking at Zio with a blank and puzzled look. Zio also revealed a rare, similar expression, because the word recommendation had exceeded her knowledge and guesses. Audrey was a little embarrassed. She blinked her eyes and explained to her two friends in embarrassment. "That's not the case." "Test? That's a little embarrassing." She blinked and explained to her two friends in embarrassment. "Because of your uniqueness, and because I wish for tarot to develop and strengthen, he recommended the two of you to Mr. Fool. However, this is only a chance for you. If you hadn't passed Mr. Fool's test, he wouldn't have pulled you here." "Test? What kind of test did I undergo?" Magician's Furs remained confused, but Zio thought of many things, especially the origins of the piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name, as well as the encounter that made her frantically seek someone to exorcise the evil. "It's no wonder I felt like they knew each other. It's no wonder Misjudgment only joined the club after so long. It's likely that the tests they underwent were different. Each of them has their own uniqueness. This uniqueness is the selection criteria for tarot. Do I have it too?" Catlia came to a realization and had her own guesses. Having already made his judgment, the Hanging Man Alger, who wasn't surprised at all, chuckled when he saw this. "We can talk about these matters in the future. Miss Justice, the question you wish to ask is how to deal with Vin Rambus." "Yes." Audrey returned to the topic at hand and asked seriously, "Not only do I have to deal with Vin Rambus, but I also have to prevent psychological alchemy from suspecting me. What should I do?" Alger didn't have the experience of dealing with a demigod, so all he could do was use the thoughts he had developed over a long period of time to deliberate. All he could do was rely on his long-developed train of thought and say, "Lock on a Vin Rambis's whereabouts and take action after he makes contact with others." "How do I do that?" Audrey raised the question and answered it herself. "After obtaining the answer from Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians, when I see Vin Rambus again, I'll wait for him to leave before chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and asking him to cast his gaze on this demigod. In theory, it's possible. My true vision, above the gray fog, has a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. As long as Vin Rambus doesn't know how to teleport, I'll be able to determine his whereabouts and trajectory for a short period of time. Then, I'll return to the real world and directly travel over there. This requires the help of divination. But the problem is that the Fool has personally interfered. Klein, who is using the identity of the world German Sparrow, said hoarsely, "Let me remind you of something. Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians mentioned Adam in the real world. Psychological alchemy originated from the excavation of Hermes' ruins. Hermes was a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and one of the founders of the Twilight Hermit Order was Adam. And Mr. Fool doesn't wish to directly become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order over this matter. Even if we want to do something, we should try our best not to let it be known." The amount of information contained in this series of words made the Hanging Man Alger, the Hermit Catlia, and company feel like they were experiencing a brainstorm. Zio and Magician's Furs were even more shocked. "So that organization is called the Twilight Hermit Order. Mr. Fool doesn't wish to become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order over this matter because he had just worked together with the Angel of Imagination Adam to plot in Zangwill's matter? I never expected psychological alchemy to be related to the Twilight Hermit Order. Wait, Hermes? He's still alive? He's actually a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? The members of this organization, really important figures that we can't imagine." The Hanging Man Alger first glanced at the world German Sparrow before he couldn't help but look at the Hermit Catlia. He discovered that the latter was equally shocked, and she didn't hide it. Twilight Hermit Order. Is this the ancient secret organization that Roselle the Great once joined? The hermit Catlia seemed to mutter to herself as she asked in search of confirmation. The world German sparrow gave the answer. Yes. After you return to the real world, it's best not to recall such matters. It's very easy to be sensed. If you're worried about yourself, you can get Miss Justice to give you some psychological cues. P.S. Update first, then change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1076. In the ancient palace above the gray fog, after the world's German sparrow finished speaking, no one spoke for a moment. There was silence. The one who cooperated with the king's faction to investigate me and Zio is psychological alchemy. Psychological alchemy was established from the excavation of Hermes' ruins. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order is Angel of Imagination Adam. And Zio, and I have mentioned Adam in the real world. We're being watched by a king of angels? This. In the world of mysticism, just making a slight mistake will cause one to encounter such danger. Magician Furz's mind was filled with the world's German sparrow's warning. She was extremely alarmed and flustered. Although she had experienced many things in the past, she had never clearly understood the dangers of the Beyonder path. Any mistake could lead to extremely terrifying consequences. I have to be careful in the future. Of course, the premise is that I can survive under the watch of King of Angels Adam in this matter. May Mr. Fool bless me. Furz seriously reflected on herself and silently prayed. Zio similarly didn't expect her situation to be so difficult. She never expected that a king of angels would be implicated in this matter. She couldn't help but be alarmed and fearful. However, she already had the thought of sacrificing herself to seek the truth, so she quickly calmed down. However, she couldn't help but turn her head to glance at the magicians, feeling guilty for dragging her friend into such a predicament. At this point, crying and repentance are no longer able to resolve the problem. All I can do is try my best to deal with it and let Furz live at the critical moment. Thankfully, I have Mr. Fool's blessings. Zio muttered inwardly as she cast her gaze at Audrey. Then what should I do next? She had mixed feelings regarding Miss Justice's recommendation back then. On the one hand, she knew that she had acknowledged Tarot purely out of good intentions. On the other hand, she felt that she had been watched by a secret existence for some baffling reason. Thankfully, it was Mr. Fool. Otherwise, she would have died a tragic death without even having her soul freed. Yes, I was probably pulled in only by voluntarily chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. There wasn't any coercion. In the end, I ended up sitting here mainly because of my own choice. It has nothing to do with Miss Justice. Also, if not for her recommendation, I might never have had such an opportunity. I wouldn't have been able to mature and pursue the truth. Zio pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Audrey knew about the Twilight Hermit Order, Hermes, and Adam, so she was the calmest. She just didn't expect that Furz and Zio's casual mention of the Angel of Imagination would cause them to really pay attention to her. This made her truly realize, for the first time, the terror hidden in the phrase, "All who speak of it will be known." After some deliberation, Audrey looked at the world German sparrow and attempted to interpret it. Mr. Fool is saying that he doesn't wish to directly become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order at the moment. Does he mean that he can do it indirectly? Klein nodded slightly. That should be it. Does it indirectly include interfering with divination, watching, and prophecy? Audrey asked in thought. At this small gathering, the world German sparrow represented the fool's will. Klein laughed and said in a low and hoarse voice, perhaps more indirectly. His answer was rather vague because the fool hadn't thought of what to do. Their conversation seemed to have given Alger some inspiration. He looked at Justice, the magician, and Judgment in turn before saying, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find them. Which one of you is a believer of the Evernight Goddess? He was almost certain that at least one of the three ladies believed in the Evernight Goddess. After all, people from Rouen, residents of Bakeland, female, and educated could filter out a large number of believers of other deities. I am. Judgment Zio didn't hide anything. Audrey raised her hand slightly. Upon seeing this, The hanging man Alger nodded slightly. We can try to mislead them and make it look like the matter of dealing with Enrambus was done by the Church of Evernight, and not Tarot. When he said this, Alger cleverly changed his pronoun. He was clearly only invited to be a consultant and wouldn't actually participate in the matter. He should have said, "Whatever you do," but he used "whatever we do," throwing the blame to the Church of Evernight. This idea sounds familiar. Klein, who had transformed into the world's German sparrow, felt a baffling sense of humor. Then how should I mislead them? Audrey's eyes darted around as she hurriedly pressed. The hanging man Alger looked around and said, "Vinrambus only hypnotized you not to seek blessings or to be in a critical spot during the Church of Evernight's Mass to receive the baptism. However, he didn't tell you to avoid the Church of Evernight's Archbishop. You can totally create an opportunity to meet the Archbishop. Of course, there's no need to say anything. This way, when Vinrambus dies or disappears, the psychological alchemy will likely suspect that the Church of Evernight has sensed something wrong with you and set up a trap." Without waiting for Miss Justice's response, he looked at Zio. "After you are hypnotized, before you leave Bakeland, find an Evernight goddess cathedral nearby and pray seriously. You will act like a spy sent by the Church of Evernight into the Tarot. This will make the psychological alchemy misunderstand that the matter regarding Vinrambus looks like it was done by us in Tarot, but it's actually just a smokescreen. The mastermind is the Church of Evernight, acting like a spy sent by the Church of Evernight into the Tarot." Klein felt a baffling sense of guilt when he heard that. He wasn't a fake blessed of the Evernight, and Leonard wasn't a fake red glove either. It should be said that the convener and host of the Tarot, Mr. Fool, will also draw the crimson moon on his chest. Klein mumbled inwardly in amusement and exasperation. As a result, he gained quite a bit of inspiration. This can only fool ordinary beyonders. Without Mr. Fool's angel's blessings, the upper echelons of the psychological alchemy can easily figure out the truth, Catlia reminded him. The hanging man replied, "Therefore, the main point is to have Mr. Fool's indirect blessings. Otherwise, at our level, how can we deceive a king of angels of the spectator pathway, Adam? Also, misjudgment, mismagicians, when you go to the Evernight Goddess's cathedral to pray, it's best you pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to help you escape the hypnosis, so that you won't have to leave Bakeland. Under such circumstances, Bakeland is safer than anywhere else." "All right," Zio replied seriously. Seeing that the discussion had reached this point, Audrey and company cast their gazes at the world, German sparrow, waiting for his reply. Klein's train of thought had already taken shape. After some deliberation, he laughed hoarsely. "Actually, there's a simpler way to interfere." "What method?" Audrey widened her eyes as she asked in concern. Klein looked at Miss Justice and pointed above his head. "Once Vinrambus leaves, burn that hat accessory before activating the charm I gave you." "That feather hat accessory?" "A hat accessory that can receive the response of so-called death. Mr. World wishes to lure this person in to interfere with divination, observation, and prophecy." Audrey's green eyes rippled as she nodded thoughtfully. "I know what to do. When the time comes, the response will be the power of concealment. This way, no matter what happens, Adam will only believe that the goddess has interfered. He will believe that she is protecting the Hall's family and that it has nothing to do with Tarot. I wonder if the goddess will send Ma and Ariana. If that's the case, it'll be very simple to deal with Vinrambus. If not, I'll give myself Angel's Embrace ahead of time. With a marionette that's essentially a dead person, my chances of winning are also very high." Klein mumbled inwardly and didn't say anything else. Audrey quickly perfected her plan as she muttered to Zio and Magician's Furs, "Wait until Wednesday afternoon to find me. That way, I'll have a chance to meet the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight ahead of time. I'll pray for Mr. Fool's angelic blessings in advance. I won't be hypnotized by Vinrambus when I meet him. I'll take action once he leaves. Vinrambus is a cautious and conservative person. He'll likely choose to meet on the way to avoid being discovered or falling into a trap. Soon, Under the discussion of the tarot members, a plan of action was formed. The world's German sparrow rejected Catlia's suggestion of providing help. After all, he couldn't be certain that there wouldn't be any powerhouses from the Church of Evernight involved. As for the reward, all the spoils of war would belong to the world. Justice Audrey would also provide help for free according to his request. Wednesday afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's manor. After returning from the racecourse, Audrey, who had made a detour to the manor, was wearing a simple white shirt, trousers of the same color that made it easy for her to move about, and bright leather boots that reached her knees. She wore a black jacket that resembled a knight's suit. She stood in the Viscount's study and looked at Zio and Furs. "Who got you to investigate Viscount Stratford and pursue the king's secret?" Her green eyes were like ancient pools deep in the mountains. They were quiet, deep, and clear, making one unknowingly lose themselves in them. At that moment, Zio and Furs were truly hypnotized. The former replied in a daze, "It was me. I was investigating the cause of my father's death. However, I prayed for the blessings of a particular existence." Audrey raised a few more questions and received satisfactory answers. Then, she said in a gentle and beautiful voice, "Leave Bakeland. Leave Backland. Leave this place. This doesn't belong to you. All right, you will wake up when you hear me clap." Just as she said that, Audrey clapped her hands lightly. Zio and Furs's eyes instantly regained clarity. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zio and Furs bade farewell and left. Audrey began waiting patiently. She planned on staying at Viscount Glaint's manor for another half an hour until Zio entered the nearest cathedral of the Evernight goddess and completed her prayers before heading elsewhere. This way, regardless of whether Vin Rambis appeared midway or somewhere else, she would be prepared. Picking up the lady's bonnet with a white feather, Audrey walked out of the study. She planned on meeting up with Susie and Annie before finding Glaint to have a chat to kill time. Just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly heard a gentle and smiling voice. "Well done." Audrey's pupils dilated as she hurriedly turned her head. She saw the silver-haired, light blue, and neatly dressed Vin Rambis standing diagonally beside the elegant wall lamp. This demigod was actually waiting in Viscount Glaint's manor for Audrey to complete her hypnosis and obtain the answer. And at this moment, Zio and Furs might not have walked out the door yet. This completely exceeded Audrey's expectations and the hanging man's analysis. This meant that Vin Rambis was at the scene, so there was no need to ask the target through Audrey. The risk of him being nearby and personally hypnotizing him was the same. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. PS2. Recommended a book. I became a boss ancestor. It's the story of an Earth transmigrator who founded a sect, fought against the will of the heavens, and finally became a Tao ancestor. Chapter 1077. How did this happen? Even if Zio and Furs didn't have any delays along the way and maintained a relatively fast speed, it would take at least 15 minutes to reach the nearest Evernight cathedral. Fortunately, I was rather cautious. I prayed to Mr. Fool ahead of time to bestow me with an angel's blessing. I really hypnotized Zio and Furs just now. The thoughts in Audrey's mind churned, but she quickly suppressed them. Her eyes were first lost before they revealed a look of enlightenment. It was as though she had finally woken up from a long dream and recalled the things she had forgotten and neglected. "Mr. Rambis, why are you here?" Audrey made her voice sound ethereal, as though she was still immersed in a dream. As she spoke, she used a psychiatrist's control over her emotions to make the inevitable anxiety flash through her mind like a normal thought. It didn't cause any abnormalities. This unexpected change left her at a loss as to how to proceed. Without a doubt, she knew that she had to first deal with Vin Rambis's subsequent questions to prevent the demigod from having any suspicions. But if that was all, he might leave in a few minutes. As for Zio and Furs, they definitely hadn't entered the Evernight Cathedral and hadn't completed the misleading step. When the time came, forcefully igniting the hat accessory and summoning world would easily cause a flaw in the completion of the matter, preventing her from truly resolving the latent problem. No, I'd rather miss it than push forward with the plan when I'm not fully prepared. Patience, forbearance, and caution are the keywords of the mysterious world. At the very least, Vinrambus will only be using me for a long period of time and won't directly harm me. Even if he wishes for me to marry the prince, the entire process will take more than half a year. I still have enough time to wait for a second, third, or even a fourth or fifth opportunity. The only problem is that I need to inform Zio and Furs and get them to hide as soon as possible. When Audrey's eyes returned to normal, revealing a slight sense of wariness and fear, she quickly made up her mind. After observing her reaction and hearing her question, Vinrambus smiled and said, "This should be the first time you've truly hypnotized someone. I was worried that an accident would happen, so I specially came here to wait. Haha, with your background, it's true that you rarely have the chance to use such abilities." His voice was gentle and filled with concern. Unknowingly, the vigilance and fear in Audrey's eyes melted little by little. And in Audrey's spiritual world, she once again had her consciousness split. Part of her was elevated, and she felt like she was looking down at the island and sea. This made her realize that the favorable impression and sense of security she had just felt was the result of being guided. Seeing that Audrey had returned to normal, Vinrambus nodded slightly. "How did they answer your question?" Audrey said frankly. Zio said that investigating Viscount Stratford and pursuing the king's secret stemmed from her own will. She was filled with suspicions about the cause of her father's death. Her father was the former chief of the Royal Guards, Earl Mason Dill. However, she mentioned that her actions were blessed by a certain existence. As she spoke, Audrey nearly paused. This was because, under the spirituality sky, she, who was looking down at the island of consciousness and the spiritual sea, saw a figure rapidly rising from the bottom of the sea. It followed the conjured staircase, penetrated the subconscious's domain, and ascended to the island of her body of heart and mind. The figure wore a black three-piece suit and had a head of silver hair. It was another Vinrambus. Vinrambus didn't have a smile on his face, and he had an extremely sinister aura. A portion of his skin was covered in grayish-white scales, and not only did his eyes turn from light blue to golden, they were even vertical, as though he was an animal. If she hadn't had such an experience in the past, Audrey might not have been able to pretend that she hadn't noticed anything at such an abnormally tense moment. She wouldn't have been able to stop herself from stuttering. In the real world, Vinrambus smiled at Audrey's pure and beautiful face. He asked further, "Which existence blessed you?" Audrey shook her head as the island of consciousness changed accordingly. At the mention of this matter, Zio and Furs were very resistant. There were signs of them escaping the hypnosis, so I didn't dare press further. Of course, the blessings of a certain existence can be explained as Mr. Fool's attention, or it can also be understood as the goddess's gaze. Under the spirituality sky, Audrey, who maintained her lucidity, mumbled silently. Vinrambus continued asking about the details of the hypnosis. 2 to 3 minutes later, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You do have the talent for hypnosis. When the recent matters are over, I'll give you the Dreamwalker potion and personally preside over the ritual for you. Yes, don't be too averse to love and marriage. You're not even 20 yet. It's the time to pursue and enjoy such matters. Your charm is enough to make everyone like you. You can enjoy their gazes and fawning over you." Vinrambus used indirect hints and guidance to make Audrey lower her resistance towards love and marriage. This despicable fellow, under the spirituality sky, Audrey puffed up her cheeks and muttered angrily. She then controlled her consciousness on the island of consciousness to reveal some shyness and yearning. Vinrambus followed the principle of gradual improvement, and he didn't expect to succeed on his first try. Upon seeing this, he retracted his consciousness that had invaded her body of heart and mind, allowing his illusory self to leave the island. He then said, "Forget what I just said. Forget what I just said. There are spontaneous thoughts in your heart. When I leave this place and my back disappears from your sight, you will forget that I was here." Upon hearing this, Audrey couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. This meant that Vinrambus was about to leave. Although it had only been about 5 minutes since Van Rambus appeared, which wasn't enough for Zio and Furs to enter the nearest Evernight Cathedral, Audrey still hoped that Van Rambus would leave as soon as possible. The pressure of being in the company of a demigod in the spectator domain was unimaginable. There's still a chance in the future. As long as I retain my consciousness, there's still a chance. Audrey, don't be depressed, don't be anxious. Audrey, the noble lady, silently consoled herself as she watched Van Rambus turn around and walk to the hall. She didn't relax, didn't exhale, and tried hard to maintain her normal state. Suddenly, Van Rambus stopped in his tracks and turned around. His light blue eyes narrowed as he looked at Audrey. "Why were you so afraid when you first saw me?" I was so surprised that I couldn't hide my emotions well." Audrey felt her scalp tingle under her long blonde hair. Her mind was spinning quickly, and she asked with a puzzled expression, "Is that so? Isn't that normal? It's inevitable to have a temporary shock when someone suddenly appears beside you." Van Rambus nodded, seemingly agreeing with this explanation. He sized up Audrey and suddenly said, "You always carry a mystical item that can change shape with you. You always carry a mystical item that can change shape with you. Why aren't you wearing it today?" To a spectator, this was an abnormal detail. "Oh no, I clearly hid lie under my clothes most of the time. How did he discover that I didn't wear it this time?" He had secretly read some of my memories that I didn't protect in order to appear normal. Faced with Van Rambis's question, Audrey felt like her thoughts were about to freeze. The reason why she didn't wear a lie was simple. She was afraid that this accessory would magnify her emotions, making it impossible for her to completely hide her true thoughts when facing a demigod of the spectator pathway. And this meant that she had foreseen that she would encounter Van Rambus today. This was something that shouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. In an instant, Audrey grasped onto an idea and smiled blankly. "It will magnify my emotions and lower the success rate of hypnosis. To prevent any accident from happening, I removed it ahead of time." Van Rambus nodded slightly. "So that's how it is." Just as Audrey was feeling a little relieved, this demigod of the spectator pathway suddenly narrowed his eyes. "If it's just this matter, there's indeed no need to suspect it. However, when you first saw me, the fear that exceeded your limits, it doesn't seem that simple." As he spoke, Van Rambis's light blue eyes turned vertical as they were quickly dyed with a golden luster. The two golden vertical pupils clearly reflected the image of Audrey, who was wearing a knight's attire. With a hum, Audrey's thoughts turned extremely blurry. Only her, under the spirituality sky, barely managed to maintain some lucidity. On the surface of the sea of consciousness around the island, waves surged and blanketed it. At the same time, the sinister and illusory Van Rambus returned to the island. He stopped beneath the seawater, allowing grayish-white dragon scales to fly into the foundation of the island, which was also the massive subconscious domain of humans. Audrey immediately felt her thoughts distort. She wanted to confess everything and confess all her secrets. Relying on the lucidity of her under the spirituality sky, she barely controlled herself and didn't reveal any secrets. She also knew that there would definitely be problems if this continued. She hurriedly gathered a small amount of her thoughts and relied on the angel's blessing and her split consciousness to prevent Van Rambus from noticing it. This small amount of thoughts included reaching her hand into her left pocket. At this moment, Van Rambus, who had invaded the mind world, had an increasingly sinister expression. He snorted coldly. "There's indeed a problem. If there wasn't a problem, Audrey would have revealed all her secrets and private matters one by one, starting from the most important ones, instead of remaining silent." Similarly, due to the rapid manipulation, Audrey didn't have the time to sort out all her secrets. Even if she wanted to hide something, she would be discovered the moment she opened her mouth. After confirming the abnormality, Van Rambus no longer hesitated. His eyes turned extremely cold as grayish-white scales covered the surface of his skin. The storm in the sea of consciousness suddenly turned intense, and Audrey, who was under the spirituality sky, immediately began to falter. The final defense of her consciousness domain was rapidly weakened by the waves of attacks and was about to shatter. Humph! Vin Rambus increased the strength of the mind storm once again, and he was satisfied as he felt Audrey's entire island of consciousness tremble. This meant that he was about to completely control her. At this moment, he heard an ancient, awkward-sounding word. Fate. In the real world, Vin Rambus looked up in surprise and saw Audrey's green eyes being dyed with the brightest and most charming golden color. P.S. Update first, change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1078. As the words that originated from ancient Hermes resounded, the spots where Audrey and Vin Rambus were dimmed. It was as though someone had passed by, blocked the nearest window, and then quickly left. When the light was restored, in the illusory world, the island of consciousness that was enveloped by the terrifying psionic storm changed from Audrey's to Vin Rambus's. The one who had invaded his body of heart and mind had changed from Vin Rambus to Audrey. Fate's Siphon Charm. This was a charm created using a Mon's Worm of Time as the material and the Fool's powers. It could steal the target's fate for a short period of time, swapping it with the user's corresponding future. This was the consultation fee Audrey received from German Sparrow when she treated Hazel's mental breakdown. With the help of this charm, she had grafted the future where the barrier of her consciousness was about to shatter and her mind was about to be controlled to Vin Rambus. She had stolen the ability to control a psionic storm and opened the door to the target's body of heart and mind, directly modifying and planting the corresponding consciousness's fate. In an instant, the situation reversed. Audrey went from the brink of collapse to gaining the absolute advantage. Of course, this advantage could only be maintained for a short period of time. To be frank, if it wasn't for the fact that she had thought about how to struggle and save herself when she was in a perilous situation, Audrey definitely wouldn't have thought of using the Fate Siphon Charm. Or rather, by the time she thought of it, it was already too late. Similarly, at this moment, just as she had rehearsed it several times in her mind, she suppressed her shock at the effects of the Fate's Siphon and quickly confirmed her condition. Using her present advantage, she made the psionic storm that was mixed with the effects of hypnosis sweep over, instantly opening the door to Vin Rambus's body of heart and mind. Vin Rambus immediately froze, as though he was an ordinary person who had placed all his attention on Audrey's golden eyes and had been hypnotized. Yes, at this moment, as a demigod of the spectator pathway, his mind was being controlled by Audrey, who was only a sequence 6. In that case, even if the effects of the Fate Siphon ended, it wouldn't change the fact. However, Audrey knew that she had only used the magical charm to open the door to his body of heart and mind, using Vin Rambus's own abilities, and completed the initial control. If she wanted to do anything else, she would definitely suffer the corresponding repulsion. And with her sequence level, she had no way of resisting or controlling the stronger ones. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that Vin Rambus was subconsciously resisting this state. His face in the real world was also beginning to show a small number of grayish-white scales. It won't be long before he'll be able to break free from my initial control over his mind. Audrey suddenly realized this. She then cast her gaze at Vin Rambus's head, somewhat regretting that she didn't bring a powerful pistol with her. Otherwise, she could have taken the opportunity to fire several shots in an attempt to kill him. Soon, she recalled the dragon scale she had. She believed that Vin Rambus definitely had them as well, and they were even more powerful and sturdy. It wasn't something that ordinary attacks could break through. Even most mystical items that corresponded to low and mid-sequence beyonders couldn't do it. And if she couldn't kill him in one strike, Vin Rambus would definitely be able to use this opportunity to regain his senses and escape the control. Without any hesitation, Audrey, who lacked sufficient offensive means, quickly made a decision. Hypnotize him. He's best at hypnosis, and he has extremely strong resistance against it. He wouldn't have prepared any additional items to defend against it. I can't let him do anything that goes against his will. With the difference in our levels, I definitely won't be able to resist the corresponding subconscious resistance. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as her lips turned slightly dry. She tried her best not to show any abnormalities as she looked into Vin Rambise's eyes and said in a rather gentle voice, "Find a place to wait in Glaine's mansion. Find a place to wait in Glaine's mansion. Look for me in the garden in 15 minutes." The implantation of this subconscious thought didn't result in any obvious rejection. Audrey successfully completed the control. Vin Rambis was indeed there to look for Audrey today, and the meeting location was also Viscount Glaine's mansion. Audrey's hypnosis had only changed the corresponding time and exact location. Furthermore, the difference was very small, so it matched Vin Rambise's will. It didn't take much effort, nor did it encounter any strong resistance. "All right," Vin Rambis replied to Audrey's words. Audrey didn't have the time to relax. She perked up and continued looking into his eyes. She gently said, "You'll only be looking for me in 15 minutes, so you haven't seen me today. Since you haven't seen me, everything that happened just now definitely didn't happen. It will be forgotten." As Vin Rambis had already accepted the hypnosis, he followed the corresponding logic. Although there was an instinctive resistance, it wasn't too strong. Soon, it vanished into nothingness under the bright, golden, and enchanting eyes. "Yes, I haven't seen you. Nothing happened just now," Vin Rambis repeated with a slightly dazed expression. The grayish-white scales on the surface of his skin increased in number. After settling this crucial step, Audrey resisted the urge to pat her chest and thought for a second. She thought for a second and said, "When you hear my singing, you will become quiet." She had wanted to use her charm to complement the hypnosis, but she realized that she didn't know how to make any seductive poses, nor was she able to make the corresponding expressions. All she could do was raise her hand to tuck her golden hair and tilt her head slightly. Her eyes swirled as her smile turned bright. Following that, she hummed the melody of Manor Under the Moon with a nasal voice. Vin Rambis looked at the girl who was as beautiful as sunlight, flowers, and gems. As he listened to the ethereal voice, his heart gradually calmed down. He no longer had any feelings of resistance. Seeing that the other party was about to break free from her initial control, Audrey didn't delay any further. She pointed to the other side of the corridor. "Go there. Regain your clarity of mind when you see the stained glass and remove the dragon scales." She knew very well that on the other side of the corridor, in the direction of the main entrance, there were exquisite stained glass with a white background. This instruction didn't contain any danger, nor did it go against Vin Rambise's will. He immediately took a step forward and quickly walked down the corridor before turning right. After his figure disappeared from her sight, Audrey slowly exhaled. She allowed the lingering fear, horror, and tension to surge up and wreak havoc in her heart. Her body trembled slightly as her mouth opened slightly. She began to inhale and exhale uncontrollably. After 10 seconds, Audrey used Placate on herself to calm herself down. Then, she looked at the wall clock and stood there. She raised her hands, clasped them in front of her mouth and nose, and softly chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. She prayed for the angel's blessing once again and asked this mighty existence to inform the world German sparrow that she had confirmed when Vin Rambis would come and that she would summon him 2 minutes in advance. She wanted him to silently calculate the time he would arrive and not be in a hurry to get too close to prevent Vin Rambis from sensing an ambush. During this process, Audrey only briefly mentioned what had happened. She didn't describe it in detail to avoid wasting time. Then, she raised her hands and pressed them against her cheeks, returning her expression to normal. She then began to hypnotize herself to hum the melody the moment she saw Vin Rambis. After doing all of this, Audrey headed to the hall and first found the golden retriever, Susie. She took Backlai's necklace and the alcohol nemesis diamond brooch from her. The latter could resist mental influence, but it could only be worn for half an hour at most. Otherwise, the damage to the liver and brain would be irreversible. Therefore, Audrey planned on wearing it after leaving Glaine's mansion to prevent Vin Rambis from finding her midway. Susie didn't notice anything amiss with Audrey as she watched her put on the brooch and the necklace. After a few minutes, Audrey folded a black gauze glove and placed it in the pocket of her night's attire. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, she took a detour and entered Viscount Glant's garden. Then, she looked at the clock on the steeple attached to the house and nervously tried to remember the time. To her, she was afraid that Vin Rambus wouldn't come, but she was also worried that he would be early or late. As time ticked by, Audrey used Placate twice to calm herself down. When there were 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, she took off the feather accessory on her hat and flicked her wrist. Scarlet flames soared up and ignited the white feather. This was Lai's flame controlling ability. The flames turned pale as they burned. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the feather that was a byproduct of artificial death was reduced to ashes. Nothing changed in the surroundings. Looking at the clock again, Audrey took out a charm made of tin and chanted a word in ancient Hermes, lightning. The charm lit up as though there were many tiny electric snakes entangling it. This was the charm used to summon German Sparrow. After the electric sparks dissipated, the charm completely disintegrated and fused into the void. However, the surroundings remained quiet without any commotion. Zio and Furs should have already found the Evernight Cathedral and begun praying. Audrey calmed herself down and pretended to admire the remaining autumn flowers. She didn't look up at the clock again as she counted down in her heart. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. She slowly raised her head and surveyed the area, but she didn't see Vin Rambus. He noticed something amiss and left. Audrey's heart tightened as she couldn't help but recall where she had missed out. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in her ear. "What are you looking for?" Audrey's pupils dilated. From the corner of her eye, she saw the silver-haired, light blue Vin Rambus appear beside her at some point in time. There seemed to be a hint of doubt in his tone. Having hypnotized herself, she didn't hesitate at that moment. She followed her subconscious's response and hummed the beautiful melody of Manor Under the Moon. Amidst the ethereal voice, Vin Rambus calmed down and listened attentively. Suddenly, he realized that the distance between him and Audrey had widened, and they clearly hadn't moved. Darkness shrouded the garden in the afternoon. A huge crimson moon rose from the roof of the nearest house. A figure stood there, wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. His face was blurred by the backlight. Chapter 1079. Upon seeing this scene, Vin Rambus immediately broke free from his calm state, clearly realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Furthermore, he had already been affected to a certain extent. Without any hesitation, he bent his back slightly as his body visibly swelled up. His pupils turned vertical, turning from light blue to golden. His face, the back of his hands, and every inch of his skin that was exposed to the outside world grew ash-gray scales that were like stone. With a ripping sound, the white shirt, black vest, formal coat, and straight pants he wore tore apart, revealing the dragon scales beneath. In the blink of an eye, Vin Rambus had turned into an abnormally massive monster. Apart from his head maintaining his human form, the rest of his body had completely mutated. He was like a grayish-white dragon that hadn't fully evolved and had yet to fully mature. The dragon had 2 grayish-white wings on its back, and its limbs were rather thick. The grayish-white scales on its surface were engraved with complicated and three-dimensional mysterious symbols. They extended into its flesh and blood, extending into the surrounding void, as though they were interweaving into something that didn't belong to the real world. It left one in a state of confusion just by looking at it. Their thoughts would distort, and their spirit bodies would be tainted with all kinds of thoughts that seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, wishing to tear or destroy themselves. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of the spectator pathway. To demigods of other pathways who hadn't reached the level of an angel, they needed extremely strong willpower and firm beliefs to fight in their mythical creature form. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control the inclination towards madness and loss of control. There is a high chance that they would directly lose their rationality and truly become a monster. However, the spectator pathway didn't need to be like that. They had Placate, a treatment that targeted the mind and mind. They weren't helpless against madness and loss of control. Therefore, as long as the battle didn't last too long, they could use their mythical creature form whenever they wanted. They could return to normal whenever they wanted. Whoosh! All the thoughts in Vin Rambise's subconscious domain boiled. They churned and differentiated, pushing out the parts of his consciousness that had been implanted and modified before melting into nothingness. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind surged around the grayish-white dragon that Vin Rambis had transformed into. It seemed to come from reality, but also seemed to originate from an illusion. They carried some kind of will and blew in all directions. All the creatures that were caught up in them inevitably showed all kinds of abnormal states. Some trembled and stood rooted to the ground. Some ran blindly and irrationally to the corner of the garden. Some lost control of their bowels and urine. Some lost control of their legs. Some fainted and fell into a coma. And some showed a fanatical expression and became the followers of the giant dragon. This was a qualitative change that stemmed from a mythical creature's dragon might. It had gone from a simple awe to a mind deprivation with various effects. Taking the opportunity of dragon's might sweeping through the surroundings, Vin Rambis combined his will with his thoughts, transforming into illusory and sinister figures. From the sea of collective subconscious that most beyonders couldn't see, he rapidly approached the German sparrow on the roof and Audrey Hall at the edge of the garden. As a spectator, he could determine that the assailant was German sparrow just because he couldn't see the person's face and bearing. At this moment, Audrey was already muttering to herself, hypnotizing herself, according to the results of the discussion above the gray fog and the two demigods, the world and the hermit. I can't see a thing. I can't hear a thing. I can't see a thing. I can't hear a thing. She was trying to prevent herself from having a mental disorder or even losing control from looking directly at Vin Rambise's mythical creature form. However, this also prevented her from seeing or sensing that one of Vin Rambise's thoughts had approached her body of heart and mind from the sea of collective subconscious. But suddenly, in front of Vin Rambise's eyes, the island of consciousness corresponding to the blonde, green-eyed girl vanished. Audrey felt a warmth on the surface of her body, as though she had returned from the cold and dark cave to the surface where the sun shone directly. She hurriedly dispelled the hypnosis and opened her eyes. She saw that the sun in the sky had penetrated through the not-too-thin layer of clouds and was shining brilliantly. Amidst the golden and clear feeling, the autumn flowers were quietly blooming, beautiful and peaceful. Audrey looked around in a daze, but she didn't see Vin Rambis, German sparrow, or the gigantic crimson moon. This made her feel as though everything she had just experienced was a dream. What a powerful ability! A battle between two demigods might not even touch a single flower. Audrey silently muttered to herself as she calmly left the garden and retreated to the corridor that connected the house to the house. She was afraid that her existence would make German Sparrow apprehensive and affect his battle. In the concealed world, one of Vin Rambise's doppelgangers had simultaneously arrived at the German Sparrow's island of consciousness under the crimson moon. Just as he was about to ascend and open the door to the body of heart and mind to control the other party's subconscious and make him do all sorts of things that went against his own will, he realized that the illusory island that stood in the sea of collective subconscious was dead silent. There were no thoughts floating or flashing, making it impossible to affect it. Puppet, marionette. Vin Rambis instantly made a judgment. Combining it with the information he had obtained in the past, he gained a deeper understanding of German Sparrow's situation. He wasn't alarmed, nor was he depressed. Instead, he felt a little more joy and confidence. This was because a demigod of the spectator pathway could easily distinguish the difference between a marionette and the main body. This greatly reduced the strength of German Sparrow's strongest abilities. Besides, do you think you can use a marionette to render my mind invasion and consciousness control ineffective? The sinister and illusory Vin Rambis swept the area with his golden vertical pupil and found the transparent channel that transmitted thoughts on the marionette's corresponding island of consciousness. This was the symbol of spirit-body threads in the mind world, in the consciousness domain. Right on the heels of that, Vinrambiz's figure flashed as he followed the transparent channel and found another island of consciousness hidden in the distance. This was the source of the marionette's control through thoughts. In other words, it belonged to the main body. Found you, Vinrambis snorted coldly, stirring up a terrifying mind storm in the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, making them smack at German Sparrow's island of consciousness again and again. This caused the nearby meteorological phenomena to rapidly change. His spirituality's perception of the surroundings was greatly disrupted. Vinrambis took the opportunity to approach German Sparrow's island of consciousness and conjured a grayish-white staircase in an attempt to secretly invade his subconscious domain. This was his usual combat style, one in the open and the other in the dark, constantly attacking while the other secretly infiltrating. Using both at the same time, it was very easy to destroy the target's mind barrier and gain initial control over the target's body of heart and mind. At the same time, he flew up in his dragon form and circled in midair. He used dragon's might and breath to influence German Sparrow, complementing the battle in the mind domain. At this moment, the illusory Vinrambis, who had secretly invaded German Sparrow's body of heart and mind from the depths of the sea of collective subconscious, suddenly felt his vision blur. He saw an endless grayish-white fog, and the surrounding sea of collective subconscious and the mind island had all vanished. Vinrambiz's heart tightened as he hurriedly analyzed his psyche, suspecting that he had been affected by an illusion. However, no matter how he dealt with it, the grayish-white fog didn't change. Of course, there were no accidents or dangerous eruptions. It was as though it was just a background. This was rather puzzling. Just as Vinrambis was about to stir up a psionic storm here, the grayish-white fog finally dissipated, revealing the island of consciousness belonging to German Sparrow. Vinrambis didn't hesitate as he hurriedly invaded the corresponding subconscious domain and attempted to modify his target's thoughts. However, those thoughts were all dyed with a clear light, filled with a sacred and solemn aura. They were unshakable and unaffected. Vinrambis instinctively looked up and followed the stone staircase that had appeared, looking at the part of the island of consciousness that floated above the sea of collective subconscious. Apart from the island itself, there was also a figure with 12 pairs of flaming wings on its back that emitted golden light. It seemed to be the projection of an angel's power. Since he was planning to deal with a demigod of the spectator pathway today, Klein had no doubt used Angel's Embrace on himself in advance. He had used the Red Priest card's level to mobilize the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. This was also the reason why he wasn't affected by the incomplete mythical creature form. And he hadn't directly used this because he was using Vinrambis as an experiment. When Vinrambis attempted to invade the island of consciousness corresponding to his main body, his marionette, Kona's Kilgore, had used his powers to distort the enemy's target, from Klein's body of heart and mind to the gray fog projection that enveloped Klein. This way, if Vinrambis could discover the island of consciousness in the grayish-white fog, it meant that there was a creature of unknown origins sleeping in the mysterious space above the gray fog. Klein had to be wary of it as soon as possible. If it wasn't for that, he could be a little more at ease. This was something he had long wanted to experiment with, but he hadn't dared to do so due to the great danger involved. Today, he finally had a chance to complete it. After all, even if there was any backlash, the one who would die would be Vinrambis and not him. He might even be able to use this opportunity to easily finish off a demigod, seeing that the other party had an angel's blessing, making it impossible for him to infiltrate the other party's body of heart and mind in a short period of time. Vinrambis retreated without any hesitation. He left the area and returned his mind through the sea of collective subconscious. Then, the gigantic dragon vanished into thin air, preventing Klein from using his spirit body threads to find it. Psychological invisibility. Vinrambis planned on using a psychological blind spot to hide in the shadows. As he continued using area of effect Beyonder powers like Mind Deprivation and Mind Storm to gradually weaken German Sparrow's angel-enhanced mental barrier, he used his sealed artifact to attempt an attack. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, although the dragon was very strong in melee combat, it still lacked the necessary Beyonder powers with powerful offensive capabilities. It needed to be made up for through certain sealed artifacts. At this moment, an illusory book appeared in front of German Sparrow, who was unknown if it was his marionette or his main body. An ethereal voice sounded around him. I came, I saw, I recorded. What Klein wanted to use was the lightning storm recorded by the scribe in Creeping Hunger. For something like psychological invisibility, a full area of effect attack was enough to resolve it. It had to be said that against Beyonders with similar styles, the storm pathway was a pretty good choice.